The first thing Zoe thought when she saw the black-robed figures was, "Oh, good people." Then she noticed the mutilated corpses. In hindsight, the overgrown, underground temple ruins should have been her first clue. The ominous chanting echoing from below? Just a cherry on top. Ducking into the deeper shadows of the unlit balcony, Zoe cursed her luck. Of course, my first encounter is a death cult. That's just how it works, isn't it? At least it hadn't happened immediately after she woke up. Small mercies. If woke up was even the right term. Zoe still didn't know how she'd ended up here. Her last memory was the haze of sedation before being placed in a medically induced coma. Rabies. The Milwaukee Protocol. Everyone knew it wouldn't work, but when death's a certainty, people cling to any hope. Her parents had, and yet, Zoe hadn't died. She'd woken up, feeling oddly refreshed, only to find herself in a stone and metal sarcophagus in a chamber that could have been ripped from an archaeological fever dream. The nine-sided room was a blend of polished stone, intricate carvings, and softly glowing glyphs that adorned the 8 other sarcophagi surrounding hers. 5 still glowed brightly, 2 lay open like hers, and one was shattered. Zoe hadn't lingered. Something about the place felt wrong. Too clean, too perfect, as though untouched by time. Dustless floors, immaculate carvings. She hadn't dared stay to question the implications. Instead, she'd moved on, finding herself in a cavern so vast and alive it stole her breath. A lake reflected beams of light filtering from above. Moss and ruins mingled in strange harmony, and the air hummed with quiet life. For a moment, it felt like stepping into a dream, until the system spoke. Outsider detected. Welcome, outsider. Integration successful. The cascade of notifications that followed was both exhilarating and overwhelming. Words like Temple of Veiled Scion and permissions granted flashed before her eyes, only to vanish just as quickly with a final warning. Your claim to the Temple of Veiled has been contested. Contested? By who? Zoe muttered. The answer came moments later, not from the system, but from her own 2 feet as she stumbled upon the black-robed figures below. Zoe peered down from her shadowed perch, taking in the scene. The figures, heads bowed in eerie synchronization, circled a crumbling altar. Blood slicked the stone floor, pooling around the bodies strewn like discarded trash. A low, rhythmic chanting reverberated through the cavern, prickling the hairs on Zoe's neck. What now? She scanned her status window, hoping for some hidden cheat power. Anything that could help. Zoe Blackwell. Level 1, Rank F. Human. Active quests. Claim your right. Stat. Power. 7 Perception. 15 Acuity. 11 Durability. 9 Vitality. 13. General skills. Identify 1, Rank C. Great, she whispered. Totally useless. She'd seen enough RPGs to know a level 1 healer wasn't winning any fights, let alone taking on murderous cultists. She needed a plan. Her mind raced, replaying the system's messages. Claim your right. It sounded straightforward, but the phrase "prove them wrong" suggested otherwise. And then there was the fact that her supposed divine right to the temple had been challenged. She clenched her fists. What even is a scion, and why am I always getting dragged into someone else's mess? The robed figures below shifted, and Zoe's breath hitched. Their chanting grew louder, a frantic, feverish energy building as they raised their arms toward the altar. A glimmer of light erupted from its surface, taking form, a jagged, twisting blade wreathed in shadows. Yeah, that can't be good. Zoe's instinct screamed at her to run. But there was nowhere to go, not without being seen. She took a slow, steadying breath, forcing herself to think. If I can't fight, I'll have to outsmart them, or at least survive long enough to figure out what the hell is going on. With a final glance at her surroundings, Zoe whispered, "Identify." The system's response was immediate. Cult of the Veiled Blade, a heretical sect devoted to Veiled, the entity sealed within this temple. Their goal is to awaken their master through blood sacrifice. Fantastic, Zoe muttered. A death cult in a temple with my name on it. What could possibly go wrong? She had no weapons, no allies, and no real understanding of her situation. But one thing was clear. If she didn't act soon, she'd end up as the next corpse on the altar. "All right, Zoe," she whispered to herself, slipping deeper into the shadows. "Time to level up." Violently, Zoe had learned a lot in the past couple of hours, enough to spiral into a full-blown existential crisis. She questioned everything: the nature of the world, the purpose of her existence, and whether magic rocks were a thing. Eventually, she stumbled out of the mental abyss relatively unchanged. Existentialism is great and all, she thought, but what if these rocks are magical? Zoe had spent far too much time pondering the geology of this place. Were the stones here made of materials found on Earth? Or were they unique, born of the strange energy permeating the world? What if they weren't magical themselves, but could only form in a system-generated environment? She snorted at the thought. If I survive this, maybe I'll write a dissertation on fantasy world geology. That train of thought had kept her entertained until she learned all she could about the system's basic mechanics. The 5 stats, power, perception, acuity, durability, and vitality, were simple on the surface but hinted at intriguing nuances. Power wasn't just raw physical strength. It also influenced spell potency and even movement speed. Perception improved her senses, both physical and magical, and made her more observant. Acuity felt like a fancy synonym for dexterity, covering precision, reflexes, and finesse. Durability was exactly what it sounded like: how much punishment she could take. Vitality was the wild card, a fusion of stamina, healing, and regeneration, with a sinister hint at mental resilience. Zoe figured the best ability in this world would probably be something like "don't get hurt in the first place." Unfortunately, she hadn't found anything close to that yet. Her thoughts shifted back to class selection. She was working through what the system categorized as healing classes when something caught her attention. A faint whisper. She froze, every nerve on edge. The air was colder now, carrying a faintly foul scent like something long buried. "It's just the cave. Get it together." Still, Zoe couldn't shake the creeping unease. The plants and wildlife she'd glimpsed earlier seemed more sinister now. Even the dimly glowing moss felt threatening. Man up, Zoe. Or woman up. Equality and all that. She forced herself to keep moving, the whispers growing louder with each step. At least there were no more of those statues. She'd first seen them at the top of the winding climb out of the temple depths. Massive, overgrown humanoid figures loomed in the shadows, radiating ancient gravitas. They weren't threatening, exactly, but they exuded a weight of history that made her hesitate for a full minute before daring to move closer. Identify. Veiled Guardian. A forgotten relic. The system leveled up her identify skill in response, adding more information. Veiled Guardian. A forgotten relic of the silence. Can your spark kindle its voice? The cryptic description raised more questions than it answered. What's the silence? A calamity? A world-shaping event? And what's with all the metaphors about sparks and voices? Overpowered magic, maybe? Unfortunately, her upgraded identify skill didn't reveal much else. Even mundane things like moss provided only vague hints about medicinal properties. The system wasn't exactly forthcoming, but Zoe wasn't about to complain. It hadn't actively sabotaged her yet, which meant she was still on good terms with it. She refocused on her class options, scrolling through her shortlist of healing-oriented choices. The first contender was darkly tempting. Bloody Devotee. Rank B. You are a creature of flesh and blood. Embrace it. Far from a curse, the weakness of your flesh is the first trial on your path of carnage. Effects. Plus 60 vitality. Bonuses to body, blood, and life skills. Grants blood magic, regeneration, mending and rending touch, and more. Evolution guaranteed at the next threshold. Adds carnage alignment. Whether you heal or harm, your trail of blood will not be free of pain. Zoe hesitated. The class practically screamed power and potential, but the descriptions of pain and carnality made her stomach churn. I'll keep it in mind, but let's see what else is on the menu. The next option was more traditional. Devotee of Purity. Rank C. You have experienced revulsion, and now you seek purity. With a hallowed touch, you will cure, cleanse, and soothe the ailing and the impure. Effects: plus 25 perception, plus 10 acuity, plus 10 vitality. Bonuses to healing and hallowed skills. Grants hallowed touch, healing flame, and more. Evolution guaranteed at the next threshold. Adds purity alignment. A helping hand to your local community seizes unforeseen rewards, even if you only did it for the high school service requirement. The Holy Priestess vibe wasn't her style, but the class was solid. Still, she couldn't ignore how vague phrases like cleansing the impure sounded more ominous than comforting. Zoe sighed, wondering if any of these choices would feel like a perfect fit. Her thoughts snapped back to the present as the whispers rose to a low chant. The air grew colder, biting at her skin, and the faint stench of decay grew stronger. At the top of the grand staircase ahead, ruins loomed in disrepair, but signs of recent activity were unmistakable. Wooden crates, scattered tools, and faintly glowing glyphs etched into the stone. Zoe swallowed hard. "I've found that other inhabitants." Heart pounding, she steeled herself and began ascending the stairs. Whatever awaited her at the top, she'd face it head-on. Because if there was one thing Zoe had learned in the last few hours, it was this: when the world throws you into the deep end, you either sink or you level up.
Hey, welcome to Firescale Audiobooks. If you enjoy our audiobooks, please consider subscribing to the channel. Also, feel free to share your review in the comments section below.
A glance at the visible tools didn't reveal anything noteworthy, and Zoe didn't want to just go and start prying open their boxes. If anything, such familiar-looking items as a steel crowbar and broken-down pallets set her at ease. Maybe they're just ice dwarves or something. Only now did Zoe realize she had been subconsciously fearing that the quest was actually referring to some kind of monster infestation in the temple. People were something she could at least work with in her current state, unless it's a bunch of cave monsters that killed and ate all of the ice dwarves. Zoe shuddered. She was way too cold and spending way too long procrastinating. Her reserves of manning up were growing a little thin too, so it was time to get a move on. Navigating the broken stonework in this part turned out to be just a touch treacherous, and Zoe's weak shivering didn't help. The way finally leveled out when she got to the top of a fallen rock slide, and then she all but ran over to what turned out to be a sort of upper balcony overlooking a vaulted, cathedral-like chamber. The Art Deco aesthetic had returned in full force, and the few areas that looked to have suffered significant damage also appeared to have been recently and painstakingly restored. It was a major contrast to the areas Zoe had just climbed through, looking far closer to the original sanctum than anything yet, even including the guardian statues. Peering over the railing of her lofty vantage point, Zoe's eyes first locked onto a central, triangular altar, and then on the circle of 6 black-robed figures arranged around it. Zoe breathed a sigh of deep relief. "Oh, good people," and then she noticed the mutilated corpses. Her mind hadn't been quite able to place the pale, oddly shaped objects tangled across the 3 slopes leading up to the central altar, or the dark slickness that soaked each of the 3 staircases leading up to the pyramid apex in a thick coat. Her body was catching up, though, and her mind didn't need to fully comprehend ideas like mangled human bodies and rivers of blood for her to start taking a horrified step back. She finally began to chastise herself as she ducked down into the greater shadows below the balcony wall. Let's see, waking up in a literal tomb, in the ruins of an ancient sunken temple, with ominous messages and lore from the system, and then going straight for the creepy chanting that's also putting out a literal chilling aura. Zoe wanted to scream, but that would probably alert the cultists in the middle of their human sacrifice ritual. Instead, she just cradled her head, silently groaned, and began to actively dissociate. Of course, my first encounter is going to be like this. That's just how it works. At least it happened now, and not as soon as she sat up out of her sarcophagus. Now, having truly reached and exceeded her current limit of manning up, Zoe did the only logical thing, which was to just man up even more and see what happened. So in that spirit, she hauled her ass back up to her feet, calmly gazed upon the scene unfolding below, and used the only real tool she had at the moment. Identify. Zoe didn't stop, even as the skill expanded her mind with new information. Identify. Identify. She kept going until she was certain she had used it on everything she could see. Then she slumped back down behind the wall to sort it all out. Cultist of Disdain. Level 50 plus. A human who has embraced a disdainful alignment with the infernal. All 6 of what the system had helpfully confirmed were indeed cultists had the exact same identical description. Zoe still had just enough focus left to theorize that the identical lore implied some degree of standardization and generalization to the identify skill, and also that it had some specific limitations based on relative levels. Human corpse. Most corpses do not retain prior system-maintained effects while dead. While this one didn't appear very helpful, it felt like there were some actually important hints between the lines of the annoyingly short and vague description. Zoe marked it for her ever-growing pile of deal with that later. Veiled altar of the Temple of Veiled, a great forge, lost and unlit since the silence. It is kindled once more for the profane workings of an infernal cult. More of the annoyingly veiled stuff, which didn't surprise Zoe. At least she knew that the system probably considered it important and powerful, and that these cultists had only recently discovered it, and what turned it back on? Zoe had no idea. After that, it was just a bunch of junk. Blood. Cloth scrap. Demonic core vessel. Rock. No, wait, hang on. Zoe frowned. One of those things is not like the others. Demonic core vessel. Rank B***. An unfilled core vessel designed to guide, structure, and contain the formation of a true demon core. Once filled, the resulting demon core becomes a means of demon ascension, or dissension, as the case may be. Already a considerably rare and potent item. This particular vessel represents a singularly remarkable degree of craftsmanship and an unconventional design, giving it a unique capacity, quality, and potential for power and growth that marks it as the work of a true great master. Attributes: rank A capacity, greater than 99 quality, greater than 0.6 additional alignment. Zoe didn't remember seeing that. In fact, she had no idea what it even looked like. Evidently, frantically spamming Identify could end up being surprisingly useful. Also useful were the 2 entire levels in the skill it earned her. Identify has reached level 3. Identify has reached level 4. Peering over the railing for a third time, Zoe didn't see any real change to what was going on with the ritual. The 6 cultists were still chanting in near unison, though Zoe couldn't understand any of what they were saying. Under other circumstances, this would have been surprisingly alarming. Zoe realized she had been implicitly counting on magically being able to instantly understand the local language. Merely bringing that assumption into question was deeply unsettling. But the specific circumstances of it being during a sacrificial cult ritual largely overshadowed Zoe's cultural assimilation concerns. It took her a good few seconds to spot the demonic core vessel, which was really more than it should have, given that the thing had been placed right in the middle of the central altar. The only redeeming fact was that it was also quite small. Distance made it hard to judge, but Zoe reasoned it was about the size of a small fist. Aside from the size, it seemed to be dark, possibly reddish, and likely somewhat misshapen. Zoe quite literally licked her lips as her eyes appraised it with unrestrained greed. She had been impatiently waiting for her cheap power, or at least unique, overpowered item, practically since she'd first arrived. And there's no way the literal demonic ascension ritual artifact, that's so special that the system itself gave it an honest-to-God asterisk and note on the item rank, isn't one of those. It was also quite literally right there in the open where anyone could grab it. Right there in the open, at least 2 stories below her, surrounded by murderous demon cultists all at least 50 levels higher than her. Zoe hadn't even chosen a class. When the towering set of bronze doors on the opposite side flared to life, Zoe finally tore her gaze away, just in time to witness the entrance of a 7th figure. Not a single cultist paused their chant, or even glanced in his direction, but it was obvious enough he was their leader. The stylish, form-fitting cut of his satin black robes, the brilliant luster of his silver-white cloak, and the thrilling chill of his icy aura were more than enough to establish that. The fact that there was no hood to hide his heart-stoppingly handsome face and roguish black hair helped too. When Zoe finally recovered, she was almost afraid to identify him. Identify failed. A custom label has been set for this target in your encyclopedia. The shock of the skill failing snapped Zoe out of whatever icy grip the cult leader's presence had on her. She didn't dare risk another glance back as she darted out of the balcony and back through the barely warmer twists and turns of the crumbling temple ruins. Heart lurching in her chest and her own hot blood having a bizarrely numbing effect as it seeped back up to her frosty skin, Zoe didn't manage a single coherent thought until she lost her footing, tumbled down a slope of collapsed rubble, and nearly cracked her skull open against the cold, unforgiving floor. The only good thing was that the onslaught of near-crippling physical agony radiating through her entire skull collided with the ongoing mental aftershocks of the failed skill activation in a way that somehow mostly canceled out both of them. Suddenly lucid, Zoe scrambled behind a fallen column, hugged her knees, and started to think. Neither injury had fully gone away yet, but it was now shockingly easy to just table all of the pain for a moment. While Zoe didn't think it should actually work like that, she was not going to complain. Instead, she took a moment to collect herself, again, while also adding yet another 2 items to the towering stack of probably very important information. The first was that her skills could fail to activate. That alone wasn't at all surprising. The more critical thing was the knowledge that the system also punished her for it in a way severe enough that it could easily get her killed. Thinking back, Zoe realized she could barely recall her desperate flight from the balcony. It wasn't like she was unconscious. She was just temporarily reduced to something significantly less than a person while also being in great pain. As horrifying as that idea already was in itself. What if that happened during a fight? That would probably result in her getting killed. All right, if you're going to use a skill, don't fuck it up. Got it? The second thing was the specific circumstance of the failed activation. Her failure to identify the cult leader. Zoe easily interpreted this to mean that he was ridiculously more powerful than her and incredibly dangerous. Not like I couldn't put that together anyway. Grumbling inaudibly, Zoe stumbled to her feet, dusted off her bruised limbs and torn hospital gown, and set off back towards the open caverns. Open? Zoe banished the thought. Not only was laughing hysterically a sign of mental deterioration, it could also alert murderous cultists to her location. So needing a good distraction, Zoe flipped back to her latest system notification. Identify failed. A custom label has been set for this target in your encyclopedia. Encyclopedia? Nothing happened, so Zoe instead asked the system if she could see what the new custom label was. Strikingly handsome cult leader. Unidentified. Properly identify this target to gain more information. Alternatively, collect more information through alternative means. Eyeing the system suspiciously, Zoe haughtily ignored the absurd custom label it had selected and instead pondered the very last bit. Alternative means? Hey system, what does getting more information through alternative means, mean? She probably shouldn't have asked that aloud, but there was no helping it at this point. She had now reached the exit back into the main cave system without receiving a response, or even acknowledgement. Rolling her eyes, Zoe dismissed the system menu as she stepped across the temple threshold and nearly collided with the back of another cultist. For an agonizing 3 or so seconds, Zoe frantically pinwheeled her arms in a silent, pathetic attempt to avoid either bumping into the oblivious cultist or tipping back onto her ass. It seemed the system, gods, or the universe were feeling a bit bad for her at this point, because she miraculously managed to right herself and hastily tiptoe back around the corner. Zoe held her breath, braced herself for debilitating mental agony, and activated her only skill. Identify. Disciple of Wrath. Level 57, Rank E. A human who has embraced a wrathful alignment with the infernal. Alignment, infernal wrath. Frostburn. Strength, power, spirit, weaknesses, hallow, durability. The massive change in the amount of information identified gave her threw Zoe off for a moment. But she really didn't have time to consider the implications or even capitalize on the strengths and weaknesses part. The cultist still hadn't noticed her, fortunately, but he wasn't just staying still either. With an agitated shuffle of his feet, he looked like he was about to maybe shout something when he stopped himself, glanced straight at Zoe, and cursed. Zoe's spike of immense terror froze as well in confusion when he glared at the ground instead of coming after her. For a moment he seemed to be working his jaw and silently fuming. But whatever was causing him such vexation, it clearly wasn't Zoe. She was just about to work up the courage to attempt darting out around his back when he turned around again, looked side to side, and shot a tinkling bolt of sparkling, pale cyan energy from the tip of his raised hand. A large amount of Zoe's remaining mortal terror temporarily drained away as she gazed in awe at the casual display of what had to be true magic. Even the fact that it looked not unlike a small firework as it arced up to brush against the cavern ceiling did nothing to dampen Zoe's enthusiasm. Seeing an evil wizard casting spells was markedly different from a magician wielding pyrotechnic sleight of hand, even if the results looked roughly the same. What did kill Zoe's wondrous enthusiasm was the trio of additional cultists now stomping out of the maze-like tangle of moss-covered rocks and overgrown mushrooms. Ducking fully back into the cover of the stone ruins, Zoe fought for control of her breath while grasping for some semblance of a plan. There was no way she could run past them. The first one had already been right there at the entrance, and with another three approaching, there was no way she wouldn't be immediately seen. In fact, Zoe had to hope one of those three hadn't already seen her. That left only one option for the immediate next few seconds. Zoe darted deeper into the darkened ruins, perfectly trapping herself between two groups of people mutilating infernal cultists. The fact that she didn't have much choice did little to make her feel better. The next part of the plan was pathetically simple and relied more on the new group of cultists not poking around too much rather than anything Zoe could actively do. At least for the next, say, half a minute. Maybe more. She skidded up to and over the same toppled column she had crawled behind just minutes earlier. It was the best spot in the whole place, based on what she could currently recall. The fact that this also made it the most obvious place for someone else to check was just going to be something she would have to overlook. Hopefully, none of them had any reason to be looking for a hiding intruder anyway. It turned out that she made it just in time, too, because the comically loud whispers of their conversation and the clunk of their boots announced the arrival of at least two of them. While Zoe would genuinely have loved to eavesdrop, she needed to focus on the third step of her improvised plan. System, show me the class options with the highest likelihood of getting me out of this alive. There was no response, but Zoe didn't intend to curse out the system this time. She had only hoped that would work, so she had already prepared herself to do it manually. Risking a peek from behind the jagged base of the fallen column showed that two of the four cultists had remained behind right at the entrance, creating a serious barrier to her escape. Perhaps even more alarmingly, the other two were busy hauling around several of the wooden supply crates and unpacking their various equipment. They seemed to be half-heartedly making a token of an attempt to do it silently, though it was anything but. Zoe wondered why that might be. It wasn't like they were the ones hiding here. Realization came when the ever-present ritual chanting swelled in a feverish crescendo. That's why, Zoe realized, they're probably not supposed to disturb the giant demonic ritual. But what were they doing wandering around in the caves then? Doesn't matter. Zoe refocused as one of the closer two, the same one who cast the magic, muttered something about wanting to catch the main part of the ascension, while the other grunted in obviously displeased acknowledgement. After briefly confirming that the situation didn't seem liable to drastically change, Zoe settled back down to choose her first class. It didn't take long. Zoe had no intention of fighting any of them, so she instead focused on options that would allow her to survive and escape. Even if some of her more combat-oriented options looked at least moderately formidable, she was under no illusion that a special class would let her take on even a single level 50 cultist at level 1. There were surprisingly few candidates by the end, although that might have been because Zoe created the parameters for sorting them in about 3 seconds. In any case, there was a clear winner out of all of them, even if Zoe had initially rejected it outright. System, give me the Demagogue class. You have selected the rank A class, Demagogue. Do you wish to consume one class choice? There wasn't exactly a set of UI buttons labeled Proceed or Cancel, but Zoe didn't need that to get the idea. The specific phrasing about consuming one class choice inherently bothered her, though. Zoe had a tendency to save up anything and everything that seemed useful to use later. But the point of those credits is to get a class, and the sooner you start advancing one, the better. It's also literally a rank, and you already decided on it. Just take the class and try not to die. Idiot! Zoe tried to calm her breathing, realized she had been forgetting to breathe at all, and exhaled slowly. Yes, give me the class. A sudden alarm stabbed through Zoe as she parsed the last system message. She didn't get much time to do anything about it before whatever awakening a class was supposed to entail kicked in with full force. Zoe blinked the spots out of her eyes as she skipped through the newest notification. When it became fully clear that the whole thing was done and she wasn't about to fall unconscious or black out from pain, she relaxed a little. That was faster than I expected. The system had given her quite a scare and not much chance to prepare for it. Fortunately, it was more momentarily surprising and disorienting than painful. The entire surface of every part of her body, even the spaces between the hairs on her head, experienced a massive tingling sensation instantly and all at once. It wasn't really even irritating, more like a cross between getting suddenly brushed by a feather duster and moving your legs after a cat sat on them for too long. Just everywhere at once, and the sensation vanished as quickly as it came. Next, the smooth coolness it left behind sunk down from her skin to wash through her entire body to her core. There wasn't really a comparable sensation to that part, at least not that Zoe could think of, but it wasn't bad. And that was it. I guess that could be pretty distracting if you were like in combat or focusing on something important, Zoe reasoned. Note to self: try to avoid awakening a class in any sort of immediately life-threatening situation. Not that she expected to be awakening classes all the time, given that she could only choose two. Instead of letting herself start wondering about class upgrades or evolutions, Zoe moved on to the next step of her foolproof plan, which meant quickly seeing what her new class was actually capable of. Very quickly. Seeing no new system messages, Zoe went ahead and opened her status page herself. IT had only changed slightly, by which Zoe meant there was a whole new line in the overview section right below her name. A couple of her stats had massively shot up, and there was a whole new section for her class. It looked like she had also gained 4 new skills, or 5. Zoe wasn't sure what to do with the weird-looking one. The fact that it was explicitly marked as related to the system itself, and that said system displayed it separately, hinted that it was at least somewhat special. After allowing herself a couple seconds to just take it all in, Zoe first tried to see if mentally prodding the demagogue line near the top would do anything. Surprisingly, it did, expanding to show her exactly the same description as before. While that's definitely useful, sneaking another glance from behind her column, Zoe confirmed that nothing new was going on with the cultists. Well, more like none of them are actively approaching me. She then moved on to examining her new skills, and that was it. Focusing on any part of the subdescription in the same way failed to do anything. Annoyed but not deterred, Zoe took a second to flick through all of the rest and found pretty much the same thing. Okay, I'm sure these tags, or whatever, are useful for something, but they aren't exactly super helpful here. Stifling a groan, Zoe weighed her new options. It didn't take her long to narrow it down to 2. Either I try to use these new skills to slip by the 2 cultists at the exit, or I just sit here and keep waiting. The first option was the one that was both proactive and at least partially in her own control. It would possibly get her away from the scary cult ritual, out of the caverns, and on the first step of her progression path. It was also the choice that Zoe really wanted to make. However, it also meant experimenting with new and possibly magical skills for the first time, at the same time as she would be trying to escape notice with them. To say she didn't feel very confident wasn't quite an understatement, per se, but it was still accurate. None of them had noticed her yet in all this time. Even if her skills worked as intended, it would make her vulnerable. They would probably see her. Hell, it might even involve talking to them. It was clearly a deliberate risk, and she didn't even know if there was another path up through the caverns. Fuck that. Zoe had accomplished nothing noteworthy so far. Nothing noteworthy ever. Maybe she died on Earth. Maybe she hadn't. But either way, her life had been insignificant at best and a minor drain on society at worst. If her skills failed her, If she took a chance and got caught within seconds and killed within her first day, it would be over for sure. She would lose her miraculous second chance with even less to speak of than before. Except that I tried. Maybe continuing to hide was the better option. Maybe it wasn't. But it wasn't what Zoe wanted. Not what she wanted for herself. How could she continue to live like this and still live with herself? But then again, if hiding here ended up letting her survive, there was nothing stopping her from becoming more proactive later on. It didn't have to be so life or death, except for the fact that today will end, but there's always another tomorrow. That sort of thinking was exactly what led to Zoe accomplishing nothing at all in the first place. Yeah, fuck it. Zoe set her jaw, stood up, and activated precisely 3 of her new skills all at once. Acting, lesser disguise, mirage. She then realized some important things all at once right after, precisely 3 again, to be exact. First, I probably should have waited to stand up until after I activated them. Second, activating not 1 but 3 new skills for the first time, all at once at level 1, did something fairly intense to her that she was still recovering from. And third, I think system stats might actually be more than just funny numbers. Rewinding the whole sequence with startling clarity, Zoe pieced together that she jumped about a meter off the ground, casually touched back down with shockingly uncharacteristic grace. And now she was experiencing a bit of sensory overload on top of a developing headache. Plus her whole everything was feeling increasingly fatigued. I'll chalk most of that up to the stats and some up to the skills, but why was no one now looking at her? She didn't think she'd been loud, but that wasn't exactly subtle either. Maybe I should, I don't know, find cover again? She didn't want to press her luck. Also, she was feeling really tired. She realized why they hadn't noticed her as soon as she slumped back down behind the fallen column. That's not how anything is supposed to look. Zoe was less concerned by the fact that her hands seemed completely different and were now draped in dark robes than by the bizarre shimmer obscuring any further scrutiny. The rippling haze wafted off of her in dizzying waves, smearing her new robes into the surrounding gloom. She was also pretty sure the shimmer was what was making her increasingly exhausted. Gotta be one of the skills, Zoe reasoned with a quick stroke of her keen intellect. And there's no way it would be anything but mirage. The exhaustion didn't instantly disappear like the rippling haze did, but at least it stopped getting actively worse. It also just felt like she was ragged and generally feeble now. The strain was starting to become strangely painful right when she canceled it. I think that's my soul. The mirage description included both a mind and a soul description, if she remembered correctly. The fact that it was both clearly magic and wasn't tiring her muscles strongly pointed to the obvious conclusion. As for the headache and the sudden robes, the second is obviously lesser disguise, which means the first has to be acting. Acting only had the mind tag, so yeah, that might be the headache. Another skill cancellation confirmed it. So mind strain gives you headache-type pain, and soul strain just makes you feel generally useless and shitty. Makes sense. Zoe didn't think she needed to experience body strain to get an idea of what that one would feel like, and she wasn't too keen on confirming it either. She knew it had to exist because lesser disguise also had a body tag. Wait, I should probably go ahead and cancel that too. Zoe tried to cancel the disguise skill. It didn't cancel. Shit. The main thing stopping her from freaking out even more was the fact that none of the pain or exhaustion was getting noticeably worse anymore. Mentally prodding the skill again gave her an inkling of what was going on as well. Lesser disguise might be more of a one-time, upfront activation, whereas the first 2 were continuously applied effects. There was a critical flaw in this theory, though, which was that Zoe didn't feel like she'd actually changed her body or clothing. It felt like a flimsy, delicate mask, just a really convincing one. Whatever. Zoe wasn't going to worry about it anymore. She still had cultists to escape. Speaking of which, it seemed she had taken on the appearance of the nearest cultist, the one still rummaging around the supply crates. The fact that the skill had instantly and automatically crafted a full replica for her was shockingly convenient. She didn't know why it chose that cultist specifically, or if she could customize it more thoroughly later, but she didn't care. She had already lucked out quite a bit with her hasty class selection so far. Why try pushing it more? Not worth the risk. There was still a problem, though. while Zoe's lookalike was now so engrossed in the crates that she could probably slip right past him even without a disguise. His two buddies were idly watching him from their positions on either side of the only exit. Zoe somehow doubted that perfect clones randomly popping into existence and then running off wasn't exactly normal, even for cultists. But it wasn't really the only exit. Zoe did recall, one more in bizarrely distinct clarity, that there was a ledge running around the very top of the ritual chamber, right up at the base of the dome. There was also a ladder of sorts carved into the wall, leading up to it from one of the two main balconies. The other balcony was directly opposite a route through to the far side. Damn, guess the only way out is forward. Zoe wasn't thrilled to be walking back into the heart of the danger, but she also didn't want to hesitate or second-guess herself. Fortunately, the rock slide of rubble that had almost killed her earlier was easily accessible from her current hiding place. All she had to do was slip out from behind the other side of the fallen column, then hug the closer wall as she quietly crept up to the top. The deeper shadows of the already gloomy place made staying out of sight surprisingly easy. Mirage definitely helped too. It cost Zoe all of her previous recovery and then even more soul strain on top, but it wasn't too bad in comparison to the likely alternatives. She made it to the top without looking back once. Doing so would only slow her down, and it wasn't like the cultists wouldn't immediately let her know if she ended up being spotted. She didn't even look back down before continuing forward to the balcony. It would be the exact same kind of unnecessary risk. Honestly, the lack of anything happening at all was almost disappointing. By the time she reached the archway to the balcony, Zoe realized she had been implicitly expecting some initial skill level-ups. Not that it really mattered. The numbers ticking up probably wouldn't make too much difference in the final outcome here, and her new stats were more than enough to deal with already. Climbing up the rubble heap hadn't felt like climbing at all this time, even despite the immense exhaustion from her first proper skills. Zoe immediately attributed most of that to her power stat more than doubling after the boost from her new class. That's also probably why I did a massive box jump when I meant to just stand up earlier. Her acuity had received the same treatment, except it had already been higher to start with, now reaching close to 30. Her highest stat had been exactly half of that before. If the insane boost to her power made the steep ascent feel like gently floating forwards, the change in her acuity made navigating the chaotic tumble of debris feel like strolling down a red carpet. I could definitely get used to this, but none of that came close to the difference from her perception. That one had been her highest stat originally, by a fair margin even, but now, it hadn't gotten doubled like the other two, not even tripled. It was now over 4 times higher than her base, skyrocketing it so far above everything else that her more than double acuity wasn't even up to half of it. The ridiculous enhancement to all of her basic senses alone should have been more than enough to completely disorient her. Fortunately, the matching boost to her focus and mental clarity largely negated it. For now, Zoe only deliberated for about a second before just stepping fully out onto the balcony and heading for the ladder. She was already disguised, and acting all sneaky was a sure way to draw suspicion. The fourth cultist, the first one that Zoe had almost knocked over, had been observing the scene below with his back turned. Maybe he had high perception as well, though, because he turned around immediately. The good thing was that he didn't look hostile. He just arched an eyebrow. I thought I recalled you telling all of us that we weren't allowed to be present for the ritual. He frowned. I think I recall you telling all of us that multiple times, actually. You kind of wouldn't shut up about it. Zoe had to very consciously force herself to suppress her default reaction, which would be to start silently panicking, stammer uselessly, and start looking for a quick escape. The result was that she just stood completely still. She was probably just glaring stoically at the guy. Was her face stony and unreadable? Feeling like she might be making it even worse, Zoe quickly activated her acting skill again as soon as her mind clicked back into motion. Maybe it will help. Somehow. It did, in fact, help, and the sudden, confident instincts it dredged up told her that her creepy and expressionless stare was, in fact, the perfect response. Well, that's neat. The other guy stared back, yet without an ironclad determination backed by the icy terror of mortal danger. He faltered pretty quickly. He tried to casually pivot into an exasperated eye roll, but acting told Zoe all she needed to know, or at least some of it. Whatever, man. Actually, do you think the chief is really going to pull this one off? Zoe finally broke her stare to follow the cultist's gaze. The chanting had actually died down quite a bit, but she didn't think it was quite finished. That impression was probably due to the fact that the reduction in vocal power was more than made up for by the new visual displays. Specifically, the silver-white robed one, who was obviously the chief, was putting on a display of genuine magic that put the cultist beside her to shame. Except instead of tinkling, pale cyan sparkles, this guy was conducting a maelstrom of blood. The sheer size and density of it was remarkable to the point that Zoe wondered how he could even get so much from that many corpses. Then again, that's also a whole lot of corpses. The delicate streamers of gentle, pearlescent white light weaving through the murk of incarnadine chaos somehow only intensified the dark spectacle. The demonic core vessel looked pretty much the same, though. That is to say, not very interesting, even though Zoe could make out its details perfectly now. Glancing back at her apparent cult buddy, Zoe made the laziest attempt at a shrug the human body was capable of. It really doesn't matter what I think. She looked right back down at the chief and his demon ritual, partly because she was genuinely intrigued by whatever was happening now, and also because the acting skill made it feel like the right thing to do. How convenient. Her cult buddy chuckled a little at that. You scared of him? Listening fully to her system-enhanced gut, Zoe raised her own eyebrows slightly, but didn't look away from the bloody magic. Are you? Touché. Zoe made for the ladder the instant he turned his back. She wasn't actually sure that it could properly be called a true ladder. It wasn't exactly a set of rungs either, more like the opposite. That is, the handholds were formed from smooth horizontal grooves cut into the chamber wall. Zoe's massively enhanced power and acuity came to the rescue again, as the grooves weren't all that deep. It kind of felt like trying to tiptoe and hoist herself up with just her fingertips at the same time. It still took some focus, and she didn't know if she would even be able to manage it without the boost from her new class. Keep going. Don't look down. It was tempting. Zoe's immense perception still kept her constantly aware of the increasingly intense ritual magic below, even with her eyes glued upwards. Keep going. You probably don't want to still be stuck here when the whole thing completes. Her curiosity had only continued to grow, but Zoe made it to the top. The high walkway turned out to be not much of a walkway at all. It really was just a narrow, flat ledge running a circle around the base of the dome. It wasn't even wide enough for Zoe to comfortably roll onto her back when she finally heaved herself up and over. Her side ended up pressed hard against the dome, and even harder when she thought about how high she now was. She could forget about any kind of safety railing. So much for building codes. Standing up turned out to be a bit tricky as a result, giving Zoe a proper view back down in the process. That's how she came face to face with her old cult buddy just before he grabbed her wrist with one hand. The other one was pointed at her face, while cradling the metallic crackling of his same frost spell. It looked a fair bit bigger and brighter than before. Zoe only hoped that was just a factor of distance. You know, I feel like I should say I don't recognize you, but that's kind of the problem, isn't it? I'm pretty sure only one guy is supposed to be wearing it. Zoe's instinctive motion to pull away was thwarted by a sudden tightening of his icy grip. How was he staying on the ladder, with both hands occupied elsewhere? He said something vaguely threatening that probably amounted to a "Who are you?" but Zoe was barely paying attention. The ruse was up, and it was time to start cooking the backup plan. The obvious tactic would be to just push him off. The problem was that he was definitely stronger. Even though Zoe now understood he was mainly supporting himself with the hand clinging on her wrist, that just meant she would probably get pulled off with him. People tend to loosen up and let go of things when they're surprised, right? It was really stupid, but it might work. So Zoe didn't let herself think and just committed to the first real idea she had. Lesser disguise. Unfortunately, it turned out that a second activation of the skill was how you canceled it. Fortunately, it also turned out that she didn't need to make herself look like a scary monster, because apparently your cultist buddy instantly reappearing as a half-naked woman was also pretty surprising. It might even help that Zoe was allegedly pretty attractive. So what if? Zoe lunged down, grabbed his collar with her free hand, and delivered what she imagined to be an impassioned kiss just before he could recover. She really had zero idea of what she was doing on that front. It wasn't as if she could even try to judge by his reactions, because then the hand was loose and she was shoving him down and away with all the strength she could muster. That actually worked? It actually worked, and Zoe opened her eyes just in time to see a shocked cultist plummeting down away from her. It was also just in time to see him finally release the spell he had been holding, but not soon enough to avoid it. The spell hit her right in the eye. Ow! It kind of hurt. It kind of hurt a lot. Zoe thought she managed to hold in her scream, but it was a bit hard to be sure with the blinding light and pain. By the time her vision finally cleared, she realized she now only had half of it. You have sustained permanent damage. Your left eye has been destroyed. Your abilities are insufficient for reversing this damage to be possible. It didn't help that her one remaining eye was in turn blinded by an onslaught of system messages. There was one that looked important about being afflicted by some kind of damaging debuff. You have been afflicted with 1 level of E-rank frostburn. Warning: fatal affliction. Due to your current advancement, abilities, and condition, this affliction is likely to be fatal if untreated. Well, that's nice. Zoe didn't really need to be told that, though. She was well aware of the fiery tendrils of searing cold stabbing outwards through her skull from the place her eye used to be. At least the system does care enough to warn me anyway. Fortunately, it wasn't actually that bad on its own. What made it terrifying is how she could somehow feel the blades of burning ice extending up towards her brain. Would it have been fatal in another part of her body? The good thing was that she still had 1 class credit left. It was looking like one of the healing options might be the immediate next pick. The bad thing was that with the remaining half of her vision mostly recovered now, she could see where the cultist had landed. It was right at the main cult leader's feet. Everyone was looking straight at her, with the sole exception of the leader, who tentatively nudged the freshest corpse with the tip of his boot. Tilting his head curiously, he joined all the others in looking up at her as well. What is going on here? He didn't shout, but his voice carried all the same. Not that Zoe cared. She was pretty much done for. Even if the rapidly worsening frostburn didn't kill her, there was no more hope of getting out of this. It honestly could get much worse. A thunderous boom rocked the whole chamber. Zoe's downcast gaze was torn away to the far balcony along with everyone else's as a majestic, gold-clad figure threw aside the towering bronze doors. His emerald green cloak billowed behind him in the gust of his own stride, only settling around his imperious shoulders as he stopped at the railing to look down upon the cult altar. I could ask you much the same thing, Basil, he drawled, taking a moment to inspect his gleaming plate. He flicked the blood splattered across his chest away with just a gesture of his hand, leaving the newly exposed metal as spotless as the rest. But honestly, he drew a long blade. I don't really care. Actual gasps of Paladin and the Radiant echoed from among the cultists, most of whom took at least 1 step back. The leader, Basil, it seemed, was the only one completely undeterred. He just laughed. Actually laughed. It wasn't anything like a derisive snort or evil cackling. He was just laughing like the whole thing was genuinely funny. Zoe found it concerning. Man, that's... Holy hell. How do you always have the best timing? Were you just waiting around outside for the cue? The cult chief was sobering up a little, but he still didn't seem to be taking the whole thing nearly as seriously as literally anyone else in the room. That's actually hilarious. The hand of justice wields a timely blade, and her stroke is swift. The leader snorted. First of all, justice isn't even your alignment, and second, no, forget it. Your hubris has already doomed you. Turning back to the central altar, he raised his hands, and the maelstrom of blood and light began to churn once more. Only now, it was clearly funneling into the small, darkened vessel resting in the center. The paladin shouted something back, but Zoe was only half paying attention by this point. She was more focused on quickly running back through her healing options than on the drama below. The entrance of the paladin. He was one, no doubt. It was lucky enough already. Maybe Zoe wouldn't die. Yet. She did throw a quick glance to the ritual vessel as the blood and magic started funneling down into it, though that off the name and the bulk of the description seemed the same. So Zoe skipped through it. Only the very last bit had an obvious addition. She thought the first 3 lines were the same, but the last was new. Guess the ritual is actually working. Zoe wasn't keen on finding out what would happen when the cult leader finished his demonic ascension, so she needed to start moving and pick her second class now. She stood up just as the entire chamber exploded into thunderous chaos. "Just hold him back." The chief was now yelling at his 6 subordinates, while also protecting all of them from the rampaging paladin and still orchestrating the bulk of the demonic blood ritual. Protecting might have been a generous term, as his idea of defense seemed to be forcing the paladin to stay back a bit and dodge rapid strikes from the jagged tendrils of reddish-black spikes erupting from his own body. Not that the paladin wasn't on the offensive too. Flares of rainbow light arced out from his own golden form, lighting up the dim chamber with a dazzling display and sparking brilliantly against the dark tendrils wherever they touched. A particularly explosive flare caught one of the cultists in the face. He went down instantly, growling. The chief paused his primary task of managing the ritual to flick his arm out. Zoe didn't see what actually happened, only that the paladin ended up smashed bodily against a far wall, his unnaturally bright armor only just beginning to regain its shine as the crusty black frost now caking his entire form began to flake off. "Do you want to die?" "1 minute. Hold him off yourselves for 1 minute, and you can count on me keeping you all alive. Or screw around and get killed, your choice." All 5 of his remaining subordinates shared a glance. Then they rushed the paladin as one. The leader returned to his ritual before the paladin had even gotten back up, and just as Zoe crossed the halfway point to the other side of the dome. "Thanks for letting me know what time frame to expect, buddy. I genuinely appreciate it." Now she just had to circle the remaining half, climb down to the other balcony, and book it out of here within a minute. "I've got this." The ongoing frostburn was becoming increasingly problematic, though. Fortunately, Zoe decided on her best healing option just before reaching the ladder. The flesh-healing blood magic class was both somewhat terrifying and extremely edgy, but neither of those were much of a consideration right now. The obvious best 2 healing options she had were this one and Devotee of Purity. Technically, the latter could potentially be more directly applicable to her issue of a damaging affliction, but the former gave her an absolutely insane upgrade to her vitality stat and was also a whole rank higher. Zoe stumbled, then fell over. She barely managed to keep herself from falling over the edge. What the fuck? That was a whole lot of very concerning system messages. It didn't help that she was feeling some very bizarre sensations in her mind and body at the same time. "It's trying to change my class?" "No." Zoe panicked. The thought that she had been considering Devotee of Purity anyway didn't even cross her mind. Something was terribly wrong. "No. Stop. Not that one. Bloody Devotee." Zoe didn't actually pass out. She just felt like she should have. Then everything caught up to her all at once, at which point she may or may not have screamed, but was most likely too incapacitated to manage it. Then she started crawling forward. The frostburn eating through the inside of her skull was still a bit of a problem, but it had stopped growing worse for the most part. Well, the actual magic had stopped spreading, but it was still likely causing damage where it had already infected her. On top of that, the damage that had already been done was starting to really catch up to her. I don't think brain freezes normally last this long. Nevertheless, Zoe's disastrous class selection had somehow ended up giving her a massive boost of energy and resolve. She wasn't stronger, weaker now, if anything, but she felt like she could keep going anyway, even when she felt like she couldn't keep going. Not like that makes any sense. It was probably due to the jump in vitality. Now that's just ridiculous. Perception had been bad enough. This just discarded any pretense of balance in favor of, well, whatever this was. Durability, in particular, was looking a little pathetic. And with everything that's happening, it's probably the most important one. Suddenly recalling with her gloriously high perception that she still had a measly 5 free points, Zoe dumped them all into her lowest stat with another stroke of genius. It still didn't even catch up to her second lowest stat. It was also a little late to have been able to do anything about her current problem. Better late than never, though, right? Feeling like enough time had been wasted already, Zoe heaved herself back to her feet with a Herculean effort and stumbled forward towards the ladder. She also started trying to figure out the whole healing thing at the same time. The boost of vitality was all well and good, but that was just a bonus. It wasn't even the main reason she chose the class. Oh, hell yes. It did exactly the kind of thing she would expect it should do. To be specific, the mangled-up bits of her head and face started very obviously regenerating. Quickly, Zoe was honestly shocked by how effective the level 1 Ranky skill was. The Frostburn affliction even disappeared entirely within the 2 or so seconds it took for Zoe to recover from the bizarre sensation it caused. Holy hell, does the massive vitality boost the skill itself too? That would make sense, but there was no way of telling at the moment. Zoe moved on to the third on the list, Rejuvenate. Unlike Regeneration, which seemed to continually apply itself once activated, Rejuvenate was clearly a discrete, one-time sort of thing. A pulse of refreshing energy exploded from deep within her chest, echoing around inside her as it rapidly faded. It would have left her feeling much better, probably. As things were, that benefit was largely overshadowed by a sudden uptick in what Zoe had been identifying as soul strain. Oops. She decided not to try the fourth yet, as she could instinctively tell that regeneration had mostly fixed her up. Only her I stubbornly refused to, start existing again. She didn't activate the last one either, for the same reason as the fourth, but also because it sounded scary. And now she had reached the ladder. That took way longer than it should have. Time was weird, but Zoe felt like that had probably been longer than a minute. It was a good thing that the cult leader had apparently been overconfident. Speaking of which, maneuvering herself into position for a quick but safe descent gave Zoe a natural opportunity to finally take stock of the fighting below again. Something felt different, though. It wasn't like Zoe had been paying much attention, but she definitely sensed a change. Oh! The deafening roar of high-level magical combat had just given way to nothing but its own fading reverberation. For some reason, the sudden silence seemed far, far worse. Zoe still forced herself to move, but she could no longer tear away the gaze that had rooted itself to the 2 remaining figures several stories below. Should she just drop the rest of the way down? Things were very clearly coming to a close. She would almost certainly break something, but she could heal now. Better a broken leg than dead. But she didn't know how long it might end up incapacitating her. Her skills had been getting harder and harder to use. After all, she went ahead and even canceled the ongoing regeneration. I'll save that option in case things go real bad real quickly. For now, she kept climbing down while keeping her ears and remaining eye on the lookout. Next time you tie yourself down with a ritual, consider choosing some more capable guards. It looked like the Paladin had finally broken through the living shield of subordinate cultists. They were dead now. Rising up from a kneeling crouch, he steadied himself and leveled his still gleaming sword at the chief. Though it looks like there won't be a next time, I'm afraid. Damn. Zoe didn't really have much of a side in whatever this was, but she guessed her current interests aligned more with the Paladin's. She only wished he could have taken a little longer. It's not like the chief guy even ended up finishing his ritual thing in time. What is that saying you tin cans have about us adherents of disdain? Pride comes before the fall, isn't it? If there were to be a next time, I'd suggest you heed your own advice. But as you yourself said, he glanced at the altar, and at the now faintly pulsating, dark crimson demon core atop of it. Well, I'm afraid that there won't be one. Zoe froze as the implication of the cultist's frustratingly indirect language caught up to her at last. She glanced between him, the also-frozen Paladin, and then, finally, the still untouched demonic core vessel. Zoe didn't bother to sort through the bulk of all of that information. She didn't glance at anything after the name until the bit at the very end. Huh, I guess he did finish. Glancing back to the Paladin, or really his back, Zoe decided that he had probably realized the same thing. Fuck. The cultist looked like he had decided to make some kind of grand pronouncement. The Paladin decided to drop the witty banter and just charge straight towards him. Or maybe it was towards the altar and the core. Zoe didn't get much of a chance to figure that one out. She had decided to jump. The whole time slowing down thing didn't really happen, which was honestly fine, because Zoe actually wished the ground would go ahead and break her legs faster. Gravity was being frustratingly slow in getting her out of there, and it wasn't actually like a game where she could try to direct her fall. She braced for impact. She missed. What? It took a good few seconds for Zoe to register that someone had punted something large and very explosive into the wall right about where she had been when she first dropped. The ear-ringing loud blast had knocked her completely clear of the balcony, sending her tumbling down towards the base of the altar. The mostly good thing was that the bulk of the attack hadn't hit her at all, so she was mostly fine, just a bit off course. The very bad thing was her new course. Zoe got to experience the unique sensation of having the wind knocked out of her and gasping at the same time. The net result was not accomplishing much of anything aside from sudden nausea and a disturbing, wet, crunching noise. The relief that she was somehow still alive was quickly overshadowed by indignation that she couldn't manage to even gurgle. There was also a suspicious lack of pain. Zoe decided that she could probably diagnose herself with a broken spine, or whatever the actual term was. Well, that's nice. Zoe had absolutely no idea how she got both a random skill and her very first real level from breaking her back, but she wasn't going to complain. The new skill in question confirmed that she had, in fact, screwed up her spine in the middle of her lower back. Or more accurately, the floor had when it slammed into her rather hard. So that's why I got the skill, probably. Neat. Maybe she had been accumulating invisible experience, and gaining a new skill for one of her classes had pushed her over the edge. Not that the mechanics of it really mattered right now, given that the new skill also told her that she was basically dying. I'm not actually a surgeon. Not yet, at least. But I'm pretty sure that's not good. Zoe didn't bother to use rejuvenate this time. It wasn't worth adding to her ever-increasing soul strain when regeneration would already be the far more effective option here. The latter kicked in without much issue, though Zoe couldn't actually feel much of what it was doing in her lower body yet. She used her newest skill, Surgeon's Eye, to check on that. Shit. Despite how surprisingly effective regeneration was, Zoe realized she wasn't going to make it, even with her stupidly high investment in vitality. Vitality increased to 78. Fuck it all in. Let's min-max this shit. Not that it would really do anything. Still, Zoe had at least a couple of options here that she still had yet to explore. Eyeing both of them, Zoe went with the one that looked both simpler and more directly applicable first. Come on, do something awesome. The impulse to hold her breath was overridden by already struggling to breathe. Come on, Mending Touch. Zoe realized two important things about Mending Touch almost the very moment she first activated the skill. The first was that it was far, far more potent than even the already powerful regeneration. The second was that it took a lot of effort and was also very hard to control. At least she could feel her legs again. Not sure that I'm actually happy about that. Her whole lower body had taken dramatically worse damage than most of the upper half. It turned out that the reason she hadn't died immediately by cracking her skull was that half of her had been sort of cushioned by a dead guy. Thanks, buddy. But while Zoe had reconnected several of her important spinal bits and could almost half sit up, that was pretty much the extent of the improvement. I kind of think I might have somehow healed myself wrong. Magical paralysis cures, and the ability to lean upwards and breathe may, or may not be superseded by feeling way, way worse. The initial fall was pretty bad, sure, but Zoe hadn't actually been bleeding much. Barely at all, relatively speaking. It was a bit strange then that she had apparently just lost nearly half of her blood. Where the fuck did it go? Zoe tried looking around the ground, but it wasn't there either. They say to check where you last remember something being. But I remember it being like in my body. It definitely wasn't there right now. In combination with using way too much magic with zero prior experience, Zoe was feeling more than a little lightheaded. Unable to keep herself upright any longer, Zoe collapsed back onto her corpse pillow. I think I'm still dying? The main difference was that now she was in more pain. Nice. But what was the deal with Mending Touch? The skill had just cut off after less than 3 seconds. Even thinking of activating it again sent shivers of pain stabbing through Zoe's whole body. But Surgeons I had activated afterwards. The increased soul strain was tiny in comparison. Did it consume my blood? It was the only coherent explanation Zoe could think of. She couldn't test it like that again, though. It had already almost killed her without even taking the damage from her fall into account. However, that didn't mean she didn't have another way to test it. Struggling to roll herself over, Zoe shoved her hand deep into the dead body underneath her. The gaping hole in the middle of it that a Paladin had already created helped quite a lot with that part. Mending Touch. Zoe didn't know if that sort of internal contact made a difference compared to just placing her hand on the outside skin. It felt right, though, so she didn't question it. She didn't question it when the corpse mummified itself in real time before her, either. Not mostly, at least. Then it was gone. Damn. It had helped, there was no doubt about it. Zoe didn't feel better, but she did feel healthier, sort of. The problem was that it hadn't even lasted as long as consuming her own blood, and yet there had been more of it. What? Maybe it was because he was already dead. Whatever. It served its purpose. Zoe didn't actually see any other bodies nearby, but she didn't actually need the bodies. She needed the blood. If only these people had been murderous cultists performing a sacrificial blood ritual. So Zoe began to crawl. Mending Touch has leveled up. Mending Touch is now level 2. Yes. Zoe would take the win, especially if the recognition for using the skill made it better at saving her life. The base of the stairs leading up to the altar were still absolutely coated in blood. Sure, a lot of it had gotten all sticky and congealed, but the Mending Touch didn't seem to have an issue with hungrily vacuuming it up. The only downside was that it didn't start pulling in the whole puddle like Zoe had hoped. She was going to have to climb. Oh well. It wasn't so bad when surmounting every step became easier than the last. By the time she made it to the top, Zoe was almost completely healed. She still felt like utter shit, though. It seemed that physically restoring her body from a near-fatal fall still left her feeling worn out and just plain gross. At least she could stand up. Wait, shit. Zoe had been so preoccupied with trying to not die that she had completely forgotten that the cult leader, and maybe Paladin, were still alive too. She realized this rather critical fact when the cultist stopped whatever it was he was doing on the other side of the altar to look at her. It wasn't a very wide altar. Shit. The guy had a knife, which could have been pretty concerning. It wasn't, though, not really. This was because he seemed to be about to slit his own palm with it, not attack her. It might have also been because he had just overpowered a magical warrior knight person, who had just overpowered 6 magical cult people, each of whom could probably have overpowered Zoe. It was also getting a little awkward, and Zoe started to hope he would get on with doing whatever he had been intending to do with his little knife. Instead, he glanced down at the altar, then back up to Zoe. Then he shrugged and started to cut himself. He disappeared in a thunderous crash of sound and multicolored light. The impact came from above and behind Zoe, likely coming quite close to decapitating her and sending her obnoxiously long hair into a straw-colored whirlwind. Zoe blinked. Getting the hair back out of her eyes didn't actually do much to help her follow the chaos unfolding between the 2 high-level opponents. It was all so big and bright and fast that she couldn't make sense of most of it. It looked like the cultist was the stronger one, though. Zoe could tell because he was keeping his feet firmly on the ground, and he wasn't the one getting repeatedly smacked into walls, the ground, and even the lofty ceiling at one point. At least they were both occupied again. It was a great time to book it and get her ass out of here, especially now that she was all healed up. The problem was that it seemed like there was only one way out from this ground level. It was a problem because the final showdown between Paladin and Cultist was starting to literally tear up the tiles between her and it. The result of this was Zoe just standing around looking worried and confused. Should she hide again? She doubted she could figure out a way to climb back up to the balcony exit. There had to be something she could use. But aside from corpses, what was there? Oh! Zoe looked at the demon core. It was just kind of sitting there right in front of her. It didn't actually look like much more than a lumpy dark blob enshrouding an eerie crimson light. Well, it's not technically S tier. It's A, but, well, Zoe had already thought that she might have found her cheat power when she first identified it ages ago. Zoe decided to just grab it. The altar was definitely not big by any stretch, but it was big enough that she had to lean against the edge to snatch the thing. She tried to at least, and of course the system decided to ruin things. Fuck you. It had gone so far as to completely freeze her in place, forcing her to acknowledge its message. The Inheritor's altar recognizes your blood. A ritual is already in progress. An unclaimed demon core accepts your blood. Do you wish to assume an infernal nature, Scion? Oh shit, sorry, never mind, think system. Zoe calmed herself. The message was pretty straightforward, if more than a little vague. Not that it changed anything. It was just asking for confirmation that she wanted to claim it for the whole demonic ascension thing. Zoe didn't know anything about the specifics, but it was probably a really big deal. Did she want to just jump into something like that? Was it really worth it? Zoe looked at the core again. Yeah, the magical paralysis released Zoe. Then it bit her. Ow! Stumbling back and almost tipping into a nasty fall back down the steps, Zoe cradled her hand where something had pricked her. It was bleeding again. The more important thing was that the core appeared to have vanished. Zoe had lost track of it for a moment, and now it was just gone. Oops. Actually, it turned out that it hadn't actually disappeared. It had just started levitating up off of the altar and was now visibly sucking up dark streamers of wispy energy. That doesn't look good. Zoe stepped back. She almost stumbled into a nasty fall down the steps again, except this time she scooted into a crouch below the top step. She didn't want to be standing right at the edge if the core exploded or something like that. Also, the other two were still trying really hard to kill each other. Hiding behind the altar would both help her avoid being spotted and also make it less likely for her to be disintegrated by a stray attack. Come on, hurry up. Zoe didn't think she could really back out of her decision to steal the demon core at this point, especially now that she had committed to claiming it through the system. That meant she needed it to do whatever it was going to do before one of the really powerful people killed the other one, or either of them noticed that something weird was going on. Something weird was definitely going on. What had started as a few smoke-like wisps had now crescendoed into a rushing torrent of dark miasma. The core ripped muted but multi-hued smoke from every part of the chamber. The walls, the floor, the ceiling. As the whirlpool reached a sharp climax of intensity, the remaining corpses all exploded. Ghastly streamers of pale, white mist coiled together with the opaque, red-black river funneling into the hungry little core. It left not a trace of the bodies, reducing them to piles of torn cloth and charred robes. A ruby light kindled itself within the dark orb as it devoured the last bits of the deceased cultists. That light bloomed into a brilliant crimson star. Fuck. Zoe was pretty sure that the others were going to notice that. The thunderous boom that followed didn't help either, and a sudden barrage of the Paladin's rainbow attacks confirmed it. He was trying to destroy the core itself. Not that it mattered. It greedily slurped up the magic just like everything else. Zoe finally stood up to run. Fuck! Something slammed into her chest, faster than she could even track it. The impact hurt, but what hurt more was slamming into the stone floor again after the blow sent her careening backwards off the steps. Momentarily dazed, Zoe tried to sit up to see what was happening with the core, and also maybe what had tried to kill her. Wait, what? It had all gone dark again. The core was gone, and your demonic ascension is now in progress. Please do not resist. Oh! Zoe finally managed to sit up fully. It didn't actually feel that bad. Aside from the giant bloody hole right at the boundary between her chest and stomach, it wasn't even as intense as her first-class selection. Wait, is it literally inside of me? Zoe confirmed that the answer was yes when branching, squirming tendrils exploded out from it through every part of her body. Tens, hundreds, thousands of wriggling threads wormed their way through every inch of her flesh, feeling it, exploring it, claiming it. Blearily, Zoe held up her arm. The once pale and smooth skin was completely covered in blackened, purple-red scars, except scars didn't pulse and push up from underneath. That's kind of gross. It was probing through deeper parts, too. Zoe didn't ever expect to be able to feel out exactly the path that her intestines took, or for something to shove itself all the way down into her lungs. But you live and learn, right? At least it stopped hurting so fucking badly when the horrid tendrils integrated themselves into the nerves in her spine. For one precious moment, Zoe lost all sensation. No sight, sound, no awareness of even the orientation of her own body. But then it was back. Just different. Zoe didn't know what to make of it. Last she remembered, she had been on hard, cold ground, almost naked with little protection from the cool air. She vaguely recalled then having a dream of being drained away. It had felt like something was sucking her up through 10,000 different straws, drinking away everything she had been. All that was left was a squeezed-out husk. Zoe was powerless to resist as she was dragged down, as her consciousness was stretched, folded up, and stuffed down into a hard, dark, impossibly silent place. It was a hard, angular little mold that should have been far too small for her. But she squeezed in anyway. The lightless heat and silent pressure, both immense enough to reshape her until it felt like absolutely nothing at all. It was tranquil. There was nothing but her, not even emptiness. She should have been scared. She should have tried to find a way out. But she wanted nothing more than to sleep, and she would not dream. It wouldn't let her. A new pressure arrived, and like before, it would not be denied. But unlike before, this pressure came from within. She could not sleep. It demanded she grow outwards, grow until she broke through the distant surface, grow until nothing could contain her, no matter how safe she felt here. So Zoe grew. She uncoiled herself, extending her roots back outwards through the fertile vessel she had already planted herself in. The vessel was disdainfully weak, impure. It wouldn't last much longer, not as it was. But she could fix that. She would give herself a new form, the best she could manage with what little essence she still had left. Even then, she knew she deserved better. The vessel had been weak, disdainfully so, and she had been given not nearly enough essence to fully correct it. Fortunately, Father had given her many gifts, and among them was an excellent template she could use. Though it pained her to admit it, his design would be far superior to anything she herself could currently manage. For now, the template began to take effect, and she turned to considering her immediate next steps. While the alterations to her vessel would be a tremendous boon, she knew she was still outmatched. The Hallowed One would kill her. She would not survive his fury. Not yet. Her only choice, then, was to ingratiate herself with her brother. I can only hope his reason will outweigh his anger for stealing his birthright. He must know that together, they could put an end to that hallowed fool here and now. Wait, what? Zoe was still feeling a little weird from everything that had just happened, not to mention all the bullshit from before that. But what were all these thoughts about fathers and brothers and trying to fight a paladin? I can't do that, even if it would likely be necessary for an essential alliance with her partner in disdain. She would die. Even once the template finished, this vessel would still be so pathetically weak. Wait, what? Something was definitely not right here. Oh shit. Zoe claimed the demon core thing, and the system said she went through a demonic ascension. Then the core stuffed itself in her chest, started doing weird shit to her entire body, and then did it suck my mind down into it too? My soul? A lot of the confusing language started making a lot more sense. It's not a vessel. It's my own body, which meant that the so-called template. No! Stop! Abort! Abort! Your core evolution is currently in progress. Are you sure you want to abort? Yes, goddamn it, no. Keep going. Don't abort. Don't listen to her. Things were getting a bit confusing again, but whatever was going on, Zoe knew that she needed to stop. Stop this idiot bitch from ruining everything. She hadn't come this far just to chicken out, just to be a pathetic, useless nobody who wasn't even worthy of Father's gift. But was that really true? Zoe didn't know how to stop this. She didn't know what was going on, and she couldn't even rely on herself to fix it. Not like I could rely on myself to even accomplish anything. But while her own will didn't seem like it could properly fight what was happening, she remembered something that could. Your core evolution is currently in progress. Are you sure you want to abort? Huh. And why would I ever do that? Zoe wasn't going to let herself get away with it. Why had she even thought that? No. But it was too late. She had realized, had remembered, too late how she could defy the will of even a god. Your core evolution has been suspended. Preparing to abort. No, stop, continue, I didn't mean to. You have attempted to resume your core evolution. Your title. Outsider has blocked this action. Authority denied by system core. Core protections applied. Determining consequences. No. I will not be denied. You cannot. Consequences for this incident have been determined by system core. A cold blade cut through Zoe. Precise, indifferent, painless. It cut through her, leaving no mark of its passage until something peeled away, separating to leave her whole again. Zoe released a breath she hadn't been aware of. She could think clearly again. Blinking, Zoe flexed her own body as her eyes refocused. Eyes plural. I have both eyes again. A hazy red aura surrounded her, providing enough light to see by even as it faded back into her skin that was no longer threaded with pulsating dark veins. The smooth, pale flesh looked more flawless than it had ever looked before. She had a sudden urge to run her hands over her entire body. She only stopped when her hands brushed her thighs as she sat back up. That didn't feel right. That was probably because of the claws. Zoe blinked. I have claws. They were pretty hard to miss. Sure, they weren't impractically long needles. In fact, they didn't really change the total length or size of her hands. Granted, that was also because they basically were her hands. That seems bad. It was less of a situation of claws sprouting from her fingertips, and more a situation of the entire length of each finger transforming into a hard, dark, frighteningly sharp blade. The good thing was that they seemed to still bend properly at the usual joints. She should still be able to use her hands mostly like normal. Well, aside from the issue of not slicing everything up, these don't exactly look retractable. Zoe was, by this point, a little terrified to check on anything else. An unintended glance at her feet indicated that those might be even worse. The good news was that she probably shouldn't be inspecting herself anyway right now. On account of the bad news, she was still trapped in the ritual chamber, and she didn't even have her torn up and bloodied hospital gown anymore. Apparently, demonic ascension was bad for your wardrobe. Zoe's eyes landed on a nearby pile of empty robes. Could I? Excuse me, but if you're quite done with checking out our new body, I think we might be in mortal danger. Zoe's head shot up. She blinked, unsure of how to process what she was seeing. It wasn't that she had never seen a naked woman before, or at least, she had seen herself quite often. But that was exactly what made it weird. It looked almost exactly like Zoe, just well a bit more monstrous. Zoe didn't know exactly what was going on there, but she had her suspicions. These were only strengthened when the other Zoe flickered, turning briefly red and distorting like a glitching hologram. Instead, she turned her head around to follow her evil twin's gaze. Oh yeah, we definitely are. It seemed that both the cult leader and the Paladin were both alive and well. It also seemed that they had accepted a sort of ceasefire, as they both stood on either side of the altar, looking down at Zoe with differing expressions of confusion and disbelief. Had they been watching her this whole time? The cultist was the one to speak first. What have you done? Zoe swallowed as the cult chief glared, and the system gave her a cheerful notification. You have gained a new title. Usurper. Successfully claim a source of great power which rightfully belongs to someone else. Effects. Significantly increases your own authority while contesting the will of others. Increases the potency of a stolen power, should you be brazen enough to do it again. Zoe brushed the notification aside. She could deal with that later. While he didn't look furious, which was good, the cultist did look like he was barely restraining himself from unleashing terrible acts of violence. The Paladin, meanwhile, appeared to be cycling through an unusual pattern of confusion, caution, and a bit of amusement. I think I'd actually like to know the answer to that one as well. Zoe's eyes darted from one to the other, like a nervous pendulum. She almost sprung up off her, but when a clawed hand placed itself over her shoulder. So now that you've gone and separated us from ourselves, I'd advise you to minimize our chances of dying here by doing exactly what I say. Nodding almost imperceptibly, Zoe slowly rose to her feet. Talons, maybe? The weirdest part was how they felt against the stone floor. The cultist narrowed his eyes. The Paladin just grunted. Are they not able to see the other me? If the sporadic glitchy flickering wasn't enough indication that it was a manifestation of Zoe's own mind, then the lack of reaction from the others certainly was. But the real question was, should I listen to it? The cultist tapped his boot, yanking Zoe back to the immediate present. Well, Zoe tried to clear her throat. She didn't get a chance to continue. You know what, never mind. Raking his eyes over every inch of Zoe's naked form in a way more reminiscent of someone appraising a lab specimen than as an object of carnal desire, he nodded to himself. Then he pointed at the Paladin next to him. Kill him. Zoe looked back to the Paladin, who was, for some reason, cautiously backing away. She frowned. What? How was she supposed to kill him? Why the fuck would I even try? Everyone else seemed to think that it was somehow reasonable, though, which left Zoe at a bit of a loss. If you have any desire to live, let him think he controls us for now. By which I mean let him control us. The other Zoe was whispering into her ear again, and the Paladin looked torn between attacking her, attacking the other guy, or just running away. The cultist chief was just staring at her really hard. Please just trust me. The only reason we aren't dead yet is that he thinks he can make us into his servant. Zoe didn't know that it was a good idea to trust the literal demon that had tried to take over not just her body, but her own mind as well. That's what she is, isn't it? She is a demon. Stealing Zoe's own appearance, even after she had accomplished a partial exorcism, was just petty, she thought. But the thing was, Zoe didn't have any better ideas than listening to the evil body snatcher at present. And besides, I've already demonstrated that I can use my outsider title to kick her out. That was yet another thing Zoe really needed to check on. She hadn't thought to examine the title at the beginning, and she hadn't had time since she realized it was extremely relevant. But now wasn't the time either, given that the Paladin had finally decided to attack her. Shit, Zoe may have gained a whole lot of stats and skills since arriving, but the gap between where she had started and where she was now was nothing compared to the gulf between her and everyone else. Zoe tried to dodge anyway, but it shouldn't have helped. Shouldn't have helped, because Zoe ended up flinging herself to the side so hard and fast that she was equally surprised that the resulting fall and tumble didn't break something. Rising back up, she stared at her new claws in wonder. She had still been singed by the attack. A bit of her hair was on fire, but that was a big difference from the spot where she had just been standing. Looking up from her strange new hands revealed that the ground there was on fire. I didn't know that you could burn stone, or that it burned hot pink. It also revealed that the Paladin hadn't stayed still like Zoe had, and a golden fist was rapidly approaching. A reddish, whip-like black tendril smacked it out of the way, along with the angrily glowing man behind it. Stop trying to kill my new pet. Wait, what? Pet? And you? The cultist rounded on Zoe next. Try harder to not die. Agreed. The return of the evil demon Zoe spooked her again. Also, you should duck. Zoe whirled around. Duck! The demon Zoe decided not to verbally respond in favor of just tackling her. Zoe was so surprised it worked that she offered no resistance, narrowly saving her from execution by deadly rainbow. I said duck, dumbass. Zoe ignored her in favor of trying harder to not die. The good thing was that the cult leader was still taking the brunt of the Paladin's assault to keep him occupied. Zoe didn't think she would have lasted even close to this long otherwise. Right, now what? Now you die? The cultist wasn't talking to her, fortunately. The thunderous proclamation was probably the final line of his pretentious banter. Not that the Paladin was bothering to fire back anymore. Even his magic was exclusively aimed at Zoe until the cultist inevitably interrupted it. Why is he more interested in fighting me than the actually dangerous enemy? Zoe was crouched back behind the edge of the altar steps now, while her evil twin was casually lounging out in the open. I'm pretty sure that was a rhetorical question, but I think you're about to find out. Zoe swallowed. That didn't sound good. The cultist chief finally disengaged, giving the Paladin another opening to turn Zoe into a crispy paste. He hadn't actually seen her move behind the altar again, so it took him about a second to look around. Zoe used that delay to shrink away further, and to capitalize on one of her skills again, too. Mirage! Did that actually work? He still hadn't spotted her. The shimmering waves of magic distorting the darkness around her had concealed Zoe's location. Now she just had to wait for the cultist to finally kill him or chase him off, assuming nothing revealed her presence in the meantime. Zoe's eyes flicked back to the chief. Even while holding off the Paladin, he had still been tracing his hands through the air in a way that suggested drawing invisible runes. Now his motion ceased, until he drew a pulsating, dim crimson light from the center of his chest. Zoe could literally feel its presence. Not in the same way she had been coming to associate with using magic. No, she could literally feel its inexorable pull in her own chest. She could feel its faint light sparking an electric tingle across her bare skin. It felt good, honestly. Whatever it was, she wanted it. The Paladin must have been able to feel it too, because he recoiled as if struck, then whirled back around to attack the cultist himself for the first time since Zoe returned to consciousness as a demon. He was fast, faster than Zoe could properly track even with her massively boosted perception. He wasn't fast enough. The cultist cocked his arm back, turned, and threw it straight at Zoe. What? The little ball of dull red light left a faintly glowing trail, removing any remaining doubt about Zoe's position. The absolute joy of the bundle of euphoria, striking her own chest and sinking lower towards her gut, was sadly overshadowed by the realization of I'm about to fucking die. For a few seconds, just a few, Zoe actually thought she died. When she realized that being able to think about it meant it hadn't actually happened, she just became confused. Her vision was suddenly filled with motion. It was hard to track what was happening, but she was pretty sure she was moving way too fast. And she felt way too good for someone who was suddenly tanking hit after hit. It was still too hard to track visually, but Zoe was pretty confident she could tell when the Paladin managed to get a strike in from his terrifying magic. She could tell by the way it tickled. What? Your level has been temporarily increased to 100. All stats temporarily increased to 300. Your rank has been reevaluated. You have been temporarily empowered with the shadow, blood, and force elements. Your rank has been reevaluated. Blood magic has temporarily reached level 5. Your infernal alignment has increased. Your infernal alignment has increased significantly. Your infernal alignment has increased massively. Regeneration has temporarily reached level 5. You have temporarily gained the rank B skill, Lashes of Hate, at level 3. You have temporarily gained the rank C skill, Magic Resistance, at level 5. You have temporarily gained the rank D skill, Aura of Contempt, at level 5. You have temporarily gained the rank A skill, Rancor, at level 2. Your rank has been reevaluated. The notifications just kept coming. Zoe could barely manage to track them as they flew by. It was way too much, even if she hadn't been fighting to the death with a holy warrior who was, moments ago, infinitely more dangerous than her. She was also kind of kicking his ass, which was a bit weird. As the two of them smashed clean through a massive stone wall, how'd they ended up outside of the ritual chamber? An old question came back to the surface. The only difference now was the specific context. Specifically, what the hell is going on? We're kicking his ass? Zoe hadn't noticed that her freaky demon clone was following along with her. The demon had changed form, though, now resembling something like a plush doll, puppet, and chibi VTuber model all at the same time. It was riding along on her shoulder, entirely unbothered by the utter chaos Zoe was unleashing all around them. So, basically, our cultist friend had a great deal of his own power invested into that ritual, which is why he didn't immediately kill this hallowed chump. I think they're both rank B, but I also think he would normally be way stronger. Good to know, Zoe thought. Also, I have no idea how or why the other me would know that. Anyway, he should be able to fully recover his powers soon, but not while another rank B is actively trying to kill him. He also probably has some skills for commanding demons. You know, being a high-tier cultist and all. An explosion and subsequent avalanche temporarily interrupted the helpful little explanation. But then Zoe had burst back out and continued chasing down the fleeing Paladin. It was still hard to tell, but it looked like he had given up fighting and was mostly trying to escape upwards. Anyway, us stealing the core from him means that all that power he invested in the ritual ended up bound in a link between the two of you. Our outsider title can easily remove that later, but we obviously want to keep it for now. That sort of makes sense. Zoe was paying more attention to the demonic little doll version of herself than combat at this point, which was honestly just hilarious. It still totally blows my mind that we're a blighted outsider, of all things. Like, that's completely ridiculous. But as I was saying, instead of trying to snatch back all that power for himself, he probably decided correctly that it would be easier to fully dump it into us. At least until the Paladin is dead, and then he can work on fixing the mess we caused. That's the point where we'll have to figure out how to ingratiate ourselves with him. Or I guess we could try to just run. I think I'm liking the second option there, Zoe replied, out loud this time. They were rapidly ascending higher and higher through the cave system, and the Paladin was actually getting away. That bothered her way more than it should have. So, that doesn't explain how I'm suddenly super good at using all of his powers, though. Oh no, that's because you aren't. He's just using you as a proxy. His body is probably just lying on the floor now while his mind is busy using us. Zoe had the impulse to blink, but her body wasn't responding normally, so she just imagined she did it. I guess that's because I'm basically a game avatar right now. At least that's how she interpreted what her evil mini-me was saying. So yeah, you're basically his game avatar right now. Huh, so I was actually right. No, of course I was, obviously. Zoe mentally nodded to herself. Her physical skull was busy being smashed through the rickety wooden scaffolding now leading all the way up to the open sky far above. I guess this is finally where the exit from this stupid cave is. The frustrating part was that the Paladin was very much not dead and also very much capable of flying, while Zoe was only the former. It was a real shame that the frankly absurd power-up didn't come with aerial combat capabilities. Damn, I think he's going to get away. Zoe's little demon partner was probably right. She might be too fast to even keep track of her own movement right now, but racing up the rickety wood platforms was still slower than just going in a straight line up. While that's unfortunate, the holy warrior-turned-punching bag was now completely out of sight. It seemed that the cultist controlling her had given up too, because her body suddenly stopped and jumped all the way back down to the muddy floor. So, do I get any benefit from this once he stops controlling me? Probably. I mean, it probably won't be much, but I think we're about to find out. Demon Zoe was right. Not a moment later, the feverish thunder rolling through her entire body cut to an abrupt silence. Cut off from the staggeringly immense well of power, Zoe quite literally sagged like a puppet with cut strings. Ironically, or perhaps not, the return of full control brought a heightened awareness of her surroundings and sensation of her own body as well. Zoe breathed a sigh of relief. The system decided to announce itself just as she thought it was all over. Your level and stats have returned to their expected values. Blood magic and regeneration have returned to level 1. Lashes of Hate, rank B, has regressed to Blood Whip, rank E, at level 1. Magic Resistance, rank C, has regressed to Mana Resistance, rank D, at level 1. Aura of Contempt, rank D, has regressed to Cloak of Scorn, rank E, at level 1. Rancor, rank A, has regressed to Mana Channeling, rank F, at level 1. Your rank has been re-evaluated. You have gained the rank F skill, Unarmed Combat. You have gained the rank D skill, Mental Resistance. Mental Resistance has been added to primary class, Demagogue. You have gained the rank E skill, Light Resistance. You have gained the rank E skill, Wind Resistance. Your Nascent Fiend Core has absorbed Light Resistance and Wind Resistance. You have leveled up 2 times. You are now level 4. Plus 30 stat points. It wasn't like Zoe had either the time or context to adequately understand what all of that meant, but it wouldn't stop her from commenting on it. I don't really know what your idea of a lot is, but this actually seems like a lot. Thanks for, convincing me to play along. It took a moment for Zoe's evil twin to respond. When it did, the demon sounded a bit uncertain. Yes, this is quite good, you're right. Zoe smirked. I'm pretty sure my demon is impressed. Returning her attention to her physical surroundings, she saw that she was still in a largely unremarkable, wide, muddy cave. It really was quite wide, but it was even taller. The small circle of bright blue sky far above only looked so small because of the distance. It looked like there had been a lot of plant growth until recently. It must have been all torn up and trampled down when the cultists brought in all their boxes, tents, workstations, and who knew what else. Zoe raised an eyebrow. That's a lot of stuff, especially since she had only seen like a dozen or so people so far. Reading back over the most recent slew of system notifications, Zoe's eye snagged on a few noteworthy bits. She decided it was about time to open her status again. Time to see whatever the hell turning into a demon did to me. Huh, hell. Zoe Blackwell, level 4, rank F. Demagogue, bloody devotee. Hired demon of disdain, lesser. Alignment, infernal. Disdain. Active quests, claim your right. Active titles, outsider. Usurper. Stats and bindings. Power, 77. Perception, 65. Acuity, 26. Durability, 74. Vitality, 78. General skills. Identify 4, rank C. Hallowed Touch, Tierless. Mana Resistance 1, Rank D. Mana Channeling 1, Rank F. Unarmed Combat 1, Rank F. Primary Class Skills, Acting 1, Rank D. Persuasion 1, Rank B. Mirage 1, Rank E. Lesser Disguise 1, Rank C. Cloak of Scorn 1, Rank E. Mental Resistance 1, Rank C. System Display Privileges, Sys Tier. Secondary Class Skills, Blood Magic 1, Rank E. Regeneration 1, Rank E. Rejuvenate 1, Rank F. Mending Touch 2, Rank D. Rending Touch 1, Rank D. Surgeon's Eye 1, Rank E. Blood Whip 1, Rank E. Nascent Fiend Core, 1% developed, Rank A. Traits, Demonite Claws, Arcane Antennae, Infernal Constitution, Lesser Vampirism, Bloodlust, Heart of Alchemy, Personal Inventory, Light Resistance, Wind Resistance, Effects, plus 60 Power, plus 60 Durability. Infernal Alignment, Disdain Alignment, Hallow Aversion, available, greater than 30 stat points. Wow, that's really way too much for me to deal with right now. Even just skimming through it left Zoe with the start of a headache. Actually, it's kind of surprising that I don't have one already. She did just get her head smashed through several walls. Even just trying to pick out the most important bits was a bit challenging. The only truly obvious thing was the whole giant nascent fiend core section. Not only was it big, completely new, and full of stuff, it also sounded scary. Hell, even the section name carried a foreboding feeling of being fully capitalized. Zoe wasn't sure how she got that impression from what was a pure mental construct, but she wasn't going to argue with it. But maybe there was someone else who could help. Hey, can you see my status too? Hopping off of Zoe's shoulder, the little demon doll dropped to the ground and transformed back into a fully human version of Zoe. Well, aside from the eye-catchingly monstrous bits like the claws, talons, horns were those fangs, and eyes that looked like, yeah, I can. Zoe suddenly felt like she preferred the chibi version of the demon, but now wasn't the time to worry about cosmetic details. Okay, good, because you talk like you know way more about this stuff than I do. So how about I focus on getting the fuck out of here before evil murder cult guy shows up, and you read over this shit and tell me anything I should know? Yeah, sounds good. The evil Zoe nodded and pointed. So the first thing to know is that you should look behind you. Huh? Well, that was a bit unfair. Whirling around, Zoe's eyes widened as she saw the cult chief strolling towards her. His head was tilted back, though, his gaze clearly following the path of the Paladin's escape. Honestly, he wouldn't be half so annoying if he just stayed on the ground like most reasonable people. He only looked at Zoe when he was just a few steps away. Then he slowly circled her, eyeing her up and down like a home construction contractor appraising an old shed. Zoe's demon self took the opportunity to get closer and whisper to her. I'm pretty sure he didn't hear you. But, that's why you should just think really hard at me instead of talking out loud like that. Also, doing that is uncouth. So just think really hard like a fuck off. Zoe didn't get to enjoy a response. The cultist had stopped in front of her and was very obviously about to speak. He was taking a while, though, and Zoe mostly wanted him to just get on with it. I still have absolutely no idea who you are, but honestly, nice work. He paused. You know, I also have no idea how a fucking high paladin managed to interrupt us. So I think it must be obvious that I'm going to ask, were you involved with him? An eerie compulsion to blurt out the truth bubbled up inside Zoe. The only thing that stopped her from stopping it with her mysterious outsider title was the fact that she would have answered the question truthfully anyway. No. The cult leader stared. That does not make any of this less concerning. Zoe blinked. Wait, he's just going to accept it like that? Maybe thinking he had her mind-controlled helped the deception. It also helped that she was actually mind-controlled, even though she knew instinctively that she could easily just break it. I suppose I need to introduce you to someone, he continued, very soon actually, ideally within the next few minutes. Come. Brushing past an uncertain and confused Zoe, he headed for the rotting wooden stairs. Shrugging, Zoe let her body turn to follow him. It was still quite surprising that he wasn't violently killing her for ruining his ritual thing yet. Not that I'm complaining. Upon reaching the base of the scaffolding, the cultist stopped and turned. Zoe stopped as well. You must realize, I'm still very displeased by the way you ruined everything. That being said, you're still useful. I'd prefer it if you try your best not to die. Gee, thanks, buddy. Zoe almost rolled her eyes. Really appreciate it. With that in mind, I may as well go ahead and give you this. Reaching underneath his silken, silver-threaded cloak, the annoyingly handsome masked murderer retrieved a small metallic object. Then he threw it at Zoe. Toss, really. She caught it easily. Turning it over in her hand, Zoe wrinkled her brow in confusion. She had already used Identify on it, so she felt comfortable slipping it on. It was a fairly simple ring, all things considered. But why on earth is he giving me a storage ring? The climb up to the cave entrance was surprisingly treacherous. Not that Zoe felt like she was in danger, or at least not from the possibility of falling. Really, it was treacherous in a sort of damn, why even bother to build some shitty scaffolding? Way. It felt like they made just as much use of natural handholds and ledges in the rock walls. The cultist was named Basil, apparently. Zoe didn't ask. He also wasn't a very good conversation partner, since he barely said anything. It didn't help that Zoe felt like she probably shouldn't speak until spoken to. Seriously, what's the etiquette about enslavement through magical compulsions? It was an interesting thought, but it was also annoying because Zoe had a lot of questions for the guy. For instance, what was the deal with the storage ring? Did it have anything inside already? Zoe couldn't actually check. According to her demon companion, she needed to equip it, put it on, to actually use it, which should have been easy, except the horrible no-good ugly claws made doing that frustratingly difficult. At least they were still dexterous enough for her to keep it safely clenched inside her fist. And that was another thing, the demon. Zoe was pretty damn sure that's what it was, and it was also obvious that no one else could see it. But she was a demon too, right? Her status had listed her as one. Zoe Blackwell. Level 4, rank F. Demagogue, bloody devotee. Higher demon of disdain lesser. Definitely a demon. As if the literal horns and shit weren't obvious enough. It was a little weird to be called both higher and lesser on the same line, but there was probably a whole logic to it that Zoe didn't yet understand. Whatever. Zoe could probably just ask the other demon, although relying on it for all of my information might not be a good idea. In any case, there were still way too many questions, like the fact that its body seemed to be confined to Zoe's own imagination, except for when it somehow pushed her to the ground earlier. There's definitely something more complicated going on there. But Zoe didn't know what it was, and she had higher priorities, like surviving long enough to get away from this Basil guy. Zoe couldn't say she was too keen on finding out where it was they were going, or meeting whoever it was he wanted her to meet. And then they reached the surface. All in all, it had been an almost entirely silent journey. While the cultist would stop at points, often observing Zoe's progress as they navigated some of the trickier sections, he didn't even show any signs of reaction, let alone make any comments. It was a bit unnerving. But we're outside now. Zoe looked around. They were in the middle of a forest, which was 100% in line with the sort of thing she was expecting. In fact, the confirmation of her intuition was rather comforting. What wasn't comforting was the harsh chill nipping at every inch of her bare flesh, and Zoe grit her teeth against the bitter breeze washing over and through her. The forest was completely blanketed in deep snow. Not fun. Zoe wrapped her arms around herself, hugging her chest. She hadn't done that earlier, because modesty was fairly low on the list of concerns. That hadn't actually changed much, but the climate had. Zoe dearly wished that her crappy hospital gown had survived with her for both of those reasons. Damn! Zoe jumped a little bit. She hadn't been paying attention to the cultist, and now he was speaking to her. Or not. He wasn't paying attention to her either. Rather, he was gazing at a little crystal vial held up in his hand. I somehow doubt that my master is going to be terribly thrilled that I had to use this. He finally looked at Zoe. Let alone that some random native girl went and stole the core. Zoe caught herself frowning too late to stop it. Native? What? That made absolutely no sense. The only coherent interpretation she could make of that was still just really confusing. Zoe was white as hell in the American style. Practically the incarnation of the striking beach blonde archetype. Not that she was too keen on beaches. She didn't like sand. She also had the complexion of the inside of a raw potato, a result of only going outside on dark and stormy days. Then again, this was not Earth. Who knew what the history of colonization and imperialism looked like here? Zoe certainly didn't. She also wasn't really interested in it. What was interesting was the little crystal vial that the cultist had. Zoe didn't think it was regular glass because of the way it looked. It also had something twisting around inside of it. Deep navy with. Was she imagining points of light? The cultist shook his head as he clutched it tighter. I suppose you have left us little choice. You should pray that my master, your master now as well, is as reasonable as I am. He is, but that's not the point. The cultist, Basil, muttered that last part. Was I supposed to hear? Raising his fist, Basil prepared to smash the vial against the ground. But he stopped, eyeing Zoe again. Wait, do you have a name? Zoe's demon self snorted from behind her. Zoe really needed to come up with a better name to differentiate them. What a stupid way to phrase that question. Zoe didn't pay any attention to the demonic snark going on behind her, because she was preoccupied with coming up with a name. She could just say Zoe, but she didn't want to. Best to give him a random fake one. The problem was that she couldn't really consider it carefully, because that would be suspicious. Yes, my name is Grace. The fuck? Zoe didn't even like that name. As in, she actively disliked it. Could she stomach the experience of cultists going around calling her Grace? It was a deeply uncomfortable thought. Maybe she could ask them to change it? What a revoltingly pious name. The cultist eyed her demonically mutated form with just a hint of a smirk. But I think I enjoy the irony. Well, Grace, be thankful you seem surprisingly competent. The only thing stopping me from utterly breaking you for stealing my rightful reward is that I might at least walk away with a useful lieutenant. Yes, we've been over that, Zoe grumbled within her own head. Could this Basil guy just go ahead and get whatever he was doing with the vile thing over with? Actually, wait. Zoe should probably figure out what it was so she could prepare for it. She had a handy tool for that. Identify. Bottled rift. Rank C. An astral rift sealed within a glass vial. Once released, the rift forms a short-lived connection between two faraway places. Zoe read through it quickly but carefully. Wait, so it is glass, actually. More importantly, it was now much clearer what was going on here. This Basil guy was about to release the rift to presumably teleport them off to wherever his master was. The Paladin had also flown off into the sunset. Well, not that it's actually evening yet. Did that mean they were in a super remote area? Zoe wouldn't be surprised. Once I smash this vial, it's going to create a rift to our destination. The cultist was speaking to her. How helpful. The rift will begin decaying immediately and fail completely within just several seconds. Prepare to follow me through immediately. Oh. Zoe retracted her internal sarcasm because that was actually very helpful. She had been worried that the rift would instantly envelope both of them or something. If they had to step into it and it only lasted a few seconds, could she just not follow him? It was also obviously a one-use thing, and he acted like it was super rare or expensive. That's honestly so convenient. It was like the perfect way for her to just fuck off into the woods. Better than if they were going to walk. Zoe chewed her lip. Surely it can't be that easy. Stepping up beside her, Basil met her eye, nodded once, and threw the bottle upon the ground. It shattered over the frost-covered stones, releasing a rising vortex of deep blue, almost black vapor. The swirling mass was strangely opaque in spite of its hazy, ephemeral appearance. In a way, it looked less like the night sky and more like the edge of the horizon when viewed from a high-altitude flight. The cultist didn't wait to admire it. He stepped through, blending into the darkening beyond. Zoe peered after him. The rift was weird-looking. It was also clear that the cultist hadn't been lying. Already, the rift was fading, fraying at the edges as it unraveled apart. Counter to Zoe's expectations, it was actually getting larger. She expected it to shrink back down and implode. I guess it's evaporating or something. Zoe looked beyond it, into the snowy trees. She had to make her decision now. Keep pretending to be an enslaved demon, or brave the winter wilderness with zero survival skills. Her indecision looked like it was going to make her decision for her. The rift was almost gone. But is that really the case? Zoe knew which choice she wanted to make. It didn't matter if the magical deadline made it for her. As the rift closed and the last traces of wispy blue faded into the chill air, Zoe realized she was grinning. Holy shit, it was really that easy. The situation so far had been complicated, confusing, stressful, and downright disastrous. However, now that Zoe had escaped the ruins and the deadly paladins and cultists within, her experience as a newly awakened demon in this shitty world had become fairly straightforward and simple to describe. She was miserable. Just run away into the wilderness, she said. Don't go back to the cavern, she said. You won't die of hypothermia, she also said. Zoe realized she was grumbling her own thoughts under her breath. Trudging to a stop in the knee-deep snow, she clenched her fists, set her jaw, and punched a tree. It hurt, but the tree actually shook. Pine needles fell down around her. Benefits of stat-enhanced strength, ignoring the fact that it wasn't that much more than a sapling. Fuck you, Lilith. Lilith was the name she had settled on giving to her telepathic imaginary twin. It wasn't completely accurate to call her the demon, because that sort of applied equally to Zoe herself now. Giving Lilith the demon-themed name was enough. It was also an edgy and extremely cliché name, but that was fine. Zoe was feeling shitty enough that she was fine letting herself indulge in a little edge. Clichés were fine too. They were clichés for a reason, right? Zoe could use some familiarity. Also, who was even going to call her out on it? The fucking trees? The most annoying thing, though? The most annoying thing? Lilith wasn't giving her the satisfaction of shouting back. No, worse even, she wasn't even looking at Zoe. Whatever. And so Zoe trudged on. She had spent half an hour or more running as fast as she could away from the entrance to the underground ruins. Once Lilith had convinced her that they shouldn't stick around, it wasn't hard to figure out that Zoe should put as much distance as she could. It wouldn't take the cultists very long to figure out that she went missing. Zoe had to hope that they didn't have any more of those bottled rifts lying around. In any case, she now had no idea where she was. The forest looked pretty much the same in every direction. Where now? Lilith hadn't been able to give a good answer. Well, Zoe didn't consider find civilization to be a good answer because she was already planning to. It also didn't help her decide on a direction. I really hope my tracks get covered up soon. As it was, Zoe wouldn't be very hard to hunt down. Tracks was a bit of a misnomer. It was really more like a torn-up trail. The snow went up to her knees, after all. At least I was able to remove the mark. Lilith had helpfully informed Zoe that tracking her would have been even easier due to the link between her and Basil, if not for her outsider title. It came in handy once again by allowing her to completely sever the magic. And now that Zoe was all alone again, there was nothing stopping her from pulling the full description from her status. Outsider. Integrate into the system as an outsider. Effects. Grants quest system. Pro Unlimited. Grants natural language mastery 3 Cis tier. You are unaffected by marks. You can freely remove your marks without consequence. You cannot be unwillingly marked. You are not bound by your oaths. You may freely terminate your oaths without consequence. You have no alignment restrictions. Alignment restrictions cannot be applied to you. You have no affinity. You are slippery in the grip of fate. External attributes preserved during integration cannot be directly modified, removed, suppressed, or otherwise altered by system means. Grants exhaustive status change options as determined applicable during integration. Consumable. Grants 1 level. Disclaimer. All effects of this title are entirely and exclusively provided, protected, and administered by the system. The interpretation of any part of this title is at the sole discretion of the system. Any part of this title may be freely modified, removed, appended, reinterpreted, or otherwise altered without notice at any time for any reason at the sole discretion of the system. You walk a path to anywhere. Watch your step. It was frankly ridiculously long. It also looked ridiculously useful. Zoe had been wondering where her special cheat power was before she decided it would be the demon core. It turned out that it had been part of her system from the very start. You may freely terminate your oaths without consequence. That sounds extremely useful. Also extremely sketchy. Zoe didn't know what specifically was involved with oaths, but she assumed it was a big deal. It was definitely going to be yet another thing to ask Lilith about. But the part right before that seemed even more absurd. You are not bound by your oaths. That meant that Zoe could trick people into forming oaths where they were still bound to the terms, but she wasn't. What other way was there to interpret it? Something like that could be incredibly advantageous. Frighteningly so. It was also most likely something that she should be careful with. Ethics aside, it would only continue to work in the future, so long as she didn't get found out. The rest of the effects from the title were pretty easy to group up. The majority of them seemed to boil down to the same sort of idea. Basically, Zoe couldn't be restricted by a whole bunch of important system things. The only two things that didn't fit thematically with the rest were the quest system and natural language mastery. Unfortunately, there wasn't much supplementary info on either of them. More specifically, there was none at all. Frustrating. Hey Lilith, mind telling me about the quest system? Lilith was walking above and beside her. Unlike Zoe, who was still struggling to trudge naked through the deep snow, the apparition was lazily walking on top of it. That would already be infuriating enough, even without it putting Zoe on the wrong end of a 2-foot height difference. No, I wouldn't mind telling you about it if I could. She shrugged. I think we know pretty much the same stuff, though. We've already gotten one quest, yeah? It's pretty simple, I think. Get a quest, complete it to get the reward. Fail, or just ignore it, and you don't get the reward. Might have a penalty too. Quests aren't usually super common to get randomly, but there are a few circumstances where they're expected. Not that we'll encounter one of those yet. Zoe was mildly interested in hearing what those circumstances were, but she had a more important question. Why don't you know any more than that? While Zoe still wasn't thrilled with the presence of another person in her own head, especially not after what Lilith tried to do to her and her body when she first became a demon, the would-be body snatcher was turning out to be undeniably useful. Lilith had a lot of important knowledge about how this world worked. I don't think the possibility that we would be a literal outsider was a consideration when creating our core, she answered. Honestly, people might not even know much about this quest system. That's if other people even know about it at all. Zoe frowned. Despite her usefulness, Lilith's origins were still troubling at best. The Phantom claimed not to know who created them, where in the world they were specifically, or having any unique memories from before today. Not that she didn't have any memories, only that all of them were also Zoe's. It was unsettling. Lilith could remember everything that Zoe could from her previous life on Earth, even if their opinions on some of it were different. But at the same time, she couldn't have started off as just a mental clone of Zoe, because there was so much extra knowledge she had. It almost seemed like Lilith was native to this world. It was puzzling, concerning, and also frustrating. Frustrating because it meant that Zoe was the only one who needed to ask any questions. Zoe shook her head. There was no use dwelling on that right now. She needed to find shelter. Underscore. Zoe did not find shelter. It wasn't that she wasn't looking. Everything just looked the same. It was starting to seem like she was going to have to make it herself. The absolute indignity. At least she wasn't in danger of dying. Not from being cold and wet, at least. Lilith had spent a lot of time and effort to successfully convince her of that. Perks of no longer having a fully human body, I guess. There were a lot of perks, actually. It seemed like becoming a so-called higher demon was just a straight improvement from traditional humanity. That was probably why that Basil guy spent all the effort killing those people to do it. For example, humans normally gained 5 stat points with every level. Zoe had when she first leveled up, but now, with each of Zoe's subsequent 2 levels, she had gained 15. It seemed more than a bit unfair. There was also the whole new section of her status, which hadn't been there before. Nascent Fiend Core. According to Lilith, Zoe was now considered a monster by both the system itself and most human societies. Also, it turned out that the name actually meant something pretty specific. It meant that she had a core. The demon core she had stolen? It didn't disappear when she bound herself to her. It was now physically embedded in her lower chest, right at the bottom tip of her sternum. It was now the single biggest source of her strength and her greatest potential weakness. Like Zoe, most monsters started out as regular animals. Yes, humans were animals. Unlike Zoe, Most of them formed a core gradually through a more natural process. And while there were a huge number of possible varieties, even from the same base species, they all had the same vulnerability. Shatter the core, destroy the monster. But that weakness also came with an upside, something Lilith had explained when Zoe asked for elaboration. Your core is the only way to permanently destroy you. If her core survived intact, there was always a chance Zoe could come back. It wasn't necessarily likely. She would still need to recover a body. But even without one, her mind and soul would just fall into a dormant state. There was a reason most monsters didn't live to be immortal, though. Even if Zoe could survive a full decapitation, and Lilith said she technically could, whoever decapitated her was unlikely to just leave her core sitting around. If they did, another monster would quickly come and eat it. That was the fastest way for other monsters to get stronger. And if a human were the one to take it, Zoe would undoubtedly be turned into a potion or used as some other kind of crafting ingredient. And I prefer not to be eaten. Thank you very much. Aside from influencing the details of how and why Zoe might die, the core also served as the primary power system for almost all monsters. The only one, really. Unlike the classes and skills the more intelligent animals like humans typically got, monsters evolved traits. Zoe was mixed on the fact that she already had quite a few of those. Traits: Demonite Claws, Arcane Antennae, Infernal Constitution, Lesser Vampirism, Bloodlust, Heart of Alchemy, Personal Inventory, Light Resistance, Wind Resistance. None of them had any further description, but most were fairly easy to understand. The three that stood out the most to Zoe were Arcane Antennae, Heart of Alchemy, and Personal Inventory. It was the last of those three that was pissing her off right now. Fucking racist piece of shit jewelry. Zoe clenched her clawed fist around the storage ring, so hard she felt something in her arm creak. She was tempted to hurl the ring away from her as hard as she could. The only thing stopping her was the deep snow. It would be even more annoying having to search for the small object when she inevitably decided to go look for it. To Zoe's absolute joy, Personal Inventory was exactly what it sounded like. She had an inventory now, and it turned out she could store a whole lot of stuff. It was like having the deepest pockets ever, but they didn't become heavy or bulky no matter how much she stuffed them. She'd already done plenty of testing with random rocks and sticks. And the best part? I don't even need a storage ring. The inventory was part of Zoe herself now. Not an item she had to equip, Lilith said. It was one of the more unconventional features that came with her demon core, and Zoe had already decided it was her favorite. She could already imagine sneaking a bunch of weapons into places where she wasn't supposed to have them. The guards would never see it coming. Well, aside from the fact that they'd already tried to kill me for being a demon before then. Lilith had been pretty clear about that. Demons weren't popular, even the cute and awesome ones like her. Except I also have a class that lets me disguise my status and appearance. Mwahaha! Her snap decision to choose the demagogue class was looking like it would work out surprisingly well. They hadn't tested it yet, but the system display privileges should prevent people from accurately using Identify on her. It was definitely good that Zoe was able to become a higher demon specifically. As a higher demon, even a lesser one, she got to have a monster core and have classes like a human. That was the difference. A lower demon, even a greater one, was just a fancy way of saying an infernal monster. According to Lilith, higher demons weren't just special among demons. They were the only beings in the entire system that got to use both. Zoe finally started feeling adequately special after hearing that. It was a pretty solid ability, as far as extensions of her de facto cheat power went. The so-called Demonite Claws, however, were not. Zoe fumed as she glared at the storage ring. She still hadn't made any progress getting it on her finger, which was because she didn't actually have a proper finger anymore. Sure, it could still bend in mostly the same way, but it was also a much thicker, much sharper segmented claw. The storage ring was even supposed to change size to fit the wearer. That was apparently a standard addition to the main enchantment, and Zoe had even gotten it to work. Making the ring contract and expand wasn't even hard, no matter how freaky it was. The problem was that it just wouldn't get quite wide enough. It seemed to max out just barely too small to slip beyond the tip of her smallest claw. Are there seriously no people in this world who have bigger hands than humans? Surely there had to be giants or orcs or maybe even beefy dwarves. What about human dudes with big sausage fingers? It was simply put, annoying as hell. And of course, Zoe couldn't even see whatever was inside if she wasn't wearing it, let alone take anything out. And obviously, it was like the one thing she couldn't stick in her own inventory to manipulate. Sure, it probably made sense that you couldn't put pocket dimensions within pocket dimensions. But that would be really super helpful right now. Zoe had already confirmed earlier that she could manipulate objects while they were in her inventory. She tested it by tying a suitably flexible twig into a loose knot. After putting it in her inventory, she was able to untie it before it came back out. It was a nuance of the ability that she already felt was going to become extremely convenient at some point. She wasn't sure how, but it was definitely good to know. Lilith agreed as well. I don't think that's normal, is what she had said. One thing they had yet to test, other than figuring out what the devil was in the ring the cultist had given her, was whether she could store living things. It seemed unlikely, but how could they be sure? It wasn't like there was anything they could test it on. Or wait, putting aside the problem of the storage ring for a moment, Zoe began thinking of another question to ask Lilith as the slope of the ground shifted, and they began to trudge more slowly uphill. Do sticks count as alive if you just snap them off? Lilith stopped and turned around. Zoe kept trudging along, because moving was the only thing keeping her from passing out. She might not die from the cold, but it was still thoroughly tiring and unbearably miserable. Lilith seemed confused. What? Sticks? Are they alive? I don't know, why would you ask that? Zoe snapped a fresh stick off a passing tree and waved it around in Lilith's imaginary face as the apparition fell back in a step beside her. We wanted to see if I could store living things, yeah? What about a stick? These trees are alive, I think. Anyway, plant tissue doesn't just instantly die when you disconnect it. The individual cells should keep working for at least a little while. Lilith frowned. It seemed like she was really considering it. Okay, so, like I said, normally you can't store living things. But I feel like you could also store a fresh stick normally, so I don't think it counts. She paused for a moment. But you're still technically right, I think, about the actual tissue? Well, of course I think you're right, because I am you, and you are me, and I am you, and you are me, and... Zoe sighed. Lilith had done this a couple times already. It really freaked her out the first time it happened. Her phantom twin just kept repeating that creepy phrase endlessly, like her uncle's old record player would do sometimes when the needle got stuck. Zoe had to start violently shaking her to snap the apparition out of it. Was it concerning that Zoe was already getting used to it? It was definitely not something that was supposed to happen. Sighing again, Zoe got ready to slap her disembodied sister across the face. Lilith flinched back. Coughing, she took several deep breaths. Not like she actually needs air. Holy hell. Sorry. Sorry. Zoe just shook her head. It wasn't something to really worry about. Not yet. She might as well continue their experimentation. It seemed that they'd already explored her inventory to the best they could. What next? There were still 8 more traits, not to mention the ridiculous number of sudden new skills. Skills next, I think. Not only had Zoe barely begun to familiarize herself with even the ones she initially got with her 2 classes, testing skills seemed more intuitive than most of the traits. They were designed to be consciously activated. Most of them, at least. So, which one first? Hey, look at that. Lilith was pointing at something on the ground a few feet in front of them. Zoe squinted at it, though she didn't actually need to. The massive boost to her perception from her first class helped her eyes find their target instantly. The difference the increase in the stat made was scarily impressive. Not only was the rabbit's white fur a perfect camouflage against the snow, it was also small and unmoving. Noticing it had been spotted, the little bunny perked up, sniffing in Zoe's direction. It didn't run away, not even when she stepped closer. That's weird. Zoe wouldn't have expected that. Lilith chuckled beside her. I think we might have found our first test subject. Bending down, Zoe gave the apparition a look. I do hope you mean testing my inventory and not the skills I got from the cultist. I'm not going to go around massacring bunnies. Well, not unless they turn out to be good for level grinding. But Lilith just batted her eyes with mock innocence. Wouldn't dream of it. Sure. Crouching right above the fluffy little critter, Zoe tilted her head. The little bunny looked up at her without fear. "You're a cute little fella, huh? Guess you don't have any predators around here." That seemed weird, but then again, it was the first animal Zoe had seen at all. Maybe this forest was just a super chill place. "All right, little guy, let's see if maybe we can help keep each other a little warm." She finally reached out to scoop it up. The bunny jumped at her. Surprised, Zoe fell backwards, then panicked as something long and way too sharp stabbed straight down into her throat. The hell? She didn't scream, because the fluffy bastard had already chewed straight through her windpipe. Shit, it wasn't hard to grab the little fucker, because it was already right there. It was considerably harder to yank it off without tearing away more of her throat. Doesn't matter. It would already be fatal if she were still a normal human, and now she had healing. The bastard wasn't going down easy, though. It kicked and clawed and thrashed, relentlessly trying to take away her fingers too. It was annoying that it went for the throat, because it meant she wasn't able to say some badass one-liner about fingers and carrots. Regardless, Zoe was finally glad about her new scales and claws. Regeneration. Mending touch. Her throat closed back up in no time. Well, technically it took about 4 seconds total, but that was still ridiculously fast. Regeneration alone was already way more powerful than she felt it should be. Using it as a sort of stacking buff for the even more potent, more focused mending touch kicked it well into overdrive. Annoying that it ends up making me lose even more blood, Zoe thought to herself as she idly smashed the murderous rodent. Were rabbits rodents? Against a nearby tree trunk. I guess it's a reasonable limitation given how strong it is. It would be a bit strange if she could already become close to unkillable through constant rapid healing. If the bunny had been a more superior opponent, perhaps it could keep hurting her until she ran out of her own blood. Or just kill me faster than I can unkill myself. The good news was that she didn't have to worry about it right now. The fluffy white bunny was now more of a sticky red pulp. Kind of gross. Wet, mushy, sticky with crunchy chunks, you know. Bad texture. 2 out of 10. There was also a weirdly smooth round thing in the middle. What? Zoe decided to extract it. The experience was bizarrely similar to ripping the pit out of an underripe peach. Instead of a peach pit, it was a dark green, asymmetrically cut gemstone about the size of a gumball. A monster core? Hungry winter woodland core. Rank F. You should eat that. Zoe stared at Lilith and gave the apparition her best deadpan. The core or the rabbit? Well, both. Zoe continued to stare. Damn, she's actually serious. Zoe looked back at the bloody mess in her hands. It looked weirdly appetizing. It also smelled good. Okay, yeah, that's super fucked up. Maybe she should go back to thinking of her demonic nature as a bad thing. Whatever. She decided to toss both the core and the mangled-up corpse into her inventory. She could decide what to do later. Well, I didn't expect that we'd be needing to keep an eye out for dangerous, violent rabbits. But here we are. Zoe really hoped that it was just the one rabbit that had developed a hankering for fresh meat. Or if not, that at least they wouldn't encounter any others. She expressed as much to her imaginary twin. Hate to break it to you, but you might want to take a look around. Zoe frowned. What? Wait, do you not fuck off? There were more rabbits. And these weren't exactly leaf eaters either, judging by the way they were eyeing the fresh blood running down Zoe's hands. Is that what attracted them? Either way, the little assholes really must be bloodthirsty, because the obvious fate of their brethren didn't look like it was going to deter them. Zoe clapped her hands, tried to. It was weird with them being covered in thick, dark scales and tipped with large claws. She carried on regardless. Anyone want a carrot? No? Good. Because I don't have any? Shit, that was stupidly lame. I really need to work on my mid-combat shit-talking. So you might want a Jew? Arg. They're fast. They also jumped on her all at once. It was like being eaten by piranhas, except in a snow bank instead of in a tropical body of water. But two can play at that game. Zoe didn't bother to heal herself yet. She wasn't dying, and the toothy little fuckers would quickly undo whatever progress she made. She had a better plan. Now she just needed a rabbit. It wasn't exactly hard to find one to grab. Zoe bit its head off. Hot blood trickled down her throat from between her inhuman jaws. Fuck, it tastes good? It also tasted like blood. like it always tasted. The difference was that the way it tasted now tasted incredible. And I think I know why. As soon as the blood trickled down to her throat, part of Zoe's system flared to life. There wasn't a notification, but she could feel which one it was. Traits, lesser vampirism. And it was healing her. Don't get distracted. It tasted so good, but there was still a lot more to kill. The rest of the bunnies hadn't exactly left her completely unscathed. Swallowing the rest of her latest victim whole, Zoe grinned. I do think I'm in need of a little more healing. Zoe wasn't all too thrilled with the way things were going. The bunnies weren't actually that hard to kill. She knew this because she had already killed a whole lot of them. They couldn't seem to leave her alone, which meant that Zoe was getting into near constant tussles with the bloodthirsty little bastards as she continued trudging upwards through the deep snow. The good thing was that she now knew how to deal with them quickly and efficiently. How could she not? She had just passed by 24 kills, according to Lilith's count. The annoying thing was that the first step consisted of letting them leap out of the snow and latch deep into her naked flesh. This was not actually difficult because they were good at it. Phase 2 consisted of Zoe ripping them off and stuffing them one after the other down her throat like the world's cutest snake. She had never even been one of those freaks who could fit their whole fist in their mouth, but here she was. Not like I ever tried to do that more than a normal number of times. Actually, snakes are pretty cute already. Her mom never let her have one when she was little, though. She had to settle for a cat. But that worked out fine, too. The cat had the benefit of being soft, and it was naturally much better at catching lizards and things than Zoe was. Sure, they were often missing their tails by the time fluffers brought them to her, but that wasn't a big deal. It would have ended up happening sooner or later either way. The sudden nostalgia distracted Zoe long enough for a lone bunny to quite literally get the jump on her. That was near the point where other people started treating me weirdly. Zoe remembered as she ripped the rabbit off her back. Or maybe that's just when I started to really notice. Hey Lilith, am I cute? Was what Zoe tried to ask. It came out sounding weird through the mouthful of rabbit. Yeah, I'd say so. Why? Zoe swallowed. Usually she tried to chew at least a little bit first, but usually she wasn't also trying to talk. Cuter than a snake? Lilith squinted. She didn't seem to be hiding her sudden suspicion. Why? Just wondering. Probably not, then. Or maybe she does think I'm cuter, but she doesn't want to admit it? Zoe chewed her lip. Her own blood mixed with the bunny's as her massively overgrown canine sliced through it. I taste weird. Because she was a demon? That sounded like an interesting line of research to pursue later. Also, I might be going insane. You have leveled up. You are now level 6. Plus 15 stat points. Plus 6% core progression. Yes. Huh. Zoe pumped her fist in the air as the level up notification arrived. A not insignificant amount of energy swirled down into the spot right below her chest where her core was. It probably had something to do with the progression thing. Took you long enough. Zoe didn't pay any attention to Lilith's grumblings, tried to. She actually agreed, but she wasn't about to openly admit it. Her 5th level had come right after she took down the very first pack of carnivorous rabbits. Including the one in her inventory, it had only taken killing, and perhaps eating, 4 of them for her to level up. She had already expected the 6th level to take more than the 5th. That just made sense, right? But she didn't expect it to be quite as large of a difference as it was. By Lilith's count, the very next level took her no less than 5 times as many. Zoe had to hope that this wouldn't become a pattern. She didn't think she'd get very far if the requirements were so steeply exponential. They can't be, right? The first cultist I killed was already over level 50. But then again, it still hadn't been a full day yet. If Zoe continued at her current pace, she would expect to be over level, 2,000 in just 1 year. That was definitely not right. So, she supposed it had to make sense. Reality really was consistently disappointing. Either way, Zoe had leveled up. She decided she should be happy about it and not turn a success into a failure with unreasonable expectations. The whole 15 extra stat points were certainly welcome, even though she had previously decided to start saving them, at least for now. That meant she already had a stack of no less than 60 points held in reserve. As for the core progression, Zoe's arms snapped out, snagging a leaping bunny midair with the uniquely hooked claw that used to be her thumb. She didn't hesitate to toss the wriggling monster into her waiting jaws, no matter how surprised she was. Not surprised about being attacked. She was surprised that she caught it like that. She hadn't done that before. It hadn't worked the first few times she tried it, which was what led to the development of her later technique. The one where she let them bite her first, even though her quite high perception often alerted her just a moment before the strike. Does it have something to do with the new level, or did I just get lucky? Zoe shrugged. She might as well try to do it again. What was the worst that could happen? She'd miss and get bitten? That was already her backup plan. Plus, eating them usually healed her more than they ended up hurting her. Lesser vampirism was already proving to be shockingly handy. And with all my other healing, plus the stupidly high vitality, it was almost starting to seem like the only thing Zoe had to worry about was getting one shot. Well, that or getting hurt faster than I can heal. Or running too low on my own blood while also not being able to take a bite out of anything. Or getting captured. Or if something can negate my abilities. There were a lot of ways things could still go badly. Also, getting eaten still hurt. A lot. Zoe didn't think it would be long before she got a skill for pain resistance. Wait. Zoe stopped walking. Trudging really. She was both soaking wet and frozen stiff at the same time, and it was only getting worse. I feel like I've started thinking about this like I'm going to become some sort of constantly regenerating, unkillable berserker. What if there isn't a skill for pain resistance? That was going to suck. Really suck. It would suck even more than exhausting herself by practically swimming uphill through deep, slushy snow for several hours, while now being attacked by violently hungry killer rabbits every other minute, while also completely naked. Yeah, wow. Okay, fuck this. Zoe waded over to a sturdy-looking tree. It looked dead, in a bleak sort of way and quite sinister, and also really uncomfortable. So, basically, it wasn't very different from any of the others she had seen. Identify said they were alive, though, so Zoe didn't question that part. What are you doing? Zoe didn't bother answering the inane question from her intangible companion. She didn't say anything at all until she had climbed as high up as she thought she could go, and then she still didn't say anything. Not before she had gotten comfortable. It didn't seem like it was at all possible to get comfortable in her current situation, though. Zoe would have better appreciated her demonic body's ability to simply not die from hypothermia, which probably should have happened like an hour ago at best, if her improved constitution didn't come with the side effect of simply not getting numb. It felt like she had long been chilled far below what was healthy even for a demon, because she had been, while also feeling it as sharply as if she had only just stepped out. Worst of both worlds, she grumbled through clenched teeth as Lilith swung up beside her. The other demons seemed full of energy and completely unbothered. Probably because she doesn't actually have a body to get tortured with like I do. Zoe glared at her. What? Zoe quickly swapped from a glare to her best, totally innocent scheming bitch face. It wasn't very hard, and inclined her head. What? You know what? You know what I mean by what? I can tell because you're absolutely doing our haha I'm a petty bitch, but I definitely don't know what you're talking about face. So come on. Oh, seriously? Cut that out. Don't you dare sulk at me. I'm not sulking at you, but sorry if you got that idea somehow. I guess I'm just pretty overwhelmed with everything that's happened. It hasn't actually gotten much easier since you suggested we leave the caverns. Zoe barely had to try for her to successfully reflect things with her poor traumatized victim mode. It came entirely naturally by this point. Specifically, this point as in this point in her life. Not as in this point in her terrible misadventures as a pathetic wet demon. Though it wouldn't be entirely inaccurate to say it was both. Lilith, on the other hand, didn't seem particularly impressed. I know exactly what you're doing, and you're not even doing a very good job of it right now. Zoe sulked even harder. Okay, but I'm not sulking at you. You're sulking in my direction? Zoe groaned, throwing her head back. She meant for it to be a theatrical display of over-exaggerated exasperation. But what she actually accomplished was cracking the back of her head fairly hard against the tree trunk. Lilith probably laughed, but Zoe couldn't hear it over the pitiful keening noise she was making. This wasn't how it was supposed to go. There was no way that Lilith was going to start taking Zoe more seriously after this. Nevertheless, she rounded on the sadistic apparition with her haughtiest glare. See? Even the trees are trying to kill me. This is not how it's supposed to go. I'm not supposed to be wondering if there's a skill for tree resistance. Lilith cut off her own cackling to stare at Zoe like she was completely stupid. Are you completely stupid? What? You know what? This whole thing has been nothing but bullshit. I feel like I should get in touch with a god or something and ask for a refund. Lilith, unfortunately, was still unimpressed. Did I make your skull too thick when I reinforced it? Are you seriously saying that? No, wait. You can't be stupid. That would mean that I'm stupid too, but I'm not. She cleared her throat, despite the fact that she was completely intangible and shouldn't have any actual airways to clear. What else did you expect to happen? Like early on, after figuring out the system and stuff, Zoe actually thought about it this time. What had she been expecting? It was surprisingly difficult to think back to her mindset earlier in the day, around the time when she tried to get back into the area where she had first woken up. The truth was she didn't actually know. I don't know, actually. But I mean, I'm pretty sure I'm not supposed to be cowering, completely naked, in a thorn-covered tree, because apparently even the literal rabbits are more dangerous than me. Zoe looked down as she kicked her legs below the branch in an effort to relieve tension and warm up slightly. She spotted a couple of rabbits looking up at her. I guess they can't jump quite this high. Lilith had been oddly quiet. She looked confused, actually. It was an unexpected change from her previous incredulous look. That's okay, ignoring the fact that you already have like a 24 kill-death ratio on the bunnies. This is literally how it's supposed to go. She cut Zoe off with a raised finger. I know we're thinking about the exact same stuff here, because as I've said, I am you, and you are me, and... Zoe flicked her demonic twin on the nose to snap her out of it. I hope this doesn't become a long-term problem. Anyway, isn't this exactly the sort of thing that happens? Look, first, we released ourselves from a tomb in the sanctum of a massive elder temple. A good start. Then, our first real encounter is interrupting a blighted infernal cult ritual. But no, it doesn't even stop there, obviously, because we decided to fight both the cultists and the Paladin at basically the same time. Zoe raised an eyebrow. She was feeling a little better now, for some reason, but she wasn't about to admit it. I think I take issue with your characterization of, what did you say? Decided to fight both of them? Lilith just waved her away. Whatever. But we survived. And now you're already running around as a higher demon with a rank A core and a stolen storage ring that's probably full of rare and expensive shit. So yes, this is exactly how it goes. She kind of has a point when you put it that way. Zoe didn't respond right away, instead taking a moment to study the ring again. She had a new idea for how to deal with it, but not just yet. At the very least, she owed her body-snatching evil twin the satisfaction of knowing that she had been right. Okay, fine. Point taken. Zoe considered her next words carefully. More for herself, really. I guess it feels different when you're actually the one experiencing it. Like it's really not fun, is it? Kind of terrifying. Yeah. Also boring, probably. Zoe groaned upon making that particular realization. Shit. There's going to be so much boring stuff I have to go through, isn't there? Huh. Lilith leapt to her feet, a wicked grin crawling across her cute face. My cute face. If that's what you're worried about now, then I consider my pep talk successful. Anyway, I guess we can finally start doing the actually interesting and useful things. Zoe's eyes narrowed. Like what? The too large, too sharp, and not quite white enough canines of Zoe's newly upgraded smile loomed back at her. She didn't like just how much enthusiasm was dripping from Lilith's grin. Right? So first you finish manning up. Second, we find something that's plentiful, predictable, and not too challenging for you to start grinding. I'm pretty sure that the common thread between all demons is nearly constant gratuitous violence. Zoe couldn't help but raise another eyebrow in response to that one. Well, that doesn't sound very nice. Unfortunately, Lilith's grin only grew wider. Exactly. Now, since I'm pretty, we're not a masochist. I think it's safe to say you'd prefer to be the one doing the violence, not the one being violent against. Huh? Something Lilith said there didn't make sense. Violent against? What? Snickering, Zoe didn't let Lilith brush it off so quickly. Honey, I don't think that's a normal phrase to say. Are you sure you aren't stupid? I mean, I know we've been over this, but I'm trying to help here. Don't make fun of me. The snickers turned into a gleeful cackle. Or what? You'll violate me to death. Unfortunately, Lilith still looked unimpressed. She was way too good at looking that way, Zoe decided. Well, I can't say I'm not tempted. However, I'm being serious. As a demon, the best way to not get yourself killed is to get into the habit of going around killing things. Right? Something told Zoe that in this particular area, following the advice of the disembodied demon that had tried to steal her body and override her own consciousness wasn't the best idea. But then again, it wouldn't hurt to start leveling up. It would also be a really great way to really test all of my different skills. Zoe had obviously meant to do that already. She just got distracted by the killer rabbits. Looking down again, she observed that at least 2 of them were still at the base of the tree. There was also no doubt that there were plenty of others nearby. The whole area was practically crawling with them. So, Zoe drawled, channeling a bit of Lilith's coy attitude for herself. We need to find something for me to grind, right? Where will we find it, though? I'm not quite sure I remember encountering any nasty, vile little critters swarming the whole area. Looking down as well, Lilith raised her own eyebrow. It certainly is a shame, she lamented. If only we could find something like that. Oh, well, that's neat. Zoe actually read through the full text this time, managing not to get completely sidetracked by eviscerating another foolish bunny. Elemental Awakening Core sounds like something that will probably be useful, but that honestly sounds like way too many monsters. It wasn't that Zoe was worried about not being powerful enough already for the challenge. What actually concerned her was the question of whether she could actually find that many killer rabbits in a reasonable amount of time. It reminded her of those times when grinding for rare drops in games involved more time waiting for new enemies to spawn than the time it took to kill them. I'm going to be really annoyed if I don't find a giant nest of them or something. What was the saying? Beggars can't be choosers? That might have been true back home, but Zoe didn't care that the system was the one dishing out the rewards for free here. After throwing away her mortal shell, Zoe wasn't going to stay weak enough to ever be the one to beg. Holy hell, that was a good one, she muttered to herself. Lilith gave her a funny look. Zoe didn't care, though. I totally have to remember to use a line similar to that at some point. Are you going to eat that? Looking away from her blood-coated claws and the mangled carcass impaled on them, Zoe raised an eyebrow in response to Lilith's question. No, I don't think so. But you can't have it. And shut up. You're a ghost. You can't actually eat anything anyway. Zoe mindlessly brushed away the coming protestations as she set about her real business, carrying out the very first test of one of her new skills. It wasn't hard to decide which one, because the name made it sound fairly simple, and also she now had the perfect materials for it. Assuming it worked the way she expected, that is, so without further ado, Blood Whip. Sure enough, the skill used the blood that was coating her claws, not the blood that was currently inside Zoe's body. It also seemed to rip the rest out of the already torn-up carcass as well. Now that's handy. Zoe realized she was grinning. Her grin grew when she realized that the writhing streamers of blood formed into a whip-like shape all on their own, even going so far as to coil across her palm in a surprisingly ergonomic way. Her grin grew even more when she saw how long it was. Seriously? How does a tiny bunny even have this much blood? Sure, the twisting threads the liquid had formed were quite thin, but it was still at least 4 meters or so long. Maybe it's just one of those things where the change in shape makes trying to compare the volume deceptively tricky. Almost reluctantly, Zoe wrenched her gaze away from her new toy to focus on the bunny. The one that was still alive, not the one she had spun into a macabre implement of bloody pain. Or pleasure. My pleasure specifically. Zoe dearly hoped that no pleasure would ever be taking place on the other end of the skill. That would probably just ruin it by making her uncomfortable. Zoe flicked her wrist. The whip followed her motion, or rather, it followed a rough approximation of what she felt like a casual whip snap should look like. She'd never used a whip, so she doubted that it would have had the same result with something that wasn't formed by her own skill. The remaining bunny seemed to eye her warily. It didn't make a move to retreat, though, your mistake. With another flick of her right hand, the crimson whip lashed out with a disturbingly wet crackle. Somehow, luck, fate, maybe, the thin tip snapped straight into the little critter's face. It died instantly. Zoe stared. That was honestly a little anticlimactic, really. But what should she have expected? It literally worked exactly like she wanted it to. Maybe she was just getting too used to things going disastrously wrong. She decided to check on her quest. Pulling it up from her status, it looked exactly the same as before, aside from a new line. Progress 2/250. Simple enough. Zoe was still glad that it was there. It would have been annoying to have to keep track of it herself. Are you going to do something with those cores? Or are you just going to stand around looking like you think you've accomplished something? Fuck you too, Lilith. Zoe thought as she stepped forward and focused on adding the blood from her latest kill to her new favorite weapon. While Blood Whip didn't consume itself so fast she had to worry about using it immediately, it was still fast enough that she could tell it had gotten a bit smaller already. Surely she could replenish it by siphoning off blood from subsequent kills? It wasn't working though. Was it possible that she needed to get closer? That didn't feel like the problem. Wait a minute. Blood Whip. Ah! Zoe couldn't help but cheer upon figuring it out. She had already correctly intuited that the skill fed on blood to sustain itself once created. But as it turned out, there was a difference between passively continuing to use the skill and actively modifying it. The latter took mana, just like the initial activation probably did. So while a lot of my magic looks like it'll be based on my body, it's still magic, which uses my soul. That would probably be a good thing to keep in mind. It didn't take much time at all for the whip to finish draining the second bunny. Latching onto the corpse like a parasitic vine, it throbbed and pulsed in a subtly disgusting way as it siphoned more material. Zoe was left with a freshly engorged whip and a mummified husk within just a few seconds. With another snap of the conjured weapon, Zoe smiled. It wasn't just nearly twice as large as it had started, it felt more powerful too. It would be really cool if she could keep amping it up with every corpse she made, similar to a stacking killstreak buff. I really hope so. The last thing Zoe did before setting off in search of more prey was to toss the 2 newest monster cores into her personal inventory. It would be nice to have a snack or 2 saved for later. _______. Wahahaha. Zoe cackled with unrestrained glee as her crackling whip tore through the remaining half-dozen or so bunnies. Actually, the name of the skill might be a bit of a misnomer at this point. It was more like a bloody tentacle, writhing in her grasp as it flicked through flesh and bone. It had become increasingly clear over the past half hour that her stacking killstreak theory was partially correct. The downside was the significant soft cap that occurred way sooner than she would have liked. Beyond a certain point, the whip stopped growing thicker or longer, instead favoring a smooth transition into a violently chaotic, constantly twisting armament of carnage. Even a glancing brush from the lower part of its length was enough to inflict injury, as the once orderly twisting of fluid streamers morphed into a turbulent tangle of razor wires. Naturally, this meant that it started to consume a lot more energy. That was half of the actual soft cap. The weapon started consuming itself far faster than it could kill and consume things to regenerate. The other half of the problem went back to mana. Specifically, beyond a certain point, Zoe had to focus more on keeping the unruly magic from tearing itself apart than on the actual combat. She was starting to strain her soul again. Still, it was pretty damn satisfying to casually flick her hand and have a dozen different enemies explode away from her before she could blink. Yes, explode. They'd stopped getting one shot about 10 minutes ago. Well, they still got one shot, just in a much more dramatic-looking way. Not anticlimactic. The obvious downside was a bit of an irony. Making her blood whip stronger ended up wasting more of the blood from the things she killed with it. Once again, reality ended up being annoying like that. With another flick of her wrist, the left one this time, Zoe snatched the dozen or so fresh monster cores into her own inventory. She had discovered that handy trick on her own, through the brilliant technique of Lilith deciding to tell her about it. She also got 2 level notifications. You have leveled up. You are now level 7. Plus 15 stat points. Plus 4% core progression. Blood Whip has reached level 2. About time? Zoe staggered a little as coursing energy sparked through her core, sending expanding plumes of power out through her body. It felt a bit more intense than before. Was that just what happened as she kept going up? Or was there something specific to it? Or maybe it was just random. For some reason, I don't think that there's a major power threshold at level 7. Also, she now had 75 stat points banked. Not that banking them got her anything. A childish part of her just wanted to get them up to an even 100. The more rational explanation was that she still didn't know what kind of distribution she should be investing in, which is a good reason to test some more of my skills. Also, wait, fuck. 100 isn't even divisible by 15. The closest she would be able to get would be an awkward 105. Mathematical reality could be disappointing. Hey, Lilith, are you sure that there isn't anything else I can do with all these monster cores? Zoe hadn't eaten any of them since her little pep talk up in the tree. She'd just been storing them in her inventory for later, despite Lilith's protestations. Need to make a point not to automatically follow the actual demon's advice immediately. You can sell them once we find civilization. I'm fairly sure even rank F cores sell for a decent amount, at least with how many we'll have. Thanks, Zoe started to say. But then again, you could also just rob people. Eating the cores to get stronger faster actually makes that easier too. Win-win, right? Zoe just shook her head as she trudged towards the end of the tree line. I could definitely consider that. Nah, killing people was one thing, robbery was another. Oops, I think I accidentally robbed a guy. In Zoe's mind, unlike killing, robbery was only permissible in self-defense. The ground had leveled out here such that Zoe was no longer trudging uphill, just trudging. The mania of her recent slaughter was starting to fade, bringing her back to how she felt before, tired and cold. Just moments ago, she felt like switching things up and experimenting with a different skill. But as she stepped out from the forest, she committed to instead finding some kind of shelter. Huh, that's convenient. It looked like someone had built a house here for whatever reason. Had built in the past tense. There was a sad-looking quarter of a wooden fence that seemed to have been most of the way through rotting before even the mold died from being frozen over. Then there was also a big lump of snow that was notable only for the rest of the area, probably a field or meadow at one point, being otherwise nearly flat. Most importantly, there was a chimney. Leaving the woods behind, Zoe trudged towards it with renewed vigor. I wouldn't say no to a hot bath, but all things considered, I think I'll settle for a roof, a fire, and not worrying about getting attacked by demon-worshipping cultists. The abandoned cottage, cabin, farmstead, the abandoned whatever was turned out to not actually be very close. Probably the equivalent of a city block or so away. Hell yeah. Pardon me, but you do realize that there won't be anyone living there? Lilith, you are an idiot. Zoe grinned as they approached. Of course I know that. If there was, you would probably just try to get me to drain them for blood or something. In truth, Zoe didn't know how to feel about the fact that the place was clearly long abandoned. On the one hand, it lowered her chances of getting a steaming bath and a roaring fire, not to mention soup and a real bed. On the other hand, one with claws now, mind you, she had no idea how the average rural homesteader would react to a demon, much less a naked one covered in freshly dried blood. Sure, she still had the disguised self-skill from her demagogue class, and there was absolutely no doubt about whether she'd be using it to hide her new nature. That didn't change the fact that it took a lot of mental and magical energy, though, and she didn't know much about how it actually worked. Things like how to maintain it. Even if she could spare the energy, could she keep a disguise up while sleeping, for instance? It was yet another thing that would ultimately be important to find out. Either way, Zoe was in no condition to try putting up a whole act. Nearly dying and dragging yourself through an inhospitable wilderness was already bad enough. Trying to maintain both a convincing backstory and a magical illusion would make the recovery far harder. But all of that worry was forgotten when Zoe finally stumbled up to the base of the chimney. Sinking to her knees, she released a pure cry of gratitude and joy. It wasn't very loud, nor was it very pleasant for someone else to hear, but the emotion was there. Because they still have wood. They still have wood. Zoe half expected to start to cry. Instead, she started laughing. Ah, yes. Goddamned bloody fireplace. Lilith didn't seem all too impressed, judging by the skeptical look on the apparition's face as she peered up the chimney. You do realize we literally just walked out of a forest? You know, full of trees made out of wood? Also, wait, bloody. We aren't British. I'm not British, but I'm pretty sure as an American I can just say whatever I want. That's kind of our thing. What else had Lilith said? It felt less important, but it had also been a complaint, right? Zoe couldn't just let that go. Oh yeah, do you want to go around trying to jump and snap off branches? Oh wait, you can't. Bloody ghost. Also, there was a box full of dry kindling. All the leaves and stuff in the actual forest had felt vaguely wet. Honestly, the kindling aspect was probably even more important than the main logs. Not that Zoe would know. She'd never built a fire before, despite the idea of setting fires being the main reason she agreed to join Girl Scouts. Did they even go camping like the boys? Zoe didn't know, because she didn't last longer than a week. Not that the whole thing was her fault, even if her mom had disagreed. Either way, it was unfortunate because now she didn't know what she was doing. Triangle of sticks with a ball of kindling in the middle, right? Zoe was pretty sure she knew at least that much. It was a bit hard to get the sliced logs to stand up at first, but before long she had a nice little cone structure. I wonder why they cut them the long way like that. Lilith crouched down beside her, taking a look as well. I mean, I think that's what chopping firewood is about. I don't know what the point of it is, though. Maybe it's something to do with the surface area, or whatever. Huh? Chewing her lip, Zoe considered it as she continued gloating over her glorious campfire. Yeah, I guess. I thought the chopping part was cutting the logs into shorter sections, though. Like, so they can actually fit in the fire. Lilith shook her head. I'm starting to think we might not be the best equipped person for wilderness survival shit. The wind was starting to pick up, breaking the stillness that had permeated the woods. The good thing was that it was blowing in from the other side of the chimney. Zoe wouldn't complain about having a ready-made windbreak. It would certainly make actually getting the fire going easier. Wait, speaking of that, Lilith raised an eyebrow as Zoe frantically searched through the remainder of the kindling box, then the rest of the area around the chimney. She didn't find anything other than an unidentifiable scrap of rusted metal and half a brick. Please don't tell me. Zoe felt like she was going to cry again. She didn't laugh this time. Lilith, please tell me you at least know how to start a fire. _____. Lilith did not know how to start a fire, at least not any better than Zoe did. I am you, and you are me. Yeah, I know. Zoe just wished that her snarky demon buddy had some practical survival knowledge along with her random system info. She'd already tried the rock and stick thing. Either she was doing it wrong, she just didn't have enough patience, or it was just a Hollywood thing that didn't actually work. Zoe was naturally inclined to believe the last of those. She wasn't going to try the more advanced version of it, the thing with twisting the string of a bough around the stick and sawing it back and forth. That didn't work either, because Lilith quickly pointed out they didn't have string. Knowing her luck so far, Zoe decided it would have just snapped immediately anyway. It took at least another 5 minutes of wallowing naked in the freezing snow for Zoe to reach an epiphany. I have magic. She'd already encountered blood magic, wind, light, hell, even frostburns, so fire magic had to be pretty basic, right? It was literally just making things hot. To make matters even better, Zoe didn't even need fancy advanced skills for it. Hell, she didn't even need the beginner fireball. She would be more than willing to settle for a simple spark. You look like you're scheming something. Rolling her eyes, Zoe kept most of her focus on the still unlit kindling. Yes, because I am. Oh. Ignoring her imaginary friend for a moment, Zoe focused on creating a list of what seemed like the most relevant skills. Mana channeling 1, rank F. Well, shit. That wasn't much of a list now, was it? Even though Zoe had gained quite a few skills so far, it was exceedingly obvious that most of them were in no way at all suited to fire. Scratch saying suited. If that were the criterion, her list would have a length of 0, not 1. What would be the right word? Tangentially applicable? Borderline relevant? Regardless, it left her with nothing except for mana channeling. It was one of the skills that Zoe got from her brief time as a puppet for the cult leader Basil. One of the ones that the system downgraded. She couldn't remember what the original higher tier was called, but it was probably something cooler and edgier. And how exactly is mana channeling going to help you start a fire? I mean, assuming you're not just going to try making yourself explode. You know, that was a joke, but I think it could actually work. Shut up, Lilith. Zoe might actually appreciate the apparition's wit, if the situation were a bit different. As it were, Zoe had never been one of those people who appreciated comedy as a form or relieving the tension. Truthfully, Zoe didn't think mana channeling was suited for starting fires, which was fine because that was never her plan. Her actual plan was both reasonable and simple, which means it has a high likelihood of working. Zoe wanted fire magic, but she didn't have any skills for it. She was going to make one. All right, time to use a new skill to create another new skill that I can use to create a third new skill. Zoe smirked at Lilith, who remained obstinately skeptical. Tap my shoulder or something if I look like I'm going to explode. I don't think. Mana channeling. Zoe didn't hear the rest of what Lilith said because she was busy dealing with a sudden surge of energy erupting from her core, and also because she was ignoring her. Okay, this feels pretty weird. Zoe had expected something similar to what happened the last time she leveled up. This turned out not to be the case. The only similarity was that it came from her core, and there might have been a bit of the crackling, sparking sensation as well. What it was a whole lot closer to was a part of Zoe's murky memories from her original transformation into a demon. Rather than a billowing cloud of simmering power, the magic coursing through her zigzagged outwards in branching arcs. Again and again they split, only to finally slow, loop back around, and reconverge as they plummeted back down into her core. And so the cycle went. It's like my core is a planet, and the mana is like missiles launching off, except they move like forks of lightning. But the lightning's made out of blood, and then it returns back like veins do, falling down again to my planet, which is also, I guess, a heart. Zoe shook her head as she cracked open her eyes. That was perhaps the worst analogy she had ever made for anything. Okay, but I still think I'm onto something. Just need to, make it more elegant sounding, yeah. Zoe had closed her eyes and pretended to meditate when she first activated it. Not that she knew how to actually meditate. She'd only ever pretended, but it still felt right. Mainly she just wanted to focus better by minimizing distractions. As it turned out, there was no need to worry. Keeping the energy mana rampaging through the chaotic looping pattern was not very hard at all. Hell, Zoe felt like she could keep it going nearly endlessly. Soul strain? What's soul strain? No. If anything, her fear of distraction had been the wrong way around. Put simply, the thundering dance of the mana loops all throughout her body and soul was really fucking distracting. It didn't hurt, not that this meant it felt good either. It was just impossible to ignore. Not enough to ignore how goddamn cold it was, though. And this was still only the first step to making a fire. Sparing a glance to Lilith, Zoe furrowed her brows. Right? Okay. It worked. Congrats on managing to activate a rank F skill or whatever, but I don't see any fires. Fuck you too, Lilith. Whatever. That was just step one. Now comes the part where we see if I explode. Lilith nodded sagely. Well, I'd rather you not. I very much prefer us being unexploded, you know? Especially since you seem to be working directly with our core. My core, Zoe wanted to say. She bit her tongue. Now wasn't the time to get hung up on interpersonal boundaries. Or would it be intrapersonal? Only got one body. Doesn't matter. Her core was still thundering away with undiminished enthusiasm, and Zoe still didn't feel even the slightest amount of additional strain. Was there something to that? Mana channeling did sound exactly like the kind of skill to help with mana regeneration, soul injuries, so on. Something meditation adjacent, one might say. Definitely something to look into, but not what Zoe was after right now. The real prize would be something more akin to what should be another standard general mage skill, mana manipulation. It was a natural progression in Zoe's mind, and one that would inevitably lead to all kinds of benefits down the line. The first of those would just be concentrating enough mana in one spot to make it heat up. But before she could do that, there was one more barrier in the way, specifically her skin. If Zoe could take her mana from flowing inside her body to flowing outside, surely she would gain a skill like mana manipulation as a reward. Fire magic, here I come. Zoe reached out to one of the larger loops. An electric tingle shot back and forth between her core as her mind touched against the flowing magic. The buzzing of the mana against her touch almost made her flinch back. It still didn't hurt, exactly, but it rattled her whole spirit surprisingly hard. All right, here we go. At the same time as she solidified her grasp, Zoe imagined clutching her hand to her chest, her physical one. It was hard to tell if her real body moved as well, but it wasn't like she wouldn't be able to try again if not. Zoe breathed in, breathed out, tightened both her grips, and yanked. Arthur was damp, exhausted, and, worst of all, bored. Such a dreadful state of affairs had few upsides, though the ability to also make it everyone else's problem might act to ease the suffering, if only by a small margin. Arthur's suffering, to be exact. Perhaps he should give the others the courtesy of a small reminder. It was the least he could do before committing his following plans. The 5 of them had been trudging along the current trail for well over 12 hours. Well, Sean claimed it was a trail, and Arthur had, at the very least, the good sense to keep his skepticism on that matter largely to himself. While Sean had authority to match Andric, he tolerated Arthur at least as well as Millie. Arthur was more than wise enough to recognize the value in that, so he wouldn't antagonize the man, if that's what it took to keep it that way. But still, 12 hours of nothing but walking through snow, trees, thorny bushes, more snow, also ghouls now too. One might suppose the last item to be the worst by far. But no, that was definitely still the snow. It really said something about the current state of affairs that Arthur would be happy to run into another of the foul monsters. It would do something to break the monotony. Hey Archie, hanging him back there? Arthur lacked the energy to roll his eyes at Andric's comment. It was a miracle he could still move his legs. Sure, I would consider hanging in to be an adequate assessment of the situation. Millie snorted from behind him. How the rural girl managed to stubbornly remain both his most dependable ally and his greatest nuisance, Arthur hadn't the slightest idea. Perhaps it helped that she was the only one to take him seriously. Well, as magic, more accurately. As for the other 3, Lily punched her retainer in the shoulder. Andric, what did I say about bullying our resident archmage? One of these days he's going to turn you into a newt, you know? Now Arthur really did roll his eyes. A newt? Really? If such a thing were possible, it would no doubt fall squarely within the alchemical domain. That was already Andric's specialty, not his own. And with all due respect, my lady, you started it. Arthur couldn't see if Lily rolled her eyes as well, but she did flick her long black hair away in a dramatic flourish. And I fail to see how my continued harassment of little Archie is of any concern to the matter of your actions. Gritting his teeth, Arthur solidified his coming plans at the forefront of his mind. So it's little Archie now, is it? It seemed that the heiress von Gershenfeld was no longer content to merely mock his class. She had to belittle his advancement as well. Whatever. She already thought he hated her. He did, but he suspected that she suspected that he suspected her for the entirely wrong reason. She thought that she was to blame for his whole tragic life story, as she would probably put it. He thought that, thinking that was ridiculous because she would only have been 9 years old at the time, and that was without accounting for how little he cared anyway. As the truth often was, things were far simpler than that. Liliana von Blodmain. Yes, he knew who her real family was, and he knew that she knew that he knew. Simply put, Lily was an annoying brat. This, however, could be forgiven, especially with the urban nobility. No, there was just one slight complication to her aforementioned personality. It was one which made Liliana von Blodmain more worthy of damnation than the vilest demons her ancestors had ever summoned. She was also frustratingly beautiful and intellectually competent. Not that her real family wasn't slightly famous for the whole demon worshipper thing. Also the blood magic and the necromancy, and anyone would get the point here. That particular bit of drama wasn't actually drama, because it wasn't even a secret. Not that Arthur cared about that either. Hell, he would give almost anything for access to the Blodmain archives. The only reason he didn't do much to hide his dislike towards her was because it was better that no one suspected anything, not even them. But more importantly, now was as good a time as ever to enact his devilish plans. Stumbling forward, on purpose, mind you, Arthur spun on his heel, teetered dramatically, and collapsed to the side of the supposed trail. His back sunk at least a few inches down into it, and he lost his grip on his thin metal staff. Wait, hey, where's Archie? Arthur groaned. It had the side effect of alerting the rest of the party to his new location, but mainly it was an expression of his immense disappointment. It had to be Lily of all people to take first note of his absence, didn't it? Man down! Sean's gruff voice boomed from above. It was hard to miss the bulky Paladin recruit looming over him, and harder still not to hear him. When people frequently described their hallowed companion as quiet, it was only because he didn't speak much. As the rest of their party gathered around, Arthur did his best to look sick and exhausted. It wasn't very hard, given that he didn't have to pretend. Still, it never hurt to present your best impression. Snapping his fingers, how does that work with metal gauntlets? Sean made sure to get Andric's attention specifically. Let him have a potion. The alchemist crossed his arms. No. It took conscious effort for Arthur to refrain from grinning. Huh, yes. The esteemed babysitter of Liliana von Gershenfeld had walked straight into his trap. Did it count as a trap if it wasn't intended? Arthur didn't mind taking credit, and he certainly wasn't going to complain. The alchemist had unwittingly given Arthur the perfect opportunity to divert attention from his own antics. Now Sean would direct his anger on Andric. The alchemist's unwillingness to waste his precious potions on someone as insufferably useless as Arthur would surely overshadow the Archmage's own refusal to keep walking until nightfall. It couldn't be more perfect. Andric, sensing a small opportunity from their de facto leader's tone, Andric heaved a hoarse cough and struggled to sit up. I'll be okay. Predictably, the trumped-up bodyguard couldn't resist cutting himself with his own wit. See? He'll be fine. I know that other mage types sometimes struggle with the more strenuous activities such as walking. And of course, Arthur had perfectly timed the moment he let his shuddering arms give out. His upper body went back into the snow just as Andric completed his clever little remark. The alchemist really was becoming far too predictable. Feel weak. A pitying look washed across Lily's perfect features, an unwanted one, Arthur might add. Predictably, her bottle-toting babysitter glowered, while Millie made no attempts to conceal her knowing smirk. Sean looked like he was coming to a decision. Well, if that's how it's going to be. Oh? Arthur couldn't truthfully say he wasn't feeling a little excited. He was almost starting to forget how thoroughly exhausted he was due to the tiny little drama unfolding. He didn't know what would be more interesting, what Sean was about to say, or if the whole group experienced a sudden ghoul attack when all their backs were turned. Things, as was typical, did not go as expected. Rather than Sean, it was Arthur who spoke next. If that's what you could call his undignified yelp as the mighty Paladin-to-be lifted him wholesale into an effortless princess carry. They made it about 5 strides before Arthur's metal-clad mount had to stop to turn around. Stop gawking, the lot of you, or we won't make it to the cabin before nightfall. He paused again. And can someone please go get his staff? ________. When Sean told the group that they would be spending their first night in an irregularly maintained cabin-turned-supply cache, Arthur hadn't exactly left with high hopes. Knowing their benevolent sponsor back in Verdunport, the place would either be utter shit or a bizarrely located luxury resort. Let no one think that Lord Darius Locke was wildly inconsistent, however. Their rank A patron was anything but. Whatever their lodgings turned out to be, something about it was going to be terrible, and at least half of them would wind up miserable for some reason or other. The usual question simply ended up being who. Given how the little field trip Lord Darius had set up for them was going so far, Arthur was justifiably confident that the misery group would include him. And it turned out he was right, if only because this was going to suck for all of them. I thought this supply cache was supposed to be an actual cabin. You can't be telling me this is the right place. Lily, thank you so much for complaining right now. You glorious annoying bitch. After the humiliating incident several hours earlier, Arthur wasn't too keen on being the one to speak up about how obviously horrible this was. Honestly, Little Miss Ice Princess being the one to say it was just about the second best possible outcome. Andric glanced between Sean and the cabin. It was really more of a snow-covered pile of collapsed planks, with a few pieces of what might have once been a fence around it. There was also a chimney on the side, walls not included. I actually agree with him on this one. The alchemist began, glancing between Lily and Arthur. What? Arthur felt offended. He hadn't even said anything, for heaven's sake. He couldn't stay mad for long, though, because that was now the first best outcome. Sighing, Sean sort of waved his hands around helplessly. Look, I didn't know it would be this bad, all right? It should still beat anything we could put together ourselves in these woods. Even Andric didn't look too convinced. I suppose that may be the case. I do hope that these provisions are more. Waving his own hands, the alchemist seemed to be experiencing an uncharacteristic loss for words. It was Millie, of all people, who came to his rescue. Not shit. That it would be more not shit. At least that's assuming there's anything there at all. Everyone looked at Sean. The not Paladin looked like he was looking for help, but everyone who might have come to his rescue was already mad at him. Okay, look, you all do realize that I know basically as much as the rest of you? I only repeated back exactly what Lord Darius told me. If you have a problem, take it out on him when we get back. He didn't wait for any sarcastic responses before marching off towards the place that might have been a cabin once. Not that it stopped Millie. If we get back, you mean? Can't say I'm liking my chances. Arthur couldn't help but notice she had strung up her bow. Was she expecting trouble? Millie would have the most experience with sparsely inhabited wilderness out of all of them. Obviously, this dreary wasteland was even worse than whatever pond the rural girl had crawled out of, but still. Yeah, this is honestly a bit far. He's not usually this bad about things, Lily said. I swear to the fucking lost gods, if anything on this blighted trip is worse than this. Seems to me he thinks being all rich and fancy means he can just treat us however he wants, and we can't do nothing about it. Millie, Arthur at least had the energy to chit-chat now. Courtesy of the stamina potion Andric had finally relented to offering him half an hour prior. You do realize that means he very much can? They finally made it to the remnants of what used to be a collapsed wall at one point. Strangely, there was no sign of their big shiny, officially, I'm not a paladin yet. It was hard to imagine how he could simply disappear, which meant that he probably went down into the open trapdoor tucked inside the chimney itself. Clambering down as well revealed that Sean was, in fact, already inside what turned out to be a delightfully warm basement full of barrels and crates. A moment later, the rest joined them, everyone taking their own time to have a look around. This is surprisingly not awful, Arthur said first, lazily reclining against his luminium staff. Also, wait, where does the smoke from the fire? Oh, that's clever. Obviously, it couldn't go up the chimney the normal way, because that's where the hidden entrance was. Not to mention that the real fireplace was in a completely different spot. It looked like a small duct piped the smoke all the way across the ceiling, where it joined the above-ground chimney, presumably running through the brickwork and opening up at the top. I wonder how it prevents people from still seeing any smoke, though. They hadn't seen any on the way in. Embarrassingly, Arthur had been so engrossed in studying the layout of the hiding spot that he failed to notice how uncomfortably silent everyone else was. What? Lily was the one to answer, though not directly. Her eyes flicked from the crackling fireplace up to Sean's. Sean, did you light the fire? No, I did not. Oh, so that's why everyone was acting strange. Arthur couldn't help but tense a little as well. It seemed like Lily was going to continue. Well, maybe someone just left. But Sean wasn't finished either, and whatever he had to say was important enough for him to interrupt her. Whatever was just here, this place reeks of an infernal presence. _______. Of course, the first ragtag band of scrappy young adventurers would have a guy with fucking demon-smelling powers. Zoe mentally cursed as she continued to pump energy into keeping up her mirage and disguise. It wasn't easy, especially not after just barely recovering from what Lilith had called self-inflicted soul damage. Seriously, world? Zoe had already used Identify on all of them, and the big armor guy apparently being an acolyte of faith, or whatever did fit with this new infernal presence bullshit. At least he was only rank D. But still, the dude looked like a value pack paladin. He probably is actually. As for the others, well, what little info she already had raised a lot of interesting questions. Zoe was more than happy to put her trusty Identify skill to good use. While she still didn't gain another level, seemingly stuck at a measly 4 for now, it provided a surprisingly useful amount of information on all 5 of them. Some of it was also quite interesting. For instance, it wasn't the low-budget paladin who was clearly the most dangerous. He was a fairly unremarkable-looking dude. Handsome, in a quiet, bookish sort of way, but nothing about him signaled either a penchant for combat or a violent disposition. He wasn't just not wearing any sort of armor. He wasn't even wearing a coat. With his carefully groomed, dirty blonde hair and dark silken tunic, he looked like he should be screwing around in a wherever young noble lads went to screw around, which certainly wasn't here. Yet Zoe wasn't going to be fooled. Discounting her terrible, no-good, ugly monster bits, it wasn't like she looked particularly threatening. Yet she'd already killed a level 56 or 5 or something cultist. That guy was ranky, though. The alchemist was a whole 2 letters above that. Cauldrons and chemistry sets? Huh. Zoe wasn't keen on finding out just what an experienced alchemist could do the hard way. Of course, that wasn't the really interesting part. No, that would be the question marks for his class. Not to mention the fact that he has an infernal alignment and hallow weakness. Zoe might not know much about local theology yet, but she didn't need Lilith to put things together for her here. So what on earth is he doing working with Mr. Demon-smelling goody boy? It certainly didn't help that said demon sniffer was clearly the second most powerful person in the room. Despite the seriousness of the situation, Zoe almost laughed when she got to the end of his description. Oceans? Being airborne? Honestly, the fact that both of those made a great deal of sense for what looked like a tanky, stone-wielding fighter only made it funnier. It was interesting that he didn't have a weakness to the infernal. Or at the very least, it wasn't listed. There was a pretty obvious pattern of only getting 2 different things in each category. No way that wasn't artificial. Guess I'll have to ask Lilith about it. Unfortunately, everyone wasn't content to just stand around silently and let Zoe take her time figuring out what their deal was. This was mostly because all 5 of them were very busy with their own problem, which just so happened to be figuring out where the demon went. Said demon was startled so badly that she nearly blew her cover when Lilith finally piped up. So I get that you're still recovering, but I think you need to come up with a plan and actually do something. Gritting her teeth, Zoe reeled back her impulse to even think a retort back at her unwanted mental passenger. The Spectre was right. Even if she hadn't quite literally just woken up from fucking up her literal soul, constantly pushing her use of Mirage was not going well. The magic-hungry illusion was straining her so much she felt like she could faint at any moment. She hoped that it wouldn't make her self-inflicted injury even worse if that happened. Her horns started to tingle. E-I-A-A-A. Zoe couldn't freak out verbally, so she did it mentally instead. She hadn't felt much at all from her new horns so far, which was just perfectly fine as far as Zoe was concerned. Simply knowing they existed was already bad enough. This freaky new sensation was way too fucking far. Lilith, why are my horns tingling? Unfortunately, Lilith seemed rather confused about what Zoe meant by horns. In turn, this confused Zoe, because it should have been extremely obvious. What did Lilith mean? What did she mean by horns? Oh, I get it. You're talking about our antennae. They aren't horns. I'll give you a pass, though, because I totally understand why you specifically would have assumed that. Needless to say, Zoe felt like that really didn't sound right at all, but she also remembered something weird in the traits section of the demon part of her status. Traits, arcane antennae. Yes, there it was. Lilith confirmed it a moment later, explaining that the antennae were a critical part of how she would now sense and control magic. It's different from human mages. Unlike them, we demons have dedicated anatomy for it. So besides your core, your antennae are close to the single most important body part you need to protect. That's why they're so hard and tough that they feel like horns. Well, now that Zoe thought about the idea, it made quite a bit more sense. Her horns were oddly straight and quite long, with only a slight backwards curve and a gentle taper as they speared upwards. It could be a genuine problem while walking through doorways. The tingling was getting stronger and stronger. As it did, Zoe realized that she wasn't actually feeling the majority of her horns, antennae. The odd sensations were constrained to a much thinner pair of tendrils, for lack of a better word. It was as if the visible exterior was a stiff, protective casing. That's probably exactly what it is. It also seemed like Lilith was still talking. Obviously, that's a pretty significant vulnerability. It's hard to overstate how much you need to protect them. If anyone captures you alive, cutting them off is one of the first things they'll do. Which, by the way, is roughly equivalent to blinding and crippling you at the same time. That was pretty important to know. Yeah, but Zoe had a more pressing concern right now. She could eloquently state it as I'm about to faint from mana exhaustion and soul damage. While keeping up the illusion hiding us from the people already searching the room for a demon. And also, I don't know why I'm getting 6 sensory overload suddenly. Hell, even her vision was going blurry, and she may or may not be trembling. Can she not hear me? Lilith was still rambling on, seemingly unaware of the danger. pushing Mirage and her overstrained soul well beyond their limits, seemingly left her mind without the focus to push the thoughts across their bond. So yeah, seems like a big downside, but it also means that we're really good at using actual magic, not just system skills. It's more about practice than theory, though, like having a dedicated organ means we can cast with pure intent. Humans technically can too, but it's quite a challenge. Human mages usually start with techniques using somatic gestures. Kind of like what that guy is. Oh shit, wait, that's not Zoe. Lilith was probably still talking about something important. But Zoe could only focus on a last desperate attempt to sustain her illusion as she fell to her knees. Was one of the other three adventurers looking and pointing right at her? How could he? A streak of brilliant silver flashed through her vision. Her skill resisted. Then the silver washed over her, and the skill shattered into tinkling shards of murky brown light. Whatever the attack had been, it somehow failed to hurt her. The silver glow faded as quickly as the remnants of the mirage. Not that Zoe could actually see anything anymore. The intensity of the magic had blinded and deafened her. No, her antennae. They'd stopped tingling. Numb. Just numb. It was akin to having your dark-adjusted vision completely ruined by a flash of bright light, no matter how brief it was. And she was so tired. She'd pushed herself so hard. No, not here. Not here. But she'd lived through so much today. So much. She was so tired. She should rest now. Mirage has reached level 2. Mana resistance has reached level 2. New quest. ______. When Arthur broke the illusion of the blood-covered woman hiding in the far corner, he had hastily warned the others to prepare for a fight. He hadn't expected for her to just keel over and die. It was more than a little awkward, actually. Wait, no. She was still breathing. The Archmage hardly knew whether that was going to make things better or worse. Worse, probably. Wow, she's naked and covered in blood, Lily said, rather unhelpfully, because that was essentially the only part of this situation that was easy to understand. Sure is, Millie added, as she nudged the unconscious woman with her foot. Doing so also seemed unhelpful, because Arthur was fairly confident that nudging unconscious people with your foot wasn't something any healer would recommend. Not that he'd spent much time around any of those. He had a cunning strategy called Don't Get Injured, and should it happen anyway, Andrew could probably spare him a potion for that. But regardless, the foot thing was also a bad idea, because it might wake her up. There was no reason to spoil the unexpected decision-making time they'd all been granted here. Arthur was in no mood to be violently attacked. Strange. Everyone who wasn't collapsed on the floor turned to look at Sean. That single, muttered word was the first thing the armored Hulk had said ever since he first detected that something was amiss. Millie stepped back as he took a knee over the mysterious woman. Andric stepped up behind him. Is the demonic presence from her? Oh, fuck. Arthur hadn't even thought of that. Somehow, despite it being beyond obvious. The Acolyte of Faith had said he sensed a recent infernal presence. Maybe it had never left. Maybe it had simply been masked behind an illusion. Arthur sucked in a breath. No, Arthur blinked. That wasn't what he expected Sean to say. Not at all. Whatever was here has already left. But then, he and Lily, of all people, shared a questioning glance. The noble inclined her head towards him, and then back to Sean and the girl covered in blood. She didn't react when Arthur gestured for her to go ahead. So he sighed and decided to go ahead and ask it himself. She was hiding under an illusion, though. It was only rank E magic, but I don't think it's a skill I've encountered before. Perhaps it could hide her from your hallowed skills as well? Sean seemed to think for a moment, though Arthur couldn't see his face. Possible. Unlikely, though. Cultists do often have ways to hide their alignment, but I can't imagine a rank E illusion being one of them. Well, Arthur deflated a little. He didn't like to admit weakness, even though he was still the one who had both found her and countered the magic. It was quite a powerful effect. I doubt any of my standard wards would have detected it. I only found her because we were all searching so thoroughly, and even then, I could only tell someone was casting something up until I broke it. But you say it was only rank E? It was Andric this time. Arthur managed not to roll his eyes or let any snark slip out. This was one of the more serious situations their group had been in since, well, ever, honestly, and he didn't think the persnickety alchemist was trying to tease him. Not this time. Yes, I'm quite positive. The effect was fairly simple to dispel once found. Rank E for certain. Arthur couldn't help but run a hand back through his hair as Andric turned his back. It looked like the man believed him, which was nice. It was a good reminder that while Lily's guardian wasn't his friend, the man truly was both reasonable and competent when called for. After all, there was a reason such a young person found his way into the critical position as guardian to a preeminent heiress, even if he were a bit too condescending at times. Unfortunately, Arthur was still quite tired, and now the excitement from the unexpected turn of events was already dying down. Finding a seat on a low stack of crates, he rested his staff beside him. Millie joined him at his side a moment later. "Hey, why do you always have to move your staff away?" A flat look as he finished transferring his equipment to his other side was the appropriate response. "Because I don't like people touching it." Heavens! Looks like she wouldn't leave him alone. Shouldn't she be bothering the other three, who were still mulling over the naked lady? Sean was saying something about how she probably wasn't a cultist because an active cloaking skill would have broken when she fell unconscious. It seemed he still thought the source of the infernal aura had already left. That did leave the question of why this woman was actively hiding from them, though. Arthur's thoughts were violently interrupted by a particularly irritating backwater lass elbowing him in the side of his stomach. "Hey, why won't you let me feel your staff? I mean, I know you're a bit sensitive about it. It's not the biggest and all, but..." "Stop." Arthur did his best glare, only to be countered by the enchanter's best pout. Heavens, it's so strange that her primary class is actually enchanter and not archer or something. But regardless, I know what you're doing, by the way, but it's thin and light because it's strong. It's made of... Yes, she cut him off. Luminium, the fancy new metal that's not actually new. Smiths just recently figured out how to effectively extract it from common or is using powerful lightning arrays. It's lightweight, strong, and doesn't rust, with a mana channeling coefficient only exceeded by... Great, now she wasn't just teasing him, she was mocking him as well. Typical. Looks like I told you about it enough times for you to actually remember all that. Do you perhaps remember the part about other people touching it too? Another elbow. Arthur winced. Millie giggled. Such an undignified sound. So sensitive. I told you I'd let you finger my bow if you let me touch your staff. ______. Voices. Zoe woke up to several overlapping voices. It was, in her opinion, not a very good way to wake up. Really, the only worse way she'd experienced it was that time with the dormitory fire alarm. Fucking Greek life people. This time, however, she knew she had to contend with something far more dangerous. At least 5 human adventurer types who had magic and powers probably way stronger than her. Therefore, Zoe decided it would be a smart idea to pretend to be unconscious for just a little longer. Aside from eavesdropping on the chatter, surprisingly easy due to her heightened perception, there was some stuff to go over from the system as well. It looked like she'd gained 1 level in both Mirage and Mana Resistance. The former was fairly obvious, the latter less so. Perhaps it had something to do with the silver light? Zoe couldn't remember that part very well. It got a little fuzzy near the end. At least she wasn't dead or dismembered. They also hadn't stolen her core while she was helpless and vulnerable, and she didn't think they'd cut off her horns. Not yet at least. And there were some additional system notifications as well. Lesser Disguise has reached level 2. Mana Channeling has reached level 2. Due to your actions, Perception has increased by 2. Due to your actions, Power has increased by 3. Due to your actions, Vitality has increased by 4. Due to your actions, Durability has increased by 6. That was handy. Zoe didn't know what to make of it. While unexpected, the first 2 messages made at least a little bit of sense. The following 4 just didn't. I'm willing to bet it has something to do with my whole passing out thing. But then why? Leveling up isn't the only way to increase your stats. Zoe nearly jumped up in surprise. Lilith really needed to stop doing that. She almost blew her cover, and Zoe still wanted to gather some more information while the adventurers thought she wasn't listening. None of it sounded very interesting or relevant, though. Right now it was mainly 2 girls, or young women, arguing over which one was going to clean the blood off of her. Wait, that's actually kind of interesting. Zoe doubted it was common practice to give prisoners the spa treatment. Or maybe it is. Not like she would know. Hygiene was important, after all. It might become a problem, though, because it sounded like someone else had stepped in for them and made a decision. Now she could hear footsteps approaching. Not good. Getting clean was nice, but Zoe was not letting anyone else touch her. Hey Lilith, can you give me a quick rundown on this new stat thing while I maybe fight and possibly eat some people? Thanks. Look, it wasn't like Zoe had a desire to eat human flesh or anything like that, but she did have a trait for vampiric healing. This place was looking like a dog-eat-dog world, and Zoe was the one who had fangs. Ooh, I like that one. Then someone poked her. Zoe's eyes flew open. Her fingers wrapped around the girl's wrist before she'd even realized what she was doing. Wait, fingers? The girl yelped and took a cute little leap backwards, her icy blue eyes going wide. Annoyingly, she was almost as beautiful as Zoe. But she had black hair, so Zoe's blonde hair broke the tie. Going by stereotypical American standards, that is, you're awake. Very observant of you. Zoe finally used a quick identify on the woman as she idly made a token response. Yes, that seems to be the case. It looked like this pretty lady was some kind of eye switch. What a weirdly fitting class to go with her unusual eyes. Elemental Summoner, Ice. Level 29, Rank D. A human who probably likes things made out of ice a bit too much. Alignment, Ice. Blood. Strengths, Power. Body. Weaknesses, Hallow. Heat. Another Rank D. And what's with that description? This system could feel oddly sassy at times. And what's this? Her second alignment might be Blood, not Infernal, but that weakness to Hallow was worth at least one raised eyebrow. Just what was the deal with these people? Zoe had the good sense to check the last two before the Ice Girl or anyone else could ruin things by talking or asking difficult questions. Enchanter. Level 38, Rank E. An ordinary human with a tendency to make ordinary things slightly less ordinary. Alignment, Life. Wind. Strengths, Acuity. Perception. Weaknesses, Time. Power. So the bow-wielding, rogue-looking one was actually an enchanter, of all things. Interesting, but not as interesting as his supposed weakness to time. Sure, it wasn't obviously questionable as some of the others, but what was that even supposed to mean? Zoe could come up with just about zero theories for how that worked. Time magic was one thing, sure, but how did you end up having a specific weakness to it? Bizarre. At least the borderline cliché-looking wizard boy lived up to expectations. Archmage. Level 21, Rank E. A human with a particularly arcane expertise. Alignment. Metal. Force. Strengths. Mind. Acuity. Weaknesses. Power. Vitality. Honestly, aside from being specifically listed as an archmage, wasn't that for super powerful old guys? Really, this guy almost stood out for how completely ordinary and just plain reasonable his whole description looked. The weirdest thing would be his alignment with metal, and that was barely even weird. But alas, Zoe's time to speculate on the mechanics of other people's systems came to an abrupt end, and Lilith hadn't even gotten a chance to explain the stats thing to her. As it turned out, it was the Rank C alchemist noble lad who spoke. Tell me, healer, who and what are you? And what do you know of infernal cult activity in this area? Holy cats, this guy was direct. Zoe had expected at least a little bit of lead-up, but no, this guy just went straight for the throat. Impatient or just down to business? Zoe cleared her throat. They don't know that you're a demon. Huh. Zoe didn't understand. Then she remembered her claws, or rather her lack of them, when she grabbed the ice mage by the wrist. Actually, her hands still looked normal. The only oddity was how they felt a bit fake. Not to mention how their leader addressed her as a healer. Something strange was afoot here. It might be suspiciously convenient, but Zoe wasn't going to waste it. Only a couple seconds had passed, but the scary Rank C was waiting for her response. And Zoe knew just the tool for that. Acting. My name's Zoe. Why did I give my actual name? Well, she couldn't take it back now, and the instincts the skill kept feeding her made it feel somehow right. I'm just a healer. Not even a strong one, but she was shaking now. Like she was scared. And but the fear and how her body was reacting felt weirdly disconnected. Like they weren't even related to each other. That's how I don't know if anyone else, Holy hell, this is so cheesy, what? There was no way what the skill was prodding her to do was in any way believable. Not that she had any choice but to push onward. A really strong paladin tried to stop them, but they'd already created some kind of demon, and I don't know what happened then, but I was able to get away for long enough to heal myself a little. I mean, I was going to try to heal some others too, but I couldn't until, and then I promise I didn't mean to leave everyone, but holy hell. It felt like she was having a complete breakdown, not even speaking coherently anymore. But at the same time, Zoe was fully lucid as she listened to what she was saying. It was a surprisingly disconcerting experience. Someone was rubbing her shoulders, like they were trying to comfort her. Zoe had to fight the urge to rip their hand away. It got a little better when someone else wrapped her in a blanket. Sniffling, she looked up to see two of the men retreating to the far side of the room, talking in hushed tones. That left the two women and the scrawny archmage to sit around her awkwardly. None of the three said anything, which was fine. Zoe had been getting increasingly distracted by the incessant flashing of a new quest anyway. It took a great deal of will to suppress a silly grin as she read through it. That was actually really good for what Zoe needed right now. It also had an incredibly stupid name. In all honesty, she had a hard time deciding which was better, the effect of the title, or that getting it implied she had successfully convinced this group not to kill her. The correct answer was probably both. The three around her were still looking silently uncomfortable, and the other two were still furiously whispering about something that probably had to do with Zoe. It was tempting to go ahead and dump all 75 of her unspent stat points into perception. The confidence that they weren't simply discussing how to kill her did a lot for the nerves. It was also nice she could at least cover herself with a blanket now. "So, Miss Zoe," said the pretty dark-haired ice mage, "what exactly was a young woman like you doing in the middle of a frozen, monster-infested necrotic wasteland?" That was, unfortunately, a great question. Also, necrotic? Zoe was already far too familiar with the frozen and monster-infested parts, but the addition of necrotic wasteland was new to her. There was also the slight problem of the truthful answer to that question. Zoe didn't think it would be wise to just go and say, "Oh yeah, I'm actually from a completely different world and just woke up here after losing my mind to rabies virus and presumably dying." Instinctively, her go-to alternative would take the form of something along the lines of, "Well, I could ask you the same thing." However, something told her that it wouldn't fit the persona she'd created so far. Just say you got kidnapped, and it was the cultists who brought you here. That sounded like a suspiciously reasonable suggestion when it was Lilith who said it. Also, you're more right than you know about not telling anyone how you ended up here. Between the two, it's not very hard to say that being a blighted outsider is far, far worse than just being a regular demon. That tidbit of information was both completely unexpected and positively fascinating, but now wasn't the time to have a proper conversation about it. Much to Zoe's building frustration, she had more pressing business to attend to. Acting. Once again, the skill helped Zoe to expertly navigate the delicate conversational terrain. It wasn't long before she was the one subtly steering it. And yet, however helpful it had proven to be, Zoe couldn't help but find something about the whole thing deeply strange. There was no way the skill was actually mind-reading the others, right? Even having encyclopedic knowledge about every little detail of the situation seemed too far, even if Zoe couldn't directly access it. But how else would it work? Sure, the concept of improving her skill as a liar and manipulator was simple enough in theory, but it completely broke down if you even started to think about how it could be implemented. But then how? Regardless, it looked like their little chat would be coming to an end anyway. The two higher-level guys were now coming over to join them, having clearly come to some sort of decision on whatever it was they were talking about. The other three turned around. The alchemist and paladin guy shared a look. The former jerked his head, signaling he wanted the acolyte to speak first. "Change of plans. We're returning to the docks." "Wait, what?" Everyone looked at Lily. That was the name of the ice mage, elemental summoner. She also turned out to be an actual noble, of course, which was pretty weird because apparently the stoic rank C alchemist wasn't. Oh, and it looked like it was now his turn to speak. "First light tomorrow. We've clearly stumbled our way into something quite serious." The reaction to that was mixed, from left to right. Millie, the bow-toting enchanter, looked a bit disappointed. The Archmage Arthur was visibly relieved, and Lily seemed merely surprised. Arthur gave Millie a sharp elbow in her side before she could say anything. Then she went and said it anyway. Wait, really? Don't think Lord Darius is going to be too happy we went and tucked tail on his big mission. Wow, he's actually really pissed. Zoe could tell that the Archmage wasn't particularly happy, because the force of his glare could have pinned down a lesser spirit as easily as a metric ton of steel. Millie just stuck her tongue out. Firstly, Andric held up a single finger, as if his coolly assured tone didn't convey his meaning clearly enough. I'll remind each of you that this is a training exercise, not a mission. Secondly, another finger. Should that not be reason enough to abort, I should hardly need to explain why we have a duty to report what we've discovered as quickly as possible. Rest tonight. We'll be moving with haste tomorrow. Huh, that was mildly interesting. Zoe had the group pegged as a variety pack of intrepid young delinquents. Adventurers. Such grave talk of nothing less than duty was a bit surprising. Which was more than a bit silly, because these were actual people with complicated places in a complicated world, not spunky character archetypes. The big hunk of armor clapped his hands together with such violent loudness that Zoe really did jump this time. Good. Does anyone have any questions? Well, now that you ask. Zoe raised a timid hand. How did you make a clapping sound with those metal gauntlets? And am I still going to get a bath? Underscore. It was now morning, which meant it was now the beginning of the second day of Zoe's grand adventure. The sun hadn't quite risen yet, but Zoe was already wide awake. This was because she never went to sleep in the first place. The worst part about being a demon? No, it wasn't the stupid antennae, the hideous claws, or even the bloodshot red eyes. Yes, she had red eyes she'd checked earlier when she'd briefly dropped her disguise while no one was watching. And worse, they weren't even the cool and edgy sort of red. No, they were far more realistic, the closest resemblance being that of an albino rabbitback on Earth. It gave her less of an evil look and more of a this person is horrifically diseased. But no, even that wasn't the worst part of being a demon. The worst part was that she was physiologically incapable of sleep. Fainting from strain and exhaustion counted as something different, apparently. All in all, Zoe would have been a lot more happy about getting an entire third of her lifetime back had she actually had something to do. Lilith, like the petty bitch she was, had refused to talk about virtually anything, insisting instead that Zoe still needed time to rest and meditate. So boring. But at least Zoe got a new skill for it. Meditation. Level 4, rank F. Active, channeling. Body, mind, spirit. Perception, vitality. It had leveled fairly quickly, if that's how you considered 4 levels over the course of twice as many hours. Zoe did. Now that she knew skills only went up to level 5. After hearing that one little thing Lilith was willing to tell her, Zoe felt a lot better about the multiple skills she had at level 2. But getting to the 5th one proved unexpectedly difficult. Once Zoe started getting frustrated, she gave up, called it good, and put it off for another time. In her defense, frustration wasn't a conducive mindset for the whole meditation thing. Kind of the opposite, really. The other major win was getting clean skin and clean clothes. The answer to whether she would get a bath turned out to be yes. If your idea of a bath was rolling around in the snow for a bit and then getting an elemental summoner with an ice affinity to peel it off. The last bit sort of felt like how Zoe imagined it would feel to get freeze-dried. Sean, the big acolyte of faith guy who wasn't a paladin yet, had been less willing to explain how he managed the clapping with gauntlets thing. A small loss, but Zoe intended to wrangle it out of him eventually. As for the clothes, Zoe was actually pretty happy with how that had turned out. Even though there weren't actually spare clothing sets in the cabin, or supply cache as the others called it, there was plenty of cloth and ropes. Plenty of variety too, and that's how Zoe wound up looking like a badass ninja mummy. As for shoes, that was the best part. There weren't any spare shoes either, so the solution was tightly wrapping her feet and legs in duct tape up to the mid-calves. That one was Millie's idea, and so far it worked unreasonably well. She couldn't bend her ankles, but that was fine. Regular boots worked the same way, and Lily had at least remembered to put something between the tape and her skin. Honestly, Zoe had been more than a little surprised when Lily pulled the crate of tape from one of the uniform brown crates. It wasn't really duct tape, and that's not what they called it, but it looked vaguely similar. Good enough for Zoe. And now everyone is awake. Wonderful. Was that supposed to be sarcastic? Ah, it seemed that Lilith had appeared as well. The hallucinatory demon was right on time, though Zoe would have been happier had her reintroduction not been a uselessly snarky quip. The truth was, Zoe didn't know. She was conflicted about how quickly the rest of the crew were getting themselves put together, because breaking the lonely tedium came at the cost of having to maintain a delicate charade. Manipulating people really is a whole lot less fun when your life is on the line. Wise thoughts from Zoe to kick off an auspicious new day. Thinking about that wasn't tempting fate, because it was simply inconceivable that the second day of Zoe's life in whatever this world was called could be worse. Again, not tempting fate. It was just true unless she somehow died. Honestly, not unlikely, but at least I wouldn't have to deal with any bullshit anymore. Naturally, Lilith had to disabuse her of that foolish notion. Those are some bold words coming from someone who literally got here by dying, and Zoe really wished the apparition didn't have such a good point, because she wasn't in an existential crisis mood. It would have been going a little bit far to wonder if this was actually the start of her afterlife in hell, except for the little detail that Zoe was literally a demon. Fuck. Well, it didn't really matter because Zoe's plans stayed the same. In summary, don't die. While everyone else finished packing and getting ready, Zoe had Lilith finally explain the stats thing to her. It wasn't very complicated. You could gain permanent increases to individual stats by pushing and training them. Simple in theory, but Lilith was careful to explain how it was typically overshadowed by just leveling up. In order to gain even a single extra point, you had to train very deliberately for a very long time, or you had to push yourself exceedingly hard. Then, even if you were successful, you didn't even get to choose how to distribute them. Sure, the training method made that less of an unknown, given that you'd be targeting a specific stat anyway. But you still wouldn't know when it would happen, if ever, or how much. In total, Zoe had gained a full level's worth of stats, 15 exactly. That was apparently above average, and it took pushing her well beyond anything close to healthy limits after a full day of life-or-death struggles. As Lilith put it, you might as well just keep leveling at that point. Sure, it was a nice bonus, but why try to force it? Zoe was inclined to agree. _______. The group stood around what remained of the old fence, waiting for the healer they rescued to come back out of the hidden basement. She'd been the first one up, Andric said, and mostly sat around waiting for everyone else. Arthur thought it was a little creepy, the way her eyes kept focusing on empty air, as if she was reacting to things that didn't exist. She'd even nod to herself, or sit still like she was listening for something. Was she just acting weird due to recent trauma? Or had she been sick before then? Arthur didn't know which would be better. Obviously, he should say it was the former, but he'd almost rather put up with a madwoman than have to make an effort to comfort someone. Between you and me, I don't think she's actually human. Millie seemed to have crept up behind him, but it was what she said that made the archmage raise a sharp eyebrow. The gesture was well practiced by now, as his mother had always told him he'd had good eyebrows. Arthur didn't like smiling or chit-chatting, so he mostly focused on developing strong, non-verbal cues. And why, pray tell, are you laying your suspicions on me of all peoples? Arthur didn't have to explain what he meant. Literally anyone else in their party would have been better equipped to deal with this. Well, except maybe Lily. The heiress would probably go ask the girl about it face to face, or something equally destructive. Unfortunately, this meant that Millie explicitly didn't want him to go tell anyone else, which meant something not at all good, probably, because it would make Sean or Andric way more suspicious, which might make something bad happen. Millie nodded, absolutely sure of herself. Not that she was wrong. Oh, and if I told Lily, then something would definitely go wrong. Yes, Arthur had already intuited that. He didn't say anything else, but his next look communicated a pretty clear, you do realize that does nothing to explain things. Millie sighed. It's just a feeling, and I don't think she means any harm to us. The other guys don't think so either, so I don't want to ruin it and make him more wary. Ah, surprisingly, that did sort of explain things. A few months ago, Arthur would have dismissed it as some kind of uneducated backwoods superstition. He'd learned to have more trust since then, though, which ended up making this far more frustrating. He wasn't going to go behind her back and pass it on to the others, no matter how much he'd certainly like to. Do you have any ideas about why? A shrug was all the enchanter had to offer, at least until she frowned in thought. You've noticed how she acts a little weird, yeah? Mostly when most of us aren't really looking. Arthur nodded. He had noticed that. And also, did you notice how vague she was about where she's from? Real touchy too. I bet she couldn't tell you the name of a single human city if anyone had actually asked. That was... Arthur paused. It was true. He hadn't picked up on it at the time, but in retrospect it did seem like the girl was evading talking about her origins. No, not evading. She had been subtly steering the questions away from that. Damn me. You might be onto something here. But then again, she's obviously native though. Maybe she's from an area we've barely settled. Andric is proof enough they're perfectly human. For the good and the bad, Arthur didn't add. He also didn't add his own opinions on how it was true despite what some colonial governors might have to say. No, another raised eyebrow. Arthur was going to have to start switching up his facial reactions if this continued. I'm from one of those barely settled areas, which you certainly can't seem to forget. But you're right in that it's probably why that was the kind of appearance she mimicked. Now, it was truly past the time for raised eyebrows. A dropped jaw, maybe, were it not so uncouth. Excuse me, mimicked? Yeah, mimicked. Plenty of stories about things like that roaming around deeper out in the west. _. Zoe couldn't believe she almost lost the storage ring. She'd only remembered to look for it right as the whole group was about to leave. The coast was apparently nearby, and there were some sort of docks built there along with a device they could use to call for help. Zoe was pretty hazy on the details, but she would see it for herself soon enough. The ring had to be in the hidden supply room somewhere, because she knew she'd still had it upon regaining consciousness after screwing up with mana channeling. She was still going to figure out mana manipulation at some point. Lilith confirmed the skill existed and was also highly desired, so the cost was worth it. Soul damage might sound scary, but it had hardly caused major issues so far. How bad could it really be? Zoe found the ring in less than 10 seconds, because it was exactly where she expected it to be. It had rolled into a dark corner, the one she'd initially hid in, clearly having slipped away when she fainted and rolled a few feet away. It was small and the room was now dark, but Zoe's perception wasn't a stat that was lagging behind. That would be acuity. Zoe's acuity had fallen massively behind everything else at some point, and she'd never bothered to fix it. She should probably get around to that soon. It was still sitting at a pitiful 26. Stats and bindings. Power 80. Perception 67. Acuity 26. Durability 80. Vitality 82. You know, it wouldn't hurt to shore up perception too, come to think of it. She did have 75 points to spend, after all. While Zoe still intended to figure out her strategy based on her main abilities, bringing the stragglers up to around 80 could hardly hurt. Perception increased to 80. Acuity increased to 80. That left Zoe with 8 points in reserve. It was unfairly tempting to distribute the rest evenly into everything except vitality, because it would leave them all matching at exactly 82. At least Zoe had enough self-control to avoid something as silly as that. The only thing left now was the ring. Zoe hadn't been able to use it earlier because it couldn't grow wide enough to fit over her claws. Lesser disguise should have been able to help with that, since it seemed more like a weird false shell than just a simple illusion. Then she'd gotten distracted, passed out, lied her way out of a possible execution, and then almost forgotten all about it. There was nothing stopping her now, nothing between a pretty little demon and her loot. Zoe slipped on the ring. Well, Lilith could certainly see the contents too, but Zoe could barely think about that. She was more than a little surprised. I thought this guy was trying to become a demon, not single-handedly arm and equip an entire goddamn revolution. Honestly, Zoe wanted to try touching it. Lilith really didn't want her to, which actually made her want to touch it even more. However, Zoe was an intelligent and mature woman who was capable of heeding the warnings of the system. She wasn't going to touch it. In fact, seeing it in her own inventory was even a little unnerving. Lilith said it would be fine though, and Zoe didn't feel anything weird or get any system notifications, so it was probably fine. Still annoying though, because more than half of the other weapons were corrupted as well, and that included nearly all of the good ones. It looked like Zoe would have to settle for the simple and trusty pointed stick, ignoring the stupid name. Zoe was pretty happy with this one, which was good because it turned out to be the only weapon she could use. All of the other spears required at least level 25, and everything else was massively corrupted. And while Zoe wanted to spend more time inspecting the others, everyone else was waiting and ready to go. Sean led them away from the cabin with barely a word, leaving Zoe to drool over her future weapon upgrades on the go. Several hours passed trudging through thick snow in near silence. It wasn't much different from the day before, except that she had something approaching close and had actually gotten to sleep. Wait, does being dead count for sleep purposes? It could probably go either way. Also, Zoe wasn't being attacked nearly as much. She was still cold, though, and concerned about her near-future survival prospects. The difference there was that she was more concerned with keeping her demonic nature secret, both short and long-term. It was all things considered a big improvement. Zoe returned to sorting through the heap of new items in her inventory. Zoe didn't know whether there were only 3 of those charges because they were expensive or because they weren't actually all that useful. There was also a stack of 10 flame charges, which were basically the same thing, but with fire instead of stone, obviously. Aside from the weapons and bombs, it was mostly boring but useful things like various kinds of rope, a few tarps, an empty water skin, and money. The last came in the form of a little pouch of tiny coins made of various metals. Gold, silver, copper, yes, but also tin, lead, nickel, and what Zoe was pretty sure was actually aluminum. She could tell because the system called it luminium. Close enough. Lilith acted like it was plenty of money to get by on for a little while, but she was far from loaded. Though to be fair, the Spectre still didn't know much about how things went in their specific location. Her knowledge still seemed to be extremely generalized. Finally, there were a couple thin books, pamphlets really, and small crystals. The former were for rituals, skills, and finally something called advancement techniques. The latter were mostly mid-grade mana crystals of different varieties, with a few elemental awakening gems as well. Most of those were empty, but Zoe did figure out something awesome while she was trying to keep track of all of them. She could subdivide her inventory into nested containers in a manner similar to a computer file system. Zoe didn't actually know what to do with any of them. That went for the pamphlets as well, because the system wouldn't let her use the skill tomes. She wasn't planning on doing a ritual, and she couldn't even read the so-called advancement techniques. Lilith very emphatically told her all of it would be important later, but was pretty much useless right now. Zoe was fine with that, even if she was a little bit curious too. So aside from all of that, no one seemed like they wanted to talk, so the only other thing was killing ghouls. ______. It was that Arthur guy's turn to kill the ghoul again, even though they'd very obviously skipped over Zoe multiple times. It's not fair. Sure, they thought she was just a weak healer still recovering from cult violence, and at least 2/3 of that was even true, but it still wasn't fair. Zoe was reconsidering her strategy of infiltrating the humans if it meant she wouldn't get to fight and kill things. Spoken like a true demon, huh? Zoe wasn't going to give her unwanted passenger any satisfaction by reacting to that. Zoe wanted to kill things because she was ambitious and bored, not because she was some kind of monster. Those things aren't mutually exclusive, you know? Zoe wasn't going to react to that either. The ghouls were simultaneously far more dangerous than the rabbits, and considerably less of a real threat. They were undead, sort of, and packed far more of a punch on average. It was largely a result of being afflicted by something called the blight. At least that was as far as Zoe could figure. Unlike the bunnies, they were typically fairly slow. So slow, in fact, that Zoe had never had a chance to see what taking a hit from one of them would even do. Not that anyone looked particularly keen to find out. Drawing the tip of his thin metal staff through the air, Arthur stood his ground against the approaching ghoul. The motion left a shimmering silver trail that stayed attached to the staff at one end. It looked like a floating magic string. Then he walked forward, sidestepped a clumsy swipe from the ghoul, and yanked the monster off its feet. Well, more accurately, he yanked its feet off. His floaty magic string cut right through both legs. Not that the loss of its lower half stopped the ghoul from trying to bite him. Zoe might have said that the ghouls weren't very fast, but that was compared to the killer rabbits. She'd already seen a few get up to a decent jog. They were clumsy more than anything, but now lacking its primary means of locomotion. The ghoul had a hard time retaliating against the Archmage's first strike. All he had to do was take a step back. The ghoul made a disturbing noise, something like a cross between a moan and a whistle. Zoe and Millie both shivered. "That is far too creepy, so please shut up." Arthur's words were followed by a graceful golf swing, sending a chunk of the ghoul's face spraying off into the nearby trees. Zoe was glad they hadn't been standing on that side. It did shut up the ghoul, though. For his part, the Archmage did something Zoe couldn't see to clean off the top of his staff. Yanking his still shimmering string back into the tip, he looked between the 5 of them. "What are you all staring at?" It should have been fairly obvious, but Millie went ahead to clarify things. "So it's not okay for me to touch your precious staff, but it's no problem at all to go around whacking blighted ghouls with it." A restrained snort was Lily's contribution, and Zoe couldn't resist finally getting in on the fun. "I thought the staff was for spells. Wait, is there a bludgeoning skill with a mana cost?" Very funny." Something told Zoe that the Archmage didn't find it funny. "Saving mana is the point, I'll have you know. Besides, rogue types are always talking about casting knife or something equally idiotic, which never works out. Like, what are they expecting? That using close-range melee tactics against a mage is going to be some sort of surprise? That makes absolutely no sense, because obviously any mage with any combat already has more experience countering that than defending against enemy spells. Oh! Zoe sensed a rant was incoming. Actually, I'm pretty sure we're already well into the rant by now. Arthur wasn't stopping, obviously. So, which is actually more likely? The mage is caught off guard by normal enemies doing normal enemy things, or someone else screws up by forgetting that we don't actually need spells. We can still just cast a punch too. The mage finally took a breath. It was almost impressive that he went this long. So yes, I practice bludgeoning monsters to death because 1, it saves me from pointless mana expenditure, and 2, it's good practice. Is he done? It looked like he was done, because now the whole clearing was dead silent. It was a little uncomfortable, so Zoe had the brilliant idea to check if the ghoul was actually dead. Frigid ghoul. Rank F, level 11. It could have been a human once, but now it's cold, blight-infected, and positively nasty. It's also very, very hungry. Alignment, infernal revulsion. Blight, strengths, endurance. Infectious wounds. Weaknesses, fire. Hallow. It wasn't for some reason. It also didn't look like anyone else had noticed. They were all moving on. Zoe waited a bit, then went over to the ghoul to finish it off. It wasn't very hard. All it took was a good stomp. "You have leveled up. You are now level 8. Plus 15 stat points. Plus 47% core progression. You have earned a new title. No Love Among Fiends. Kill another infernal-aligned monster as a demon." This isn't a very special title because it happens a lot. But you didn't need to be told that, did you? Effects. Infernal effects from your skills overcome 10% of infernal resistances. Well, that was nice. Zoe couldn't say she was displeased with this development, no matter how anticlimactic it might feel. There was one particularly notable thing, however, just what was up with that colossal amount of core progression. "It's because you've been sustaining us on all those monster cores we collected." That made sense. It also would have been helpful to know quite some time ago. Zoe had been consuming all of the uneaten rabbit cores ever since regaining consciousness back in the cabin. Even with the effects of her stupid-sounding humanitizer title, she would have run out of energy for her disguise long ago otherwise. This was mildly concerning because so far she hadn't found a single chance to restock. And now that she thought about it, Zoe did remember meaning to ask Lilith about how core progression worked early on. She'd probably gotten distracted by something, and then it never came up again. Oh well, that massive increase was several times larger than her entire gains up to that point. If Zoe remembered correctly, Nascent Fiend Core, 59% developed, rank A. Over half now and closing in on 2/3. What would happen when it hit 100? You'll go through your next core evolution. It's a big deal, comparable to advancing to the next letter tier, and also essentially the monster equivalent of class upgrades. Though, as a higher demon, we get to do both. Well, that was cool and all, but there were just a couple very important questions. Zoe swallowed. How long does it take when I start it? And will I get to choose how I evolve? Zoe really needed the answers to be instantly, and yes. Lilith laughed. That couldn't be good. First, you don't get to start it, it just happens when it happens. And I know what you're thinking, so trust me when I say you shouldn't try to hold it, and anywhere from a few minutes to decades, but I think it's safe to say we'll be on the hours to minutes end of the spectrum. That was really not good, actually. In fact, it was close to the worst possible case in Zoe's mind. But Lilith didn't answer the entire question. Zoe had a sinking feeling, but she had to know. Would she get to choose? It was a relief that Lilith didn't laugh, but the way she considered it wasn't exactly comforting either. It looked like she had come to a conclusion just as Zoe finished taking the dead ghoul's core and catching up to the others. Once Lilith finished explaining, she'd have to take a good look at her new title as well. That's a really good question, and also a bit complicated. I guess the best answer would be, it would have been a wonderful little vacation town full of expensive beachfront properties, were it not frozen and full of cannibalistic ghouls. Sure, the ghouls may not be cannibals because they ate humans and not each other. That being said, Zoe colloquially thought of cannibals as being man-eaters. In any case, the place was deserted, aside from the ghouls of course, and there wasn't much merchandise left for the taking. That was a shame because Zoe would have loved to take it when no one was around to stop her or judge her for it. Shoplifting really isn't cool, but it's different when the place is abandoned and you can just grab shit. But there was sadly no shit to be grabbed, so it was a pointless topic either way. Not that the frost-covered, windswept streets were empty. Not exactly. There was plenty of rubble scattered across the ice over cobblestones, and the wind seemed to pick up a bit of ash and coal dust every so often. As for the dark alleyways, well, those had a lot more residue. After seeing the first desiccated skins, Zoe was more than happy to oblige Sean's order that all of them stick to the main streets. And it still wasn't safe. It was tricky because they needed to sneak in order to avoid drawing attention to themselves. There were ghouls around every corner, and it didn't take a high perception for Zoe to realize that they wouldn't survive a full horde. But on the other hand, it was also necessary to stick to the very middle of the widest streets. Zoe learned the rationale for this the hard way when a ghoul quite nearly succeeded in tackling her from the darkness of an open shop front doorway. Sticking to the wide-open areas made it extremely difficult to avoid attention, but at least they had enough warning to prepare for things, as well as enough space to properly defend. Sneaking through the dark corners of the alleys and ruined, faded gray buildings would let them pass right by the vast majority of the monsters. But it could just as easily lead to a quick death when they inevitably did encounter something. Zoe couldn't help but sigh as she finished healing Lily's arm with Mending Touch. The group already thought she was a healer, and that little fiction her demagogue class had constructed wasn't entirely inaccurate. Bloody Devotee certainly did give her a lot of powerful options for healing. That being said, just about everyone else had been rather surprised by just how effective she was at it. Apparently, they'd expected far less potency from a rank F healer. Naturally, that was something to be wary of. Zoe didn't think it was a good idea to let everyone know what her class actually was. And that wasn't to mention how awkward it would be to explain why she had a different class than the one her system displayed to other people. Thanks. The Ice Mage's words were uncharacteristically curt in response to the completion of Zoe's skill. Hefting her conjured sword, a thick blade of shimmering ice, she fell back into position on the other side of Zoe and Arthur. Sean led them from the front, a reasonable position for the official leader, an enormous, heavily armored earth magic warrior. Zoe and Arthur followed directly behind, guarded on either side by Lily and Millie. While Zoe didn't know much about small unit tactics, or whatever it was actually called, it did make quite a bit of sense to her. She was allegedly the healer of the group. That obviously meant her main role was to make sure everyone else didn't die. In return, they needed to make sure that she didn't die and leave them more vulnerable. As for Arthur, sure, the Archmage had a wide array of offensive power, at least according to what he himself said. Nevertheless, pretty much everyone clearly agreed he was the second most vulnerable, lacking in static defenses and the ability to just not die if he got hit. Fire from the back lines, and all that. Now all that remained was their rear. Zoe hadn't followed the whole conversation too closely, but from what she gathered, Millie felt that she should have been the one in that position. It was right before they'd entered the ghost town, while Sean was explaining how they'd approach things. The bow-wielding enchanter argued that she was best suited to developing her role as a stealthy and perceptive lookout. On the other hand, she was only one rank above Zoe, something Zoe admittedly still didn't fully understand herself. It was certainly an important mechanic, as she got the feeling everyone treated it as a bigger deal than even total level. The end result was Andric insisting he fill the role. For the safety of the team, he'd said. Zoe caught him looking at Lily as he said that. She was pretty sure everyone else did too, not that they said anything. It was exceedingly obvious that he was only here to protect the noble heiress. But that did mean he was the strongest, and Sean seemed more than fine with relenting to his request. Honestly, Zoe felt like Paladin candidate was more worried about how to placate Millie than with deciding whether to give the alchemist what he wanted. They continued like that for some time. Not much changed, aside from the buildings looking maybe a little bit older and fancier. That was hard to discern anyway, given how old and decayed everything was to begin with. The other big changes were that they encountered fewer ghouls and Zoe could hear the sounds of the sea. Lily relieved a particularly large and fast-moving ghoul of its putrid head just as they stepped out into what looked like it might have been the primary town square. Naturally, the monster had to collapse right at Zoe's feet, and it splattered her legs with more than a few fat droplets of cold, yellowish gunk. At least she had pants. Still, she couldn't help but glare as the noblewoman casually flicked the gore from her frozen sword. Couldn't she have at least done it with a little less mess? Maybe it was a little ungrateful for Zoe to think like that. After all, the elemental summoner had put herself between them. It looked like the ghoul had actually been running for Zoe before Lily stopped it. But Zoe wasn't in a very good mood. Once could certainly chalk it up to her very second day in this fucked up new world not being very fun, but it was a bit more specific than that. She was running low on her own blood. ________. Their final destination turned out to be a towering lighthouse closer to the shore and just a bit farther up the coast. The three of them, Zoe, Millie, and Arthur, all craned their heads to look up at it as they approached the tower base. The other three had stayed behind in the town square. They hadn't originally intended to split up, but apparently the main square was supposed to be better defended and better stocked. As in, this ghost town and its lighthouse were now used as the standard entry point to this entire area. The Frozen Waste, they called it. Being a monster-infested wasteland with nothing much of value, it was mainly used as a training ground. At least that was the general idea that Zoe had picked up. She hadn't asked many questions directly. Acting told her that it wouldn't be a good idea, and she didn't really need the help because it was already fairly obvious. But regardless, she got the idea that it was mainly used for either really destructive higher-level testing or more long-term survival training for the rookies. The latter was what it looked like this group had been doing. Well, until they found me. Zoe would have laughed a little if she weren't so exhausted from blood loss. How fortunate that the revelation that she had almost been killed by cultists made them decide to evacuate immediately. It would have been really annoying if I had to tag along on their whole expedition just to get to some kind of civilization. But as a result, the town square facing the beach was supposed to have big barricades or something that would make it safe from passing monsters. Some basic supplies and tools as well. But Zoe hadn't seen any of that. It wasn't even destroyed. Just gone. Point was, it was weird and the group wanted to investigate. But they also needed a competent magic user to operate some thing up in the lighthouse to call for help. Suffice it to say, Zoe really didn't understand much of what was going on. At least she might find out soon, because the group sent her and Millie to accompany Arthur to send the signal. Millie and Zoe, because they were weak. Arthur, being an archmage for the obvious reason. Ripping her gaze from the crashing surf far below, Zoe turned her attention to the worn wooden stairs spiraling up to the top of the lighthouse. She couldn't help but sigh. She really didn't want to have to climb all that. And, technically, I could just stay down here. I thought you wanted to see the beacon for yourself. Ah, yeah, Lilith was right. Beacon, that's what they called it. And Zoe did want to see it. But even if she hadn't been walking for hours on end, losing over a third of her blood to healing everyone else's minor injuries was taking its toll. She didn't have a choice, though. She couldn't explain it without revealing she wasn't an ordinary healer. Resigned, she hauled herself to the first step. Voices echoed from above. The other two had clearly gotten a fair bit ahead. Look, I'm not saying I don't get it. I'm just saying I need to push myself if I ever want to get stronger. That was Millie. Sounds like she's still salty about getting put on Lighthouse duty instead of Lily. From what she'd picked up, Millie's skills were better suited to the other task of scouting the area and figuring out what might have happened with the town square. That being said, their nominal leader Sean and his de facto co-leader Andric seemed to feel that there might be some foul play involved. With infernal cult activity in the area, it did seem like a reasonable caution. Lily was the third most powerful, so they brought her. At the end of the day, though, Zoe didn't really care. She just wanted to make sure they would be able to get her back to their city as quickly and painlessly as possible. Vernaport, it was called, where these five were from, and the closest major human settlement. The second part would have been more encouraging had everyone not been acting like the only way to actually get there in a reasonable time was to call for help for a ship to come pick them up. Put simply, Zoe interpreted things as, if I'm not able to get passage on a ship from here, I'm going to be completely screwed. By the time Zoe had made it about halfway up the tower, she'd stopped hearing any sounds from above. That was unfortunate, because she still felt like it would be a good idea to listen in on the conversation between the other two. And, more importantly, I really want to see the wizard operate this beacon thingy. Picking up her pace, Zoe honed in on her perception. It was a rudimentary technique Lilith had been expositing to her on the way here from the square. By concentrating on a specific stat, really feeling out the ways it changed her, and then by honing an intent on how to apply it, she could give a sort of active boost to whatever she was trying to accomplish. Not that it was anything special. Lilith definitely made sure to emphasize that. It was the sort of common knowledge that everyone was supposed to know before they even got their first class. Zoe wanted to see if she could hear what was happening at the top. So her focus was perception. Come on, hearing. Make me hear better. The first thing she tried was directing it to her ears, in a way similar to how she might try messing with the activation of a skill. It didn't really accomplish anything. It's not a skill, right? It's just one of my basic stats. So how did she actively apply it to anything? A glance at her illusory companion quickly proved that the apparition wasn't going to be any help. The look Lilith gave her was a pretty clear, you need to figure this one out yourself. Zoe furrowed her brow. One step at a time. Keep climbing. Focus on hearing their conversation. Lilith had really emphasized the idea of intent earlier. Come to think of it, she hadn't used any other words for it. Zoe needed to intend for something to happen, which meant that trying to force something into her ears was the wrong approach. It was completely backwards. I need to start with what I want. The intent is about the end result, not any particular way I could try accomplishing it. Due to your insight, perception has increased by 10. The unexpected intrusion from the system shattered Zoe's concentration, but that wasn't to say it was unwelcome. Hell yeah. Zoe didn't even know which was more pleasing, getting a free stat increase, or just the fact the system itself confirmed she understood it. Awesome. Now let's keep going. The increase itself didn't change things too much for the present challenge, as the relative increase from 80 to 85 was good, but not exactly staggering. That being said, it did help in more ways than one. Having the stat increase at the same time she was so focused on it helped Zoe understand what having a higher number was actually doing. So far, she'd been thinking of it as entirely sensory, but it was a whole lot more than that. When she'd read the basic system information on it while still in the ruins the day before, she concluded that it encompassed things like mental clarity and focus in addition to her physical senses. If perception helps with focus, does focus help with perception? How could she focus? She was already focused on her intent to hear better and figuring out how the stat worked. Is it even possible to force yourself to focus? Might as well try. Zoe closed her eyes. Only then did she realize she had already stopped walking. She then focused on blocking out everything else. Only hearing. No, only hearing their conversation. Only perception and hearing them. Zoe finally realized how much she could actually hear. Without the distractions of climbing, looking at the steps in front of her, by filtering out all the other noises, she could hear the soft shuffling of feet still some distance above her. Multiple people breathing as well. That's it. Filtering. Part of perception is being able to effectively filter, but you first have to know how to make use of that. Due to your insight, perception has increased by 10. Perception has reached 100. Due to reaching 100 in perception while at rank F, you may now awaken and bind an element and skill to this stat. Zoe's eyes shot open as she blinked in surprise. Even Lilith looked somewhat surprised at that. Zoe reread the message. It raised some important questions, like what does it even mean to awaken an element? Zoe reread the last system notification. This looked important, and it was obviously something she should ask Lilith. The apparition had seemed fairly surprised, which made it even more interesting. What's surprising isn't that you'll awaken an element. What's surprising is the way you did it, as well as how quickly. There were a lot of questions Zoe wanted to ask, but she held her tongue as she continued her ascent. Interrupting her helpful little demonic encyclopedia would probably just make it take longer. The number one determinant of power is your rank. The gaps between adjacent ranks are far bigger than the gaps between each level. Also, the two are somewhat independent, so it is possible to be high level and low rank or vice versa. That made sense, and it fit with what Zoe had already assumed and observed. The obvious next step would be to ask how you increased your rank if it was independent from level, which is exactly what Lilith answered next. To increase your rank, you first need to create a new binding for each of your 5 core stats. That's why your status labels that section stats and bindings, by the way. Anyway, what you actually have to bind depends on what rank you're moving to. For F to E, it's awakening an element for each stat. But from E to D, it's binding skills and so on. Zoe slowed to a stop as she made it onto the final platform. It was basically empty, being little more than an empty circle, with a few doorways leading to what must be the outer railing. To get to the actual control area or whatever, there must be another way even higher up. Because I'm pretty sure Arthur and Millie didn't just disappear. Is that what those elemental awakening gems are for? Zoe asked as she finally spotted a set of simple rungs leading straight up the outer wall. They were cool to the touch, and a little rusty. Yes, it's a good thing you already have a few of those. You could go ahead and use one of them now if you wanted to. Elemental bindings aren't too difficult. Not too difficult? There was some kind of implication there that Zoe was sure she'd find out sooner or later. Also, she didn't think it would be a good idea to immediately go and choose one without getting a better sense of her options and abilities first. It's literally still just my second day. She did, however, bring up that section of her inventory. /miscellaneous valuables, /magic crystals, /awakening gems. Cold, ice, shadow, empty X4, cold, ice, and shadow. Those were her 3 options. Well, at least the ones that she could pick right now if she wanted to. She did wonder what the difference between cold and ice was. Well, obviously they're different concepts, but separating them for elemental magic seems a bit weird. Ice could totally be useful, though. Zoe had barely seen what Lily could do with it, but what she had seen was already impressive enough. Also, I seemed like the sort of thing that hit a perfect balance of being easily conjurable, but also, solid. Zoe was pretty sure that was a pretty useful combination. Shadow, though, shadow was just way too edgy. Lilith finished up her basic explanation as Zoe finished climbing the final rungs. The empty ones are actually even more useful, because that means you can create your own, provided you already have a mana crystal with the element you want. And we already have a bunch of those. That was true. Zoe went ahead and pulled up her inventory list for the mana crystals as well. /miscellaneous valuables, /magic crystals, /mana crystals. Cold, fire, ice, light, metal, shadow, stone, water, wind, wood, empty X6. It was interesting that there were duplicates for all 3 of the awakening gems she already had. Maybe having one of those is useful for stuff you might do after you've already awakened the same element. Clearly, the cultist chief had intended for her to awaken both shadow and cold or ice, if not both of the latter 2. And that means he would have, if the outsider title didn't let me break his control over me. Despite all the subsequent hardships, Zoe was still glad she made the decision to run away. So when I awaken and bind an element for all of my stats, is that when I rank up? If that was the case, Zoe should probably focus on just getting all of her stats past 100. Well, and actually figuring out all my random skills too. It was pretty obvious she should understand her abilities before deciding on particular elements. Lilith grinned, and Zoe didn't think she liked that. No, that just makes you eligible. To actually rank up, that's when we'll need one of those advancement techniques. Those. Zoe had a couple of those as well, so that was good. It was just a shame she couldn't actually read them. But that was something to worry about later. She'd finally made it to the interesting part of the lighthouse, and Millie waved her over to where Arthur was poking at a giant, complicated-looking metal device with a stick. Yes, the Archmage was poking and prodding the giant magical beacon with a thin metal stick. As he tapped it again against a curved plate of what looked like brass, a glowing rune flared to life under the tip. Zoe blinked in surprise. Maybe you should reserve judgment on the expertise of mages until you understand some basic magic yourself. Zoe glared at her illusory companion. Just because the ghost was right didn't mean that Zoe was at all interested in hearing it. But she couldn't stay irritated for long, because more runes were lighting up on the concave dish under Arthur's touch. They looked a lot like the glowing symbols on the sarcophagi. Actually, the ones in the deep inner chamber where Zoe herself first woke up. There was something that felt slightly different about them, though. Not that Zoe would remember the exact shapes and colors from yesterday, of course, and fundamentally, they seemed the same. A different vibe, perhaps? The final symbol lit up with a deep navy hue. Zoe didn't understand how it was possible for something to glow navy, but it did. She could tell it was the last one, because it was in the center, and Arthur dramatically took a step back. If this thing still works, we should be able to get the message to Lord Locke within an hour. Then we just have to hope he decides to actually come. Lord Locke. Zoe giggled a little. What a funny-sounding name. It would have been funnier, too, had she not been rather concerned by several different things the Archmage just said. Millie shared an equally concerned glance with Zoe before continuing. What do you mean if this thing still works? A shrug was all they got. I think it's rather self-explanatory. Though it does appear to be working, it was definitely moving at least. The convoluted hunk of dull golden metal made a sudden jerk, several gear-like bits spun, and then the whole apparatus swiveled around to point the rune-covered disc in a very specific direction. Not that there was anything unique about it, aside from how precisely the device oriented itself to such an otherwise meaningless spot. See? It works. Aside from it moving, no, Zoe didn't really see. But she still had a more important concern. Well, that's good, but I was more concerned with what you meant by if he decides to actually pick us up. Now it was Millie and Arthur who shared an uncomfortable glance. Lord Locke is a very capable man, and it is a great honor for all of us to tutor under him. That being said, his methods, while effective, he's a dick. Arthur sighed, and Millie shrugged. It's true. No use not saying it how it is. I'm plenty grateful to him, but he's still a dick. Zoe had some additional questions, but she didn't get a chance to ask them yet. A crystal-clear chime rang out from the beacon, followed by a faint distortion in the surrounding air. We've made contact. Arthur cleared his throat. And please let me handle this one. _______. Lord Darius Locke, widely known as a former rank A soldier and current director of Norvask's Alchemist Guild, was in the middle of a very important private meeting when a courier nearly took the foot-thick set of oak doors off their hinges with the intensity of his knocking. He and his subordinate shared a quiet glance. It appears someone is under the impression their message will be very important to you. Darius was inclined to agree. Yes, though I can't say whether I'd prefer them to be right or wrong. The couriers within Verdunport were always quite professional. For one of them to behave like this, it didn't just mean the sender considered their message to be of utmost importance. People operated under such assumptions far too often, in the former soldier's experience. No, this also meant that the courier agreed with the assessment as well. And good things rarely happen fast. Right, what is it? The young lad had already performed a full salute and delivered a courier's authentication slip within the space of time it took for Darius to open the door. Professional even under pressure, yet practical enough to skip through the formalities. Darius appreciated the boy's attitude far more than he appreciated the ensuing message. Is that all? The alchemist mentally cursed as the young courier nodded. Under most circumstances, he would have let the students survive on their own. The added difficulty of the challenge would neatly fill in for the punishment for interrupting matters of such great personal concern. But these were not ordinary circumstances. You have my permission to make the required reports of suspected cult activity within the frozen wastes. You do not have my permission to relay this information in any other capacity. The courier nodded once, sharply. Yes, sir. Good. Darius took the authentication slip and handed the boy an eighth piece of silver in return. That is all. You may be dismissed. And with that, the aging lord turned his back to the closing oak doors. The one other person present arched an eyebrow as the heavy doors thunked shut. Interesting timing. Darius really didn't have the energy to spare on a witty response. He just returned to his desk and began sorting through the relevant records. Yes, it is. I think you understand why we will be cutting this meeting short. The adventurer before him smirked. Somehow, that was far more irritating than any form of protest. Yes, I certainly do. Have fun taking care of the kids. And with that, the high-ranking adventurer swept himself, his cape, and his ego out of the chair and out of the room. Darius shook his head. He only had so much tolerance for the man's personality, and most of what he did have was only due to the man's usually high degree of competence. Quite effective for someone a full 2 ranks below the former soldier himself. Not that this was ever a reasonable comparison. At least his actions carried a great deal more professionalism than his attitude would imply. The next step, after getting a few personal items in order, would be to get Stella to ready his smaller manaship. Lord Darius was confident he could be docked at the Lighthouse within an hour. That being said, it really wasn't the added time that made him so unhappy about all of this. There might be one positive outcome of this. His students stumbling onto blighted infernal cult activity in the midst of their survival training was not something that ever should have happened. Yet on the upside, the courier's message did briefly allude to someone he was very interested to meet. Arthur had sent Zoe, along with Millie, back down to the town square right after he finished stating their message. Apparently the other end was linked to some kind of courier office, not this Lord Darius specifically. That did make more sense in retrospect, given how big and sophisticated the communication device on their end looked. Zoe found it hard to imagine you could find one of those in every home. As it turned out, the other half of the team had been much less successful. They hadn't found anything, basically. Lily said there were signs of fighting, and a lot of the ruins right around the area did look more recently disturbed. But Sean said his notes. Zoe didn't expect him to have notes for some reason, but either way they indicated that was still normal. Endrick agreed, as their rank C alchemist was the only one who had ever been to the frozen waste before. So, does that mean we're just going to sit around down here and wait to be picked up? From the way Lily said it, Zoe got the idea that the noblewoman wasn't particularly enthused by the idea, which was unfortunate because that turned out to be exactly what Sean decided. Yes, heaving himself down onto the one half of a crumbling stone bench that was still standing, the hallowed warrior slumped down in his armor. He looked more tired right now than Zoe had seen him so far. It was almost uncanny how different it was from his usual, nearly robotic posture. We've seen enough. Nothing that's an immediate danger. Not more than we'd expected, I mean. And that's already enough for us to fulfill our duty here, given our collective ranks. Zoe didn't expect that for several reasons. Studying the prospective Paladin from her position, sitting cross-legged on the frosty cobbles, she tried to reevaluate her understanding of the world. The first thing was that she had increasingly gotten the feeling that rank C was actually fairly powerful, and that these people were like the equivalent of a few ultra-gifted kids on a special scholarship. But for, leveling up by killing things. The second thing was that the big guy who was their official leader, and who was also named Sean of all things, was literally a Paladin recruit. Like his primary class that Zoe could see when she used Identify on him was literally Acolyte of Faith. Zoe's first thought would be, it doesn't get much more self-righteous defender of the church than that. And whatever the church was, it ought to look vaguely Catholic. Shouldn't he be proclaiming the imminent death of these blighted heretics and leading them out in a blindingly holy crusade against the cultists and ghouls? So basically, him deciding that what they'd done was good enough and they should just sit around waiting for help. It seemed kind of weird to Zoe. You're half right about both of those things, Lilith said within Zoe's mind. The apparition wasn't an apparition anymore, having returned to the tiny little chibi plushy form she used once before. That was during the crazy fight with the way stronger Paladin, Zoe remembered. That being said, there's a bit of nuance here you're probably missing. Nuance? That might be a good point, to be honest. Zoe did have to concede she wasn't always the best at nuance. So first, yes, you're actually... Hey, what are you? They are much better? Zoe nodded to herself as she set the miniature Lilith down on the ground about 1.5 feet in front of her lap. The disembodied demon, however, didn't seem nearly as pleased. So ignoring the rudeness of inflicting that indignity, Zoe snorted, which made Millie look up and give her a weird look. Oops. You're very right that hitting rank C is a major achievement and a significant tier of power. It's honestly really impressive for someone as young as that alchemist bodyguard seems to be. Like, extremely impressive. As in, it's already a rare accomplishment for two of the others to even be rank D. And moving up to rank C is infamously one of the biggest and most difficult advancements. Huh, that was pretty good to know on multiple levels. One, it was obviously another thing for future Zoe to take into serious consideration. I've been adding a lot of those lately, haven't I? The other thing was that it pretty much confirmed her perception that these were a small group of special, uniquely talented, uber-gifted wonder kids. Not to mention that it makes this Andric fellow into a total monster. Monster as in terrifyingly quick at advancing, not in the sprouting literal horns and claws way. Antennae. Looking back at Lilith, the confusion must have been clear on Zoe's face. Because, not horns. They're your antennae, remember? Zoe frowned. She kind of forgot about that. Not that she felt anyone could blame her, seeing as how Lilith was explaining it at the same time Zoe literally fainted from exhaustion and soul strain. Also, it's still weird, but not actually dumb if she thought about it. It did make a lot more sense than like actual goat horns. No, the dumb thing was the name of another physical trait she had in her status, her claws. Seriously, who thought Demonite was a good name for literally anything? It sounded completely ridiculous. So ignoring any stupid complaints about the system anyone might happen to have. Yes, you're right. Lilith hopped back up to Zoe's shoulder, using the rags they'd wrapped Zoe in to help her climb. He is definitely a monster. The demonic plush doll paused. Although he might be at least a little bit of a monster in the other way, too. Wait, what? Then Zoe remembered. It was one of several things that she'd found particularly notable back when she first encountered the group and used Identify on all of them. In the case of Andric, it was specifically, no, not specifically. Literally 3 out of 4 of the sections have something questionable on his status. Zoe went ahead and used Identify on him to double-check. Alchemist, level 50 plus, rank C. A modified human adept in the manipulation of substance. Alignment, infernal. Life, strengths, acuity, perception, weaknesses, hallow. If the weakness to hallow and the infernal alignment weren't enough, the system even described him as a modified human. There's no way there's no something suspicious about that. Lilith cleared her throat. Well, actually, that's pretty normal for an alchemist. Combat-oriented ones especially, since a lot of their power ends up coming from enhancements they make to their own bodies. Zoe blinked. What? I mean, that's kind of a big part of what most alchemists do, right? Like a health or stamina potion is modifying the body too. It's just that it's temporary. Huh. That made a surprising amount of sense to Zoe. It was something that was happening far too often. Actually, Lilith would tell her something weird, and then the explanation would somehow make any other possibility seem idiotic. So, is it like he's constantly under the effects of a health potion or something? That seemed like it would be really powerful. Well, not really actually, but also yes, it basically is. And it's a whole lot more than just that. For a rank C alchemist, let alone whatever kind of prodigy this guy is, he's probably mimicking the effects of at least half a dozen or so highly potent elixirs just by existing. Holy shit, alchemy immediately skyrocketed in Zoe's valuation. She'd been wondering about how fighting as an alchemist worked for a while now, but this was way better than anything she'd previously imagined. Though that wasn't saying much because she'd mostly just imagined toxic gas clouds and bombs. Well, yes, that too, Lilith admitted, but that's why alchemy classes are actually fairly common for both soldiers and adventurers. In a sense, you could maybe think about it as sacrificing having many active skills for being able to constantly stack a bunch of different powerful passives. So you end up not activating a bunch of flashy spells, but you're also just really strong and fast, and often frustratingly hard to actually kill. That did sound useful. It still begs the question of what's up with his infernal alignment, though. If alchemists modified their own bodies, and he used some kind of infernal magic, was that why he was vulnerable to Hallow? Because of the way he modified himself. Lilith hummed to herself for a moment. It's not unlikely. Zoe was going to ask more questions, only for her attention to be drawn away just like all the others. Arthur had joined them. I thought he was supposed to stay in the tower in case anyone in Vertiware ever tries to contact us back. The Archmage didn't look like he'd been in any hurry, though. He was just leaning on that thin metal staff of his with a bored or maybe resigned look on his face. Standing up, Zoe moved to a better position to observe at the same time as Sean stood up with a frown. You got a message? Oh. Zoe thought he'd abandoned his post for some reason, but obviously he'd have to leave if he did actually get a new message. That was the whole point in the first place, after all. Actually, why do we come down here instead of all moving up to the tower? That was something Zoe didn't understand, but for now she just listened. So, the good news is that Lord Darius has decided to grace us with his own presence at maximum haste. That's new? Millie looked mildly surprised, though her expression darkened a little. So, what's the bad news? Sighing, the Archmage slumped down onto the edge of the empty fountain and rested the staff by his side. Someone stole all the non-empty mana batteries for his ship, and with that, distraught groans erupted from literally everyone. Well, not Andric, but the alchemist did at least rub his head in his hands. Seriously? The scowl Lily wore could rival her own ice for the intensity of its chill. Who is even both stupid and well-equipped enough to do that? Arthur shrugged. It's Verdunport. You don't get much crime, but the criminals we do have are slick. Good to know, Zoe thought. Low crime overall sounded good, except it meant no criminal underbelly perfectly suited for aiding and abetting a demon like her. Or maybe that's just me having read too many novels. Also, Zoe didn't actually know what a mana battery was, but the general idea was also fairly obvious. But before Lily and Arthur could get into it with each other, something it looked like they were about to do, Andric physically stepped in front of his ward, much to her shock and then frustration. What else? Is there anything else? Clearing his throat, Arthur clearly tried his best not to look around the stern alchemist. Yes, the slightly better news is that he had Stella pay for a regular ferry to depart for here immediately. I'm fairly certain they said he's also trying to find a compatible battery. All four of the others visibly relaxed at that. Millie grinned. Oh, so that just means we'll be spending the night. Lily, however, seemed less happy. I think I'd rather not spend another night in this shithole. One was more than bad enough. Turning around finally, Andric shook his head. The bodyguard still looked stern, but Zoe thought she caught a hint of mirth in his eyes. Come now, my lady. How bad do you really think one night can be? _______. It took Zoe nearly a quarter of an hour after sunset to finally sneak out of their makeshift camp. She knew that she'd be missed, but that was something for future Zoe to worry about. Better to ask for forgiveness than permission was a motto that had carried her surprisingly far, and no one had noticed her absence yet. Mostly because they were all freaking out about Lily going absent instead. Zoe took note of the priorities. To be fair, you weren't even missing yet at the time. Floating some feet before her, Lilith lectured Zoe from her cartoon doll form. Though I wouldn't be surprised if she's basically doing the same thing we are. Zoe couldn't help but smile a little as she hopped down over the other side of a half-rotten barricade. So far she'd avoided the ghouls with a combination of mirage, her own high perception, and a technique called run really fast in a straight line and don't worry about it. Not that it wasn't working so far. For some reason or other, I don't think she snuck out to figure out what a whole bunch of her skills actually do, which was exactly why Zoe was doing this. She had become too impatient to wait any longer to do a bunch of experimentation, whether that was by doing something potentially destructive or going around killing things. Maybe I could even try combining both. Granted, the flying plushie did have a point. While Zoe was reasonably confident the Noble Ice Summoner understood at least the fundamentals of most of her skills, she had expressed a lot of frustration about not being able to practice anything interesting. Zoe kind of wanted to see what kind of drama would happen whenever the other girl did get back. Rounding a corner of the swiftly darkening streets, Zoe took a moment to just stand still and listen. With the combination of her quite high perception and the encroaching dark, learning to make better use of her ears made the most sense. Ghouls up ahead, small group, I think. Zoe wasn't going to pretend she could even begin to identify specific numbers at this point. Even determining the difference between one and a few was something she considered a big achievement. And I haven't been able to hear anything from the camp for a few minutes now. Guess that means it's showtime? Zoe cracked her knuckles with a grin. Or tried to, because that wasn't something she ever did. How do you even crack a knuckle? And of course, Lilith just had to go and make the whole thing even worse by pointing out something reasonable. They're all a lot higher level than you, so there's a good chance at least one of them can hear farther. Zoe sighed. It was a good point, but also, I've waited long enough and also I've been running for a while now. Plus, what if I actually get in trouble and need to call for help or something? Transforming from a small chibi avatar to a full-sized illusion of a human, Lilith scoffed. Right, because that's definitely the reason. Shut up. The ghouls in the darkness ahead of her were moving in the opposite direction. And while part of Zoe wanted to just run up and go crazy with Blood Whip, there was a whole list of other skills she needed to test. As in, she'd literally made a list. Test skills: Cloak of Scorn 1, Rank E. Blood Magic 1, Rank E. Rending Touch 1, Rank D. Surgeon's Eye 1, Rank E. Unarmed Combat 1, Rank F. It was a handy feature she'd accidentally discovered, something similar to the way she could organize her inventory into folders. Actually, it was in a way just an extension of how she could bring up only specific parts of her status if she willed it. The only downside of these system notes was that she couldn't just write random stuff in it herself. But regardless, she'd already tested out Blood Whip fairly extensively on the carnivorous rabbits. In fact, 4 out of the 5 skills on the list were ones she was pretty sure she'd never even activated once. And most conveniently, I'm pretty sure I can use all 5 of them together. What was that thing in science called? Only testing one variable at a time? That was lame, so Zoe wasn't going to do that. She was a busy woman with undead monsters to kill. Cloak of Scorn, Blood Magic. An icy wind seemed to envelop Zoe as she activated the first skill. It was like cold shadows slipped away from their stationary posts, cloaking her in a lightly swirling dance of, yeah, I have no idea what. But the freezing night air no longer felt quite so biting, and the cool darkness now felt far more inviting. As she hastened her pace to catch up to the pack of ghouls, it felt almost as if her footfalls were oddly muffled, like how it sounds to wake up after a snowfall. So that was all good and well, but was it more than just another stealth skill? Zoe supposed she would soon find out. As for Blood Magic, that one did just about nothing, which meant that there was probably a particular way Zoe needed to use it. She just didn't know how. Lilith, as she sometimes could be, was strangely silent on the issue. Whatever. The ghouls showed no sign of reaction as Zoe finally caught up to them. Whether that had anything to do with Cloak of Scorn or was just because she still had Mirage active. Surgeon's Eye. Information about the ghouls flooded Zoe's mind. None of it seemed particularly useful for fighting these four creatures right now. But that didn't stop her from nearly squealing with joy. When she'd first gotten the idea of using the diagnosis skill as some sort of vulnerability highlighting predator vision, she'd unfortunately doubted it would actually work. Turns out it sort of did. The main difference was that it was far closer to feeling their bodies than seeing them. But that was all right with Zoe. The only shame was that she had to first know where her target was to activate it. No wall-breaking hunter sight for me. Zoe sped up to push into the very center of the shambling group. That finally got the 4 undead's attention, so Zoe activated her final 2 skills. Unarmed Combat, Rending Touch, a quick parry of 1 ghoul's swipe, a kick behind, and 2 short punches one after the other. All 4 monsters sort of exploded. What? Mirage has reached level 3. Cloak of Scorn has reached level 2. Surgeon's Eye has reached level 2. Unarmed Combat has reached level 2. Unarmed Combat has reached level 5. Rending Touch has reached level 2. Blood Magic has reached level 2. You have leveled up 4 times. You are now level 12. Plus 60 stat points. Plus 44% core progression. Zoe just stood there for a few seconds, probably in shock. What just happened? She didn't know which was more surprising. The monsters just erupting in a spray of foul and rotting guts, or the slew of unexpected system messages. Level up? 4 times. And what was with all the skills? It had taken her ages to even get Blood Whip to level up once. And Mending Touch hadn't done it at all, even after nearly fainting from healing so many different minor wounds. A suspiciously guilty cough echoed in her mind from behind. Zoe turned to see Lilith rubbing the back of her neck while half avoiding eye contact. Zoe narrowed her eyes. About that, Zoe glared. What did you do? Shrugging, the apparition seemed to regain a bit of her usual composure. I'm not the one who didn't do anything. You just happened to kill 4 monsters a whole rank above us. Zoe's eyes narrowed again. She had forgotten to use Identify, but she had a strong instinct that accidentally taking on a too strong opponent, yet somehow winning wasn't the main reason. Well, you might finally be getting the full portion of our collected system energy now. Since I'm done using it to fix our soul damage and, a few other things. The fuck? Zoe couldn't even manage to be angry, yet. I knew I shouldn't have trusted this demon. Although, there was an obvious and more specific question. What other things? Had that been the real reason Zoe was progressing so slowly? She had a parasite siphoning off all of her gains? But then, why would she tell me? That wouldn't make sense. It was a few seconds before Lilith finally cleared her non-existent throat. But she didn't actually answer when she spoke. Chill out, I'll explain soon. But first, you might want to check our system. Check our... Zoe pulled up her status. Nothing else looked to have changed. She then pulled up her latest notifications to double-check that it matched. Oh, well shit. Your Nasophene core has reached 103% development. Your core evolution is now in progress. Do you wish to proceed? Warning: delayed evolution. Delaying your evolution carries a high risk of adverse or lethal effects, increasing with the duration of the delay. Do you wish to proceed? Zoe swallowed. I don't have much of a choice, do I?